What we covered yesterday? From where to where? From Mauryasu until the coming of the Britishers. I lost my voice for last 2 days. Okay, please bear with me today. Please come in front if possible. Is it audible, right? So today we are going to cover most important topics within modern India. Okay, so we already know most of the factual aspects and the understanding aspects within modern India. So we are trying to cover as we move forward, we are trying to cover the British occupation, and then we are going to move forward to with respect to freedom movement. Okay, and also some important current affairs topics are there. Okay, Rampa Rebellion. Why Rampa Rebellion is important? We will cover that one rebellion aspect. Because of Triple R, no? That is one thing. Then again, Vaikom Satyagraha. Vaikom Satyagraha was in news, right? Okay, so we will give more importance to most of the IEL topics at the same time which are in news also. So yesterday where we stopped at? We stopped at the progress of the Britishers. How the progress of the Britishers were happening? They were first came in which year? They came in 1608. So they take permission to establish factory at which part of India? Only on the western coast. And then they in 1615 they took the permission to establish factories in which part of the Mughal territories? All part of the Mughal territories. Okay. In 1632 what happened? Golden Furman. 1639 Madras Lease. Okay. Then again 1686-87 Child's War, Josiah Child War. Okay. Then again 1696-98, especially 1698 what happened? They took Zamindari rights. What do you mean by Zamindari right? Zamindari right means a collection of revenue. Okay, so in 1717, major one, the Farman, the Royal Farman was given by which king? Farrukh Siyar. Okay, so now we also discussed about the penetration of Europeans. We discussed about the 4 Europeans, which are the Portuguese. Then again we discussed about the Dutch, then Danes, and lastly we discussed about English. But one more Europeans also came to India. They had a direct conflict with the Britishers. Which Europeans came to India? French. So that is the reason we are going to cover about Anglo-French struggle for supremacy, and the French came to India in which year? 1664. Okay, and the king of France during that point of time was Louis the 14th. Okay, so Louis the 14th and his minister were Colbert, and they established which company? They established something called as French East India Company. Okay, in 1667 they set up their first factory. Where is the first factory? Surat, and even the first factory of English was also at Surat. And when was it was made permanent for English? 1613. What is the reason it was made permanent? Battle of Suwali. Okay, in Battle of Suwali they defeated whom? Portuguese. Okay, and here Francois Caron is the first person to set up their first factory in Surat. And again France settlements we talked about 1673. Chandranagar, that is in West Bengal, and 1670-74 they established at Pondicherry. Okay, so Pondicherry, the person who established that settlement was called as Francois Martin. That is not Franco, is Francois. Okay, Francois Martin, French pronunciation. And they got that land, the Pondicherry land, from Bijapur Sultan. Okay, sorry, the Bijapur Sher Khan Lodi as a grant. So like one question was also asked, right? That is Dutch got land from Gajapati rulers. But here the France were getting land from whom? Bijapur. Bijapur means which Shahis were there in Bijapur? Adil Shahis. Okay. And later they established their factories at Karaikal, okay, Mahe and Yanam. Okay, that is in Andhra Pradesh. And actually Pondicherry had been captured by Dutch because there was a 9 years war was going on in Europe. 9 years were going on in Europe. So France, sorry, as well as Dutch was on the opposite side. But later it was restored to France with the Treaty of Ryswick. Okay, in 1697. There was a Treaty of Ryswick in 1697. Now Pondicherry was restored back to whom? Restored back to France. Because of which war? Because of 9 years war. We talked about 7 years war, 9 years war, 100 years war, 30 years war. There are so many wars were happening in Europe. No need to, not necessary as of now. We're going into that point of time. That will be the major focus in world history, not here. And that 9 years war ended by 1688. It was between 1688 to 1697. Okay. And now we are coming into the French and English struggle in India. Okay, that French as well as English struggle in India are fought in which region? Which region of South India? Carnatic region. Where is Carnatic region? Southeastern part of India. Okay, so how many Carnatic wars? 3 Carnatic wars. And why the Carnatic wars are happening in South India itself only? What is the reason? Why the wars are not taking place in North India? What is the reason? Because in South India there was a fragmented polity. Because which was the last major empire in South India? Vijayanagara Empire. The Vijayanagara Empire got declined, and that is the reason the France and England they found they want kind of a playground for their imperial games in South India. Okay, so Carnatic, we know which is the capital of Carnatic? Arcot. Okay, so there was no major ruling family because we saw what happened in 1686-87. When they tried to invade Hooghly, what happened? Mighty Mughals, that is Aurangzeb, intervened and took action against the Britishers. And that is one. As long as the rulers are really strong, these Europeans tried to follow all the rules and regulations properly. Whenever the rulers weakened, and that is when they started doing what? They started doing their imperialistic games and started implementing their imperialistic games in India. Okay, so first we are coming into the first Carnatic War. What is the reason for first Carnatic War? What is the major? Austrian War of Succession, that is between 1742 1748. That is not a direct war in India. That is not related to direct affairs of India. Okay, it is rather related to War of Austrian Succession. So in this War of Austrian Succession, which was happening in Europe, France and England was on the opposite side. Like look at here, that is France and Prussia on one side, as well as England and Austria on the other side, not Australia. What do you mean by Prussia? Which country? Prussia is Germany. Okay, so Prussia is present. One biggest province of Germany during that point of time was Prussia. Okay, and there was one battle within this war. That's Battle of Saint-Thome. So in this battle, who got defeated? The Nawab of Carnatic. Who was the Nawab of Carnatic then? Anwaruddin. He got defeated by the French forces, especially in Battle of Saint-Thome. Saint-Thome is in presently Madras. Ultimately, who won this battle? Who won this war? In first Carnatic War we are talking about. Battle of Saint-Thome was won by French forces. Who won the Carnatic War? No, nobody. In Europe, won by Britishers. But in India, what happened? It kind of a draw. Nobody tried to establish their supremacy over the other rulers. That is, it was a draw overall. So, like I told you, it was a proxy war, right? What is my proxy war? What is my proxy war? You people should be knowing what is proxy, right? That is because the war is happening in Europe. So now that is a direct consequence of war was happening in India. So that is a major concept of proxy war, and it's concluded with a treaty. Which treaty? Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. That is Aix-la-Chapelle. That is a city in Germany. Okay, Aix-la-Chapelle is a city in Germany. So first war ended with a draw. That is neither side won. Neither English nor France won. Okay, that is first. Now the second Carnatic War. What is the major reason second Carnatic War? It's a very important war. Because of Indian affairs. It's directly related to India's affairs. What is India's affairs here? Because these foreign powers, they started interfering in India's dynastic disputes. The two dynastic disputes happened in India during second Carnatic War. Which are two dynastic disputes? One at Hyderabad, another one at Carnatic. In Hyderabad, two people were fighting for the throne. Who were the two persons? Nazir Jang and Muzaffar Jang. In Carnatic, which are the two persons? Anwaruddin and Chand Sahib. So, two persons got support from France and two persons got support from English. Isn't that led to second Carnatic War? That is 1749 to 1754 interfered in India's dynastic dispute. That is in Carnatic and Hyderabad. That is in death after the death of two powerful Nizams. Sorry, one powerful Nizam that was in Hyderabad, that is Nizamul Mulk, and in Carnatic, after the death of Nawab Dost Ali. Okay, so that's why yesterday I told you, once these powerful Nawabs died, the weaker rulers or weaker persons who wanted to become rulers, they wanted the help of the foreigners to regain their throne or to stay in rule over that one particular throne area. So that is the reason they started taking help from whom? They started taking help from foreigners or Europeans, we can say, and ultimately that played into the advantage of Europeans only. Okay, so we talk about created rivalry. Now we'll Hyderabad Nazir Jang and Muzaffar Jang, and Carnatic Anwaruddin and Chand Sahib. Now the French supported whom? French supported Muzaffar Jang and Chand Sahib. Now obviously naturally Britishers will support the other side, that is the Nazir Jang and Anwaruddin. Okay, now what happened? Who was the governor of France? Governor of the French in India? Dupleix. Okay, or we can say in Battle of Ambur in Tamil Nadu, that is Ambur is in Tamil Nadu in 1749. They killed whom? They killed Anwaruddin. At the same time in 1750 they killed Nazir Jang. Now who won in this battle? France won. Listen, because the English faction, was whom? Nazir Jang as well as Anwaruddin. They got defeated. Listen, obviously ultimately French supremacy was increasing in India. Okay, and then what happened? Because the France helped Muzaffar Jang as well as another person who what? That is in Carnatic. They gave help to Chand Sahib. So now they had to give more and more concessions to whom? Do you think France were going to help without any kickbacks? Obviously they need some kind of concessions too. Now the France, or we can say Dupleix, got many more concessions. He got 80 villages from Chand Sahib as well as territories near Pondicherry from Muzaffar Jang. Okay, and now he stationed one person that is called as General Plassey in Hyderabad just to secure the position of who is the new Nawab of Hyderabad? Muzaffar Jang. Okay, just to keep him in a good stead, make sure that the English are not interfering giving all the support to Muzaffar Jung. And who were gaining upper hand? Obviously, France was gaining upper hand because the English faction got defeated completely. Right? And now what happened? Another person entered. Who is that person? One of the clerks in East India Company, Robert Clive. Okay, so now what he did? He gave support to Muhammad Ali. Who was Muhammad Ali? He was the son of Anwaruddin. Who was Anwaruddin? He was a former Nawab of Carnatic. Okay, and now under Robert Clive, they made a surprise attack on Arcot, Arcot was the capital of Carnatic. Okay, so now they captured Chand Sahib, so rather captured and killed Chand Sahib in 1751, and French also got defeated in Tiruchirappalli. Now who won the battle? Who won the war? Britishers. Okay, now Dupleix was recalled back. At the same time, who was the new governor? Godehu. Godehu became the new governor of France in India. At the same time, there was a peace treaty was signed in 1754. Which was the peace treaty? Treaty of Pondicherry. Okay, the Treaty of Pondicherry. That is 1754. So first war ended with the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle, and second war ended with the Treaty of Pondicherry. And next one we are coming to Third Carnatic War. Third Carnatic War is also proxy war. That is not due to India's affairs. This is due to because of which affairs? Because of European and American affairs. Because in America, some kind of revolution was happening. Revolution was happening against whom? Britishers. Because Britishers also had their sway over America. At the same time, there was continental issues were also going on. Which continental issue we are talking about? France continental issue. Okay, it's also called as 7 Years War 2. That is between 1756 to 1763. 7 Years War, and France and Spain on the one side, England and Prussia on the other side. That is for European issue as well as American issue. So, and of course, the proxy war, it was happening in America as well as in Europe, spread to India. And what happened in this war? Who got defeated? French got defeated. And who is the English commander who defeated the French? Agincourt. Okay, so Agincourt defeated Count de Lally. In which battle? Which is a famous battle? Vandivash. And today it is called as Vandavarai. That is in Tamil Nadu. And which treaty was signed after this one? Treaty of Paris. Now, who got completely defeated? France. So, can we say the foreign competition which was experiencing by Britishers by the time of 1760s now got completely ended. Now, there is no foreign competitors to challenge Britishers in India. And look at which year it is happening, 1763. But by 1757, they already defeated which part of India? Bengal. Bengal was already under the direct control. You see, by 1757, Bengal came under the direct or indirect control too. And now Treaty of Paris. Now, what was signed in Treaty of Paris? What are the terms of references? What are the terms of reference of Treaty of Paris? What is the terms of reference? Now, who won the battle? Who won the war? Britishers. So, who can dictate the terms? Britishers. They are dictating terms to whom? France. You see? So, what are the dictated terms in Treaty of Paris? You know, Treaty of Versailles. Treaty of Versailles, they say. Versailles is, that is Indian pronunciation. Versailles is a French pronunciation. What is Treaty of Versailles? After the First World War. Because it was dictated peace, they say. What do you mean dictated peace? The winning powers dictating the terms to the defeated power. Who is the defeated power here? France. That is 1763. They dictated to France that one, France in India should continue only as what? Traders. And they should not interfere in India's political affairs. And they should not also fortify their whatever the settlements were there. Which were the France settlements? Where the France settlements were there? Chandranagore, Pondicherry. Okay. So ultimately French continued in India only as traders. Okay. Now confined only to Pondicherry. Okay. That is what happened in Treaty of Paris. Now look at the long-term vision of the English here. So what they are saying that one, that is there should be no fortification of the French settlements. Why they are putting this clause in the Treaty of Paris? Why there should be no fortification of the French settlements? In any case of future conflicts happened, because they can directly attack France in India. So without any defensive mechanism, they're denying them any kind of defensive mechanism to France. So now all the competition foreign competition in India got completely eliminated by which year? By 1763. Okay. And now we are coming into Indian occupation. Before going to that one, what is the reason French got defeated? What is the major reason French got defeated? Because of the organization of the companies. The British East India Company was far more autonomous. It was decentralized. British government did not interfere in the functioning of East India Company. But French East India Company was like a department under the government. Which government? French government. Now all the decisions of the French East India Company used to be taken with the permission from French government. So the French monarchy. Okay. Which monarchy was there in France? Louis XIV was the king. Okay. Which monarchy? Which is house? Bourbon monarchy. Different Bourbon is there. Okay. That is one thing. At the same time, France was too much involved in continental politics. Which continental politics? European continental politics. But Britishers were more interested in India, in safeguarding India. That is the three major reasons. That is too much continental affairs by France, and full effort by East India Company to protect which land? To protect India. At the same time, last time, organization of the companies. What is the major organization differences? One organization difference is centralized control of French East India Company and decentralized control of English East India Company. Okay. So now we are coming into British occupation of India because they are left with no foreign rivals and now they are on their own. Now they started defeating one after the other. Now what was India's political situation? We have to say all of them. That is Bengal, then again Marathas, then again Mysore, Punjab and Sindh also. And what was the India's political situation in 18th century? Yesterday we talked about what is the unified political system or fragmented political system? Fragmented. And this India's political states were divided into two types of states. Which are the two types of states we discussed? Successor states as well as rebellion states. Which are the successor states here? That is particularly Bengal, and Bengal is the only one that is here in successor states. Other successor states were Awadh also. Okay, that is one thing. At the same time, Carnatic too, Hyderabad. At the same time, Marathas, Punjab and Sindh, they were slightly rebellion states. And which category Mysore will come? Neither of them. Okay, Mysore cannot be called as either successor state as well as rebellion state also. Now first we will talk about occupation of Bengal. Okay, so which is the first settlement in Bengal? Hooghly, in which year? In 1651. Okay, it was the richest province of India then, and the richest province of India fell into the hands of Britishers. Okay, what is the source of conflict? What is the major reason of conflict? Who was the new Nawab of Bengal during this point of time? Siraj-ud-Dawla. What is the major reason for conflicts? The three reasons were there. First and foremost is that one, when Siraj-ud-Dawla became Nawab, he had some rivals. Who are the rivals of Nawab? Gashiti Begum as well as Shaukat Jung. Okay, now Britishers, what they did? They started giving support to Siraj-ud-Dawla's opponents. Opponent to what? Opponent to the throne. Throne of which state? Throne of Bengal. And then what is the second major reason? Second major reason, fortification of St. Fort William. Why they decided to fortify the St. Fort William? What is the reason? Because which year we are talking about? 1756-57. Which war was going on? Third Carnatic War was going on. Third Carnatic War was going on. So they were expecting some kind of attack on British settlements in Bengal. And that is the reason they are trying to fortify their position in Bengal. And that is the reason they were expanding Fort William. But to fortify Fort William, they had to take permission. They had to take permission from whom? Siraj-ud-Dawla. But they did not take any permission. Rather, they started expanding on their own too. And the major economic reason for the conflict was? Which is the major economic reason? Particularly, that is a misuse of royal firman of 1717. How they misuse the royal firman? How they misuse? What is the royal firman included? Britishers can issue dastak, right? What is my dastak? It was a pass. So now what they did was they started misusing this dastak for private trade. There were two types of trade were there. One type of trade is East India Company trade, and company officials were there. These company officials were given low salary, so they used to make some extra money through their private trade. Okay. Now this dastak was covered only for East India Company trade. Is right? And but what these company officials started doing, they started using dastak for their private trade also. So obviously what it will cause? Loss of revenue. For whom loss of revenue? Siraj-ud-Dawla. Is right? That is used for private trade. What is my private trade? Like I told you, trade of officials. It is the private trade of the company official, because the dastak was not covered for companies private trade or company officials private trade. It was covered only for the company's trade. Okay, and the loss of revenue to Bengal state. You got it right? What is the difference between East India Company trade as well as private trade? Dastak was only for the East India Company trade as a whole, not for the companies or company officials private trade. Okay, and lastly, English company gave shelter to one person called as Krishna Das, who had an issue with Siraj-ud-Dawla. So these are the four major reasons for which battle? Battle of Plassey. We are building into Battle of Plassey. And now what happened? Siraj-ud-Dawla? Siraj-ud-Dawla, what he did? He gave warnings, but Britishers were ignoring all the warnings, and that is the reason what Siraj-ud-Dawla did. Initially, he attacked Fort William, and Fort William then it was named as Qasim Bazaar. Okay, so in which year it is happening? In June 1756. Now who got defeated? English got completely defeated. Listen, now they went back. At the same time, they started waiting for the help from Madras, because Madras, what is happening? Carnatic War was happening. 1756, Carnatic War was happening. Now started waiting for help from Madras. And before that, Siraj-ud-Dawla had put Calcutta in one of the officers' charge. Who was that officer? Manik Chand. Very important. That person is very, very important. Now waited for help from Madras, because Englishers on themselves, they could not have defeated whom? Siraj-ud-Dawla. They wanted extra help. And that extra help came from which person? Who was that person? Robert Clive. Okay, he came from Madras. And now what happened? Robert Clive and army, after getting help from Madras, they attacked Calcutta again. That is in which year? That is in 1757. Now who got defeated? Siraj Dowla got defeated. Now they signed a treaty. Which treaty they signed? Treaty of Alinagar. So according to Treaty of Alinagar, so all the English trade privileges, everything was restored. Okay, so their earlier trade privileges were restored. So Treaty of Alinagar was happened even before the Battle of Plassey too. And now kind of a parity was established in Bengal. Between whom? Between English and Siraj Dowla. Listen, some kind of parity. What was the parity? Equality, can we say? In one battle, English got defeated. In another battle, who got defeated? Siraj Dowla got defeated too. And now what Englishers were doing right now? They always sense Siraj Dowla will be a long-term threat for them. He is never going to accept the English position in Bengal. And that is the reason English were on the offensive. They tried to make what? They tried to depose Siraj Dowla. Now what they did? What they did after this one? They started doing conspiracy. Conspiracy with whom? Okay. Conspiracy with some of his officials. And before that, they also attacked Chandarnagar in March 1757. What was Chandarnagar? It was a French settlement. Okay, this was a French settlement. They started conspiracy with his rivals like Manik Chand. Who was Manik Chand? He was the officer in charge of Calcutta. And again, second officer was Omi Chand, that is a rich merchant, and Jagat Seth, one of the famous bankers, and Rai Durlab and Kadim Khan, and lastly, majorly, Mir Jafar. Mir Jafar was a Mir Bakshi. What was a Mir Bakshi? We discussed yesterday. Huh? Military commander. Listen, he was a military commander. We discussed Mir Bakshi. Mir Bakshi is a concept from which administration? Mughal administration. How many ministries we discussed in Mughals? 4 ministries. Diwan, Mir Bakshi, Sadar and Mir Saman. Listen, so of course these are successor state. Of course the British Mughal administrative system is also there in Bengal also. So look at that one. All these persons had issue with whom? Issue with Siraj Dowla. And that is the reason there is a famous statement. Listen, Plassey was a banking transaction in which the big bankers of Bengal sold out Nawab to these Englishers. Listen, it was a banking transaction. Why it was called as a banking transaction? Because the rich persons of Bengal, they are making conspiracy with whom? Britishers. And that is the reason the result of Plassey was already decided. Even before the battle could happen, the result was already decided. Because even the military commander is also supporting whom? Britishers. Okay. And now we are coming into Battle of Plassey on 23rd June 1757. On which banks river? Banks of river Bhagirathi. And only 2 persons fought on the side of Siraj Dowla, that is Mohanlal as well as Mir Madan. Okay. And due to conspiracy and treason, Siraj Dowla got easily defeated. Okay. Because result was already predetermined. Okay. So even before the battle could happen, the result was already predetermined. And later what happened to Siraj Dowla? He was executed. And that is the reason the famous Bengali poet Nabin Chandra Sen calls it as what? What is the famous quote of Nabin Chandra Sen? He says, "He is a night of eternal gloom." Okay. That descended over India. What is my eternal gloom? It's a continuous, we can say, dark night. Okay, so the dark night continued in India from 1757 to until 1947. It's a night of eternal gloom. That was said by whom? Said by Nabin Chandra Sen. Okay, with reference to which battle? Battle of Plassey. Now, what is the result of Battle of Plassey? What happened after that one? Now, who became the new Nawab right now? Now, Mir Jafar became the new Nawab. Actually, Mir Jafar was the uncle of Siraj Dowla. Okay, he was relative only. Okay, and an undisputed free trade in Bengal for whom? For Britishers. And now they became masters of Bengal. At the same time, they got zamindari of 24 paraganas. What is zamindari? Revenue collection rights too. Okay, and at the same time, they demanded more and more gifts, bribes from MJ. MJ means not Michael Jackson. Who was MJ? Mir Jafar. Okay, so they decided because they couldn't be satisfied. Okay, they could not be satisfied. They demanded more and more gifts, more and more bribes from Nawab as well as from his officials also. And now there is a beginning of what? Beginning of drain of wealth. Listen, drain of wealth from India. And again Mir Jafar, but how long he is going to give all the gifts and bribes? What Mir Jafar thought was Britishers would help him and then they will go away. Listen, then they will go away, he will rule on his own. But that was not the Britishers' plan. Listen, he could not satisfy Britishers, and that is the reason what happened? The Britishers started interfering in his administration. Okay, and one person called as Yendri Vansittart, he wanted to depose Mir Jafar because Mir Jafar stopped giving all the bribes, stopped giving all the incentives to whom? Incentives to Britishers. And that is the reason they want a new Nawab. The new Nawab who could fit in the game of imperialism. And that new Nawab, they made another conspiracy with whom? Mir Qasim. Who was Mir Qasim? son-in-law of Mir Jafar. And that is say what? Mir Jafar betrayed his king. It was Siraj-ud-Dawla. Now his own son-in-law betrayed Mir Jafar. Karma. Listen, that is one thing. Battle of, before that one, what happened? Battle of Bedara. What is Battle of Bedara? Yesterday only I told you. Because Mir Jafar, he could not satisfy the Britishers. Now we want to defeat the Britishers. But Britishers were already powerful. By 1750s, Britishers had become too much powerful. Now we took the help of Dutch. And that is called as Battle of Bedara or Battle of Chinsura in November 1759. But ultimately what happened? Britishers completely defeated Dutch also and defeated Mir Jafar also. Now who became new Nawab of Bengal? Mir Qasim. That is in 1760. Okay. Now we are coming into leading to Battle of Buxar. Okay. So you got what is the reason for Battle of Plassey? Okay. There is 4 reasons we talked about. Now Mir Qasim in 1760 he got help from which person? British official Vansittart. Because Vansittart wanted to depose whom? Mir Jafar, and they deposed Mir Jafar. Now who became new Nawab? Mir Qasim. But Mir Qasim was an able administrator. Okay. He wanted to continue his administration on his own. He wanted to be politically independent. He did not want whose interference? Britishers' interference. Isn't? That is the reason he shifted headquarters. From where to where? From Mongier to Murshidabad. Sorry, from Murshidabad to Mongier. Ulta that is. That is because Murshidabad is where in near Calcutta area. That is where Britishers were there. So they thought they would be interfering in his administration, and that is the reason he shifted the headquarters to Mongier, that is in Bihar. At the same time, army was reorganized and he started a gun factory. Okay. At the same time, he dismissed all the corrupt officials, all the officials who were giving support to whom? Giving support to Britishers, and ultimately he fortified Bihar also. So that he is knowing that one in future what happened? Britishers might attack Mir Qasim. But do you think all these are to the liking of the Britishers? Okay, Britishers will like all this kind of efficiency? No, they wanted what? They want a puppet. They want a puppet in whom? They want a puppet in Bengal Nawab. But Mir Qasim was not fitting in that game. Listen, and that is the reason now what happened? Now they had a kind of conflict with Mir Qasim also. And one conflict is obviously his interference in his administration. So because he is trying to be independent. Who is trying to be independent? Mir Qasim, without any interference from Britishers. Now what Britishers did was start interfering in his administration. How they interfered? They started organizing their own courts. They started giving punishment to Mir Qasim's officials. So these are the interference of Britishers were happening during the time of Battle of Buxar too. And at the same time, second issue was the Dastak issue again. What is the Dastak issue right now? Now Dastak issue is that one. In 1757, they misutilized the Dastak for private trade. But right now, they passed the Dastak to friendly Indian merchants. So now what happened to friendly Indian merchants? They no need to pay any kind of taxes because their goods are covered under what? Dastak. And that causing what? That causing ultimately economic strain to which treasury? Bengal treasury. Now who is losing all the money? Mir Qasim. Isn't? Now that is the reason. What he did was he abolished Dastak for each and everyone. Listen, that is, or we can say, rather than abolishing Dastak, in other words I should say, that is he abolished taxes for each and everyone. Because Britishers were tax free, but Indians had to pay what? Taxes. Now what he did was, he abolished taxes for Britishers also, he abolished taxes for Indians also. Now who became equal? Britishers and Indians became equal. In what terms? In trading terms. So do you think Britishers will accept that one? Because they always claimed what kind of position? Higher position. We can say privileged position. And they wanted reimposition of taxation on Indians. So that Indians should pay taxation for what purpose? For trading purposes. Britishers should have what? Free trade. But Mir Qasim was not able to accept that one. And ultimately that is the major reason for which battle? Battle of Buxar. When did it happen? 1764. October 1764. Now who are the allies? They were Mir Qasim took help from two other persons. Who are the two other persons? That is Shah Alam II of Mughals. At the same time Shuja'ud-Dawla of Awadh. Okay. And on the opposite side, East India Company, who was the commander? In Battle of Plassey, Robert Clive. In Battle of Buxar, it was Hector Munro. Okay. And ultimately who got defeated? All the three powers got defeated. Bengal also got defeated, Mughals also got defeated. At the same time, another one, Awadh also got defeated. Now, after Battle of Buxar, they signed some treaties. Which treaty they signed? Treaty of Allahabad. First treaty of Allahabad and second treaty of Allahabad. And the first treaty in 1765, they signed with Nizamud-Dawla. Who was Nizamud-Dawla? He was the new Nawab of Bengal. So who was in 1757, Siraj-ud-Dawla, and then Mir Jafar, and then it was Mir Qasim, and now who is? That is Nazmud-Dawla. That is new Nawab of Bengal. He was one of the sons of Mir Jafar. Okay, so he was one of the sons of Mir Jafar. And what he agreed in this treaty? What did he agree? He agreed to disband the army. Now, Bengal should not have any kind of army. Okay, Bengal should not have any kind of army because they knew any in the future Nawab, they might try to attack whom? They might try to attack Britishers. And that is the reason they disbanded the Bengal army. Now, who will protect Bengal? Britishers army. British army will protect Bengal. At the same time, administer through Deputy Subedar. Now, even in administration of Bengal, the Britishers are having kind of indirect control. That is, there should be one person called as Deputy Subedar, and now this Deputy Subedar will help the Nawab in administration of which province? Bengal province. Now, can we say Bengal came under the indirect control of which rulers or which power? Britishers. And then again, Treaty of Allahabad or Prayagraj, it was signed with whom? Signed with Shah Alam II. Now, which power they got? Very, very important power they got. Diwani power. Diwani of what? Diwani of Bengal, Bihar and Odisha. What do you mean Diwani power? What do you mean Diwani? Diwani means taxation collection. That is, now all the taxation of Bengal, Bihar and Odisha now will be given to whom? Given to Britishers, not to the local rulers. Now all the taxation of India, that is one of the richest provinces of India, then now came under the control of Britishers too. And Diwani also means one more power. Which another power of Diwani means? One power is taxation. Second power is what? Civil justice. Diwani means also means civil justice too, because we will come to dual administration, we will come to that one. And then again, Shah Alam II will be given how much pension? 26 lakh rupees of pension too. Now the mighty Mughals, who were having all the revenue control over most of India, now what became? They became mere pensioners of Britishers. And that is how the Mughals from Babur time to until Shah Alam II time. Okay, so they were going from year to year. They became the mere pensioners. Okay, and then he was given two districts of Allahabad and districts of Kora. And whatever the revenue from Allahabad and Kora comes, that will be given to Shah Alam II. Okay, so there is a puppet position of Mughal rulers. Okay, then again he signed one more treaty with Shujauddaulah. Shujauddaulah was whom? He was the Nawab of Awadh. Okay, he was Nawab of Awadh. It is called a second treaty of Allahabad or second treaty of Prayagraj. And what he signed here? What he agreed? Shujauddaulah. What he agreed for? That he has to provide 50 lakh rupees for war indemnity. What do war indemnity? As a compensation. So he has to pay 50 lakh rupees in 1764. Just imagine how much inflation adjusted today. Okay, and British troops to protect him. Now Shujauddaulah agreed. The Britishers are going to station some of the troops in which state? Awadh state. And this is a foundation for which policy in future? Subsidiary alliance. The foundation for subsidiary alliance was started in 1764. Who brought the subsidiary alliance treaty? Wellesley. Okay, so Wellesley as the one person who brought the subsidiary alliance treaty. And now, who became the dependent of East India Company? Awadh. Awadh became the dependent. Because when British troops are there, obviously he lost which power? Nawab of Awadh. He lost the right of self-defense. Awadh lost the right of self-defense. Now, for the protection of Awadh, they should depend upon whom? Britishers. You see? So this is what happened after Battle of Buxar too. So they say that is Battle of Buxar as an important consequence for the destiny of India. Okay. So what kind of destiny? Destiny changed. Destiny changed for what? From good to worse. What happened to India after that one? Colonialism happened. Okay. What do you mean colonialism? Yesterday I told you. That is governing India for the benefit of England. Okay. And that led to a lot of drain of wealth too. Okay. So that's what happening after Battle of Buxar too. Like I told you, Britishers came as traders and they became imperialists, and now they are becoming colonialists. And that colonialism could be seen through what? The colonialism could be seen through their administration, the civil service administration, police administration, as well as overall impact of British rule in India. Okay. And now dual administration in Bengal from 1765 to 1772. What is my dual administration? What is my dual administration? That is one administration in the hands of East India Company, other administration in the hands of Nawab. Which administration in the hands of East India Company? Diwani administration. What is my Diwani administration? I told you. Control revenue, at the same time civil justice. You see? That is civil justice. And Nawab will take care of Nizamat administration. What do you mean Nizamat? Nizamat means criminal justice system as well as judicial system. That is law and order also. So Nawab will take care of law and order, and East India Company will take care of what? Revenue. But the real power is in whose hands? East India Company. Because you have power only when you have revenue. But revenue is in whose hands? British hands. But law and order is in whose hands? Nawab hands. But this law and order and judicial administration should be taken care of by Nawab only with the help of whom? Only with the help of Deputy Subedar. And who will appoint this Deputy Subedar? Britishers. All the administration of Bengal, particularly the revenue administration, was in direct control. But the other administration of Bengal was in indirect control. That is through Deputy Subedar. The Deputy Subedar name was Muhammad Riza Khan. Okay, he was the Deputy Subedar who was helping Nazmud-Dawla. That was the new Nawab of Bengal. So can we say political control as well as economic control of Bengal now under the control of Britishers. And he was also Deputy Diwan on behalf of East India Company. Not necessarily, just two types of administration. One is Diwani administration, other one is Nizamat administration. Nizamat means general administration, Diwani means taxation administration. Now what is the impact of this dual administration? Who has the power? Britishers. Who has the responsibility? The Nawab. What responsibility Nawab has? Law and order responsibility, welfare of the people. You said to take care of welfare of people, what do you require was revenue. But revenue is in whose hands? Britishers' hand. Do you think British are guided by the welfare aspect? No. Like this kind of situation arose. Power but no responsibility. Britishers had power without responsibility. But Nawabs have responsibility without any power. And that is led to administrative breakdown. Now the famine started to happen in India. Because administration is not happening properly. No welfare measures are being able to taken. Because why? All the revenue was in the hands of Britishers. Now because the Britishers got the revenue in their own hands, what is the biggest advantage they got? What is the biggest advantage they got? India was called a sink of precious metals. Isn't it? India was called a sink of precious metals. All the bullion from UK was flowing into India. Because why? When Indians exported goods, Indians were receiving what? Bullion. Isn't? Out of UK bullion, they were purchasing Indian money. But right now, Indian money is in the hands of whom? Britishers. Now, out of Indian money, they can purchase Indian goods, they can export it to UK. That is the beginning of drain of wealth. That is the real beginning of drain of wealth. Now, there is no need for bullion from home. East India Company, to purchase goods of India, they required money from where? UK. But right now, there is no money flowing out of UK. Isn't? Out of Indian money, they can purchase Indian goods and they can export it to England. Now, where the capital accumulation is happening? UK. And that capital accumulation was used for what? Industrial revolution. Now, England was experiencing industrial revolution. What India was experiencing? Deindustrialization. All the Indian industries were taking backside. Like we talk about capitalism tendency was growing during the time of Mughals. We talked about Kashi Viranna. Isn't capitalism tendency? Entrepreneurship was growing. Now that all such entrepreneurship as well as capitalism tendency was started to grow in England. Now India became the colony of Britishers. What colony of Britishers? Agricultural colony of industrial Britain. India provided agricultural raw materials for the industrialization of Britain. Now every other country in Europe was experiencing industrialization and India was experiencing deindustrialization. So that is the beginning of drain of wealth and that led to a lot of famines also. And last year one mains question was also asked. 2022, what is the last year mains question? Very simple. There was an increase in famines in India in the 18th and 19th century. Can you write something? Even though it's not a mains discussion, this little bit idea. Okay. And this dual administration was ended by Warren Hastings in 1772. Because even the British administrators, even British politicians and even British historians, they criticize the impact of dual administration because it led to ultimately administrative breakdown in Bengal. And now we are coming into occupation of Mysuru or Mysore. Okay. Mysore was under whose rule? Now as a rapid revision, we discussed some treaties. Extra chapel, which were? Pondicherry, Paris, Allahabad. Very good. Okay, now we are coming into occupation of Mysore. Okay, you can just see how the Mysore territory was shrinking. This is the first and second war. Okay, this is the third war, and this is again fourth war. Okay, so ultimately Mysore was reduced into some kind of small principality, or we can say small kingdom. But Mysore was becoming bigger under two rulers. Who are the two rulers? Hyder Ali and Tipu Sultan. But before Hyder Ali could becoming the Nawab of Mysore, he never called himself the king of Mysore. He called himself as the Nawab of Mysore. And who was ruling Mysore? Mysore was under which family rule? Wadiyar family rule. Which Wadiyar was ruling? Chikka Krishnaraja Wadiyar II. But he was a puppet ruler. Krishnaraja Wadiyar was a puppet ruler. Okay, but rather the real power was in the hands of two Dalawais. That is Devraj and Nanjaraj. Devraj and Nanjaraj were the two brothers. They were actually running the administration. Can we say they were nobles like Zulfikar Khan, Saeed brothers, like they were the nobles who were actually running the administration of Mysore. And again, Hyder Ali was a soldier, but he started becoming strong, because what is the reason Hyder Ali was becoming strong? Because there was a three-way battle in South India. The three-way battle was between Mysore, Marathas and Nizam. It was a triangle battle. Okay, and in this triangle battle, Mysore was frequently invaded by Marathas as well as Nizams. And what Hyder Ali did, he protected Mysore from Marathas attacks as well as Nizam's attacks. And that is the reason Hyder Ali became so much powerful, and ultimately by 1761, he overthrown Wadiyar. At the same time, he overthrown two brothers also, that is Nanjaraj and Devraj, and he became the de facto ruler by 1761. Okay, and now we became threat to whom? He became threat to Britishers. Okay, and now we are coming into the first Anglo-Mysore war. What is the reason for first Anglo-Mysore war? What is the reason for first Anglo-Mysore war? French alliance, then anything else? Thing is that one, it happened between 1767 to 1769. Okay, the reason is that one, Hyder Ali was a threat. Hyder Ali was a threat to Britishers. Why? Because Hyder Ali was expanding whose territory? Mysore territory. But Britishers were there in Madras, because Madras was the neighborhood of Mysore. Because whatever the territories Hyder Ali was occupying, on those territories, Britishers also wanted to occupy the same kind of territories. That is the reason there was a threat of Hyder Ali to Britishers. He was a rising power. He was a rising power in Mysore, because both had territorial ambitions. Britishers also had territorial ambitions, and Hyder Ali also had territorial ambitions, and that is led to conflict. And that is the reason, to defeat Hyder Ali, they created triple alliance. With whom? Who are the other enemies of Mysore? Marathas, Nizam and Carnatic also. Carnatic means Arcot too. Okay. Now can we say quadruple alliance also? Because if you add Britishers, it will become quadruple alliance. Against one, 4 against 1. But I told you, already mentioned, that is Hyder Ali was an astute diplomat. Okay, he was an unquestionable leader. The reason is that one, he knew the intention of all these persons. Why Marathas are attacking Mysore? They want some kind of money. Why Nizam is attacking Mysore? They want some kind of territory. Okay, now Hyder Ali's diplomatic skills at work. He knew that is, he can't defeat all the 4 powers by himself, because he is isolated. Hyder Ali is isolated, and his 4 powers are trying to attack Mysore. And that is the reason what he did. He wanted to detach this alliance. He wanted to break this alliance. And that is the reason what he did. He gave some money to Marathas. Marathas wanted that one, right? Because one of the major aspect of Maratha state was plundering of the neighboring states. So he gave some money to Marathas. Now Marathas went out of the alliance. Now he promised some territories to Nizam. Nizam also went out of the alliance. Now who is left? Arcot and Britishers. Arcot was a small state. So that is the reason he attacked Arcot. Okay, that's what he did. His diplomatic skills, gave money to Marathas, then promised territory to Nizam and detached them from the alliance, and ultimately attacked Arcot. Now who got defeated? Carnatic. Now who left? Britishers. He nearly entered Madras. Madras was the headquarters of British East India Company. That is Southern British East India Company too. And now Britishers understood who is going to get defeated. They themselves are going to get defeated, and that is the reason they called for what? Peace. And which treaty was signed? Treaty of Madras in 1769. So what was there in Treaty of Madras? There was a mutual restitution of territories. What is a mutual restitution? What is a mutual restitution of territories? Whatever the territories occupied by British should be given back to Hyder Ali, and whatever the territories occupied by Hyder Ali should be given back to Britishers also. Okay, and also the defensive alliance was also signed. What is my defensive alliance? Like NATO. What is my NATO? What is NATO? If attack on one country will be considered as an attack on all other country, whoever the members. In this case, if anybody attacks Mysore, who should come to the help? Britishers. If anybody attacks Britishers, who should come to the help? Mysore. Listen. So some kind of an understanding was established in which treaty? Treaty of Madras. So now what happened? Ultimately, because of this position, who won in the first battle? Mysore. Because who asked for the peace? Britishers. And who defeated the Britishers? Mysore. Okay. And now, what is the reason for second Anglo-Mysore war? I told you Mysore was frequently invaded by whom? Marathas. If the Marathas were attacking Mysore, according to Treaty of Madras, who should come to the help of Mysore? Britishers. Britishers were not trustworthy. Listen, when Marathas attacked Mysore, okay, in 1771, Who should have come to the help? Britishers. But Britishers did not come to help too. So that is the reason Hyder Ali thought they were not trustworthy. Initially, he wanted to take the help of Britishers to modernize Mysore army and everything. You see? But right now, because of the breaking of promises, the only promise Britishers ever kept was which one? I will come to that one later, okay? Only promise they ever kept, okay? So they were not trustworthy. That is the reason he looked for whose help? French help. And that is the reason. Initially, he wanted the help of Britishers. But when they broke the promises, and that is the reason he looked towards French help. And how the French helped? Helped through lead, saltpeter. And what is the lead and saltpeter? Where they are used? They used in gun. They used as gunpowder also. They used as explosives. And the French were helping Mysore from which port? Mahe. Mahe is where? Mahe is in western coast of India. That is in Kerala. That is in Mahe port. And also, during that point of time, which year we are talking about? 1770s. In 1770s, there was the American War of Independence was going on. So, a lot of Indian history is related, world history also. The American War of Independence. In American War of Independence, France was supporting America against which country? Britishers. They say France and England were natural enemies. Listen, wherever they went, only two wars they were together is First World War and Second World War. Listen, other than that one, before that, previously, France and England were always on the opposite side. And now, through Mahe port, Britishers believed Hyder Ali can help France in America. So they thought Hyder Ali can go to America to fight against whom? To fight against Britishers. And that is the reason they attacked Mahe port. Listen, because they were getting all the help from Mahe port. So Britishers directly attacked which port? Mahe. Mahe was under whose control? Mysore control. So it is an attack on whose sovereignty? Hyder Ali's sovereignty. And that is a direct reason for second Mysore war. Okay, so that is a violation of Madras Treaty and attack on Mahe. Okay, so now in second battle what happened? They defeated Hyder Ali at which battle? Battle of Porto Novo, and today it is called as Parangipattai. That is in Tamil Nadu in 1781. By who defeated Hyder Ali? Ayerkut. Ayerkut also defeated which other French? Count de Lally in battle of Vandivash. That is Carnatic war. And he died in 1782. Who continued the war? Tipu Sultan continued the war, and no side was winning, and that is the reason they signed a Treaty of Mangalore. Treaty of Mangalore was in 1784. What is Treaty of Mangalore again? Mutual restitution. What is mutual restitution? Exchange of territories. What are the territories occupied by British should be given back to Mysore, and Mysore territory, if it had been occupied, any kind of British territory should be given back. Okay, so now Treaty of Madras and Treaty of Mangalore. Okay, and now we are coming into Third Anglo-Mysore War. Third Anglo-Mysore War was in 1790 and 1792. What is the major reason for Third Anglo-Mysore War? Tipu attacked Travancore. Why Tipu attacked Travancore? Little bit complication is here. There were Dutch, okay, and again Cochin state. Okay, from Cochin state, the Dutch, they were having two territories. That is Jalkottal and Kannur. Cochin is where? Again, Kerala. Okay. This Jalkottal and Kannur was sold by Dutch to Raja of Travancore. Understood, right? Okay. From the Cochin state, Raja of Travancore bought two places. Which two places he bought? Jalkottal and Kannur. But Cochin was under the control of Tipu Sultan. Okay. So how can a foreign power can make a transaction in his own territory to a local Raja? Who was the local Raja who was buying those territories? Raja of Travancore. And Tipu thought is a violation of his own sovereignty, and that is the reason he attacked Travancore. Tipu thought Travancore Raja should have taken his permission. Whose permission? Tipu Sultan's permission to purchase which places? Jalkottal and Kannur, and that is the reason he attacked Travancore. Very simple. And his cause was Raja of Travancore. He was Ramavarma. He purchased Jalkottal and Kannur. He purchased from whom? Purchased from the Dutch, because Dutch were also there in Cochin state. But Cochin was under whom? Cochin was under Tipu Sultan, and that is the reason Tipu Sultan felt his permission was needed to make that transaction. Tipu Sultan thought his permission was needed, and that is the reason he attacked Travancore. When he attacked Travancore, why did the Britishers involve? Why it is called a Third Anglo-Mysore War? Because Travancore was a friend of Britishers. Okay, he was an ally of Britishers. Okay, and now Britishers also brought Marathas also, as well as Nizams also. Now all these four powers defeated whom? Tipu Sultan. Who was the Governor General? Cornwallis. There is a famous statement of Cornwallis. We have effectively crippled the enemy without making our friends too formidable. That is a famous statement of Cornwallis. That is along with the help of Marathas, Nizams and Travancore, they completely defeated Tipu Sultan. Now that led to which treaty? Treaty of Srirangapatnam. Okay, so in 1792, now half of Mysore was divided. Divided between whom? Divided between Marathas, Nizams as well as Britishers. And again 3 crore should be paid as war indemnity. But Tipu did not have 3 crore rupees. What he did? He pledged his sons. Okay, so this was in Treaty of Srirangapatnam. This is called as first division of Mysore. Treaty of 1792, Treaty of Srirangapatnam is called as first division of Mysore. And 1799 is called as second division of Mysore. Okay, some of the territories of Mysore went to Bombay. That is Bombay East India Company. At the same time, some of the territories went to Madras East India Company and some of the territories went to Nizam. And all these areas are called as what? Bombay Karnataka, Hyderabad Karnataka as well as Madras Karnataka. Okay, and fourth Anglo-Mysore War, that was happening in 1799. Who was the Governor General? Wellesley. And why? What is the major reason for fourth Anglo-Mysore War? The threat of Napoleon. There was a threat of Napoleon. At the same time, Wellesley was also an imperialist. What is my imperialism? Imperialism is what? You want to expand British territories as many times as possible. And there was a threat of Napoleon because Napoleon was rising in France. Napoleon was rising in France and he was defeating English one after the other. Okay, especially in France as well as in Egypt region as well as in other parts of England too. At the same time, French Revolution was also going on. French Revolution was going on and Napoleon, he gave one idea to the French government. Still, he had not become the ruler of France. He became ruler of France in 1799, 1800 onwards. And during that point of time, Napoleon gave one advice to the French rulers that instead of attacking England, because England was an island, because Britishers had very good navy, but France did not have very good navy. And that is the reason he gave the advice, we should attack English where? In India. Because they are going to get least expect out of it. They are not going to expect French to come to India. And that is the reason there was a threat of Napoleon coming to India. And Napoleon also opened negotiation with Tipu Sultan. He said Tipu Sultan and Napoleon. Okay, so they want to defeat whom? They want to defeat Britishers. Obviously, very simple mantra. Enemy's enemy is my friend. Okay, enemy's enemy is my friend too. Who brought this philosophy? Otto von Bismarck, you know. Who was Otto von Bismarck? German unification. German unification, not necessary. And that is the reason what Wellesley thought. We wanted to either tame Tipu Sultan or we can say wipe out his independence. To wipe out his independence, he proposed which treaty? Subsidiary Alliance Treaty. We'll come to Subsidiary Alliance Treaty. But Tipu refused to sign Subsidiary Alliance Treaty. Why he refused to sign Subsidiary Alliance Treaty? Because whichever powers signs Subsidiary Alliance Treaty, they are going to give up foreign power. They are going to give up diplomatic powers. And ultimately, the diplomacy and external powers will come under the control of whom? Under the control of Britishers. And Tipu, knowing all this, that is the reason he refused to sign which treaty? Subsidiary Alliance Treaty. And now they needed a proper reason to attack Tipu Sultan, because they require a proper reason. Because what happened on that one? Because the British East India Company coming under the control of Board of Control. Which was Board of Control? When it was established, Board of Control? 1784 Act. Because East India Company was responsible to Board of Control. Responsible in which matter? Responsible in war matters, revenue matters. So, if they intentionally attack any other power, they should be accountable to Board of Control. And that is the reason, to prove they were right in attacking Tipu Sultan, they put some kind of baseless allegation against Tipu Sultan. What kind of baseless allegation? That he was conspiring with Marathas. He was conspiring with Nizams. They needed a reason to attack Tipu Sultan. And that reason was baseless allegation. Ultimately, he was defeated. Defeated in which battle? Ultimately, fourth battle. That is the fourth Anglo-Mysore War. And now which family was restored? Wadiyar family. Wadiyar family restored with Krishnaraja Wadiyar III, also called as Mummadi Krishnaraja Wadiyar. Okay, Mummadi Krishnaraja Wadiyar. These are the only promise Britishers kept. Because when Hyder Ali overthrown Wadiyar dynasty and the Wadiyar family had signed an agreement with the British East India Company. That according to that agreement, whenever they defeat either Tipu Sultan or Hyder Ali, Wadiyar family should be restored. Okay, Wadiyar family should be restored. And now that treaty was signed in way back in 1780s. But they were restored in 1799. When Tipu Sultan got defeated in 1799, his minister was Diwan Purnaya. Have you heard about his name? Diwan Purnaya. And when Britishers asked Diwan Purnaya who should be the next rulers of Mysore, he actually proposed Tipu Sultan's sons should be made as the next kings. But then Britishers remembered, no, we had signed a treaty. With whom? With Wadiyars. And that is the reason they had restored Wadiyar dynasty. And Wadiyar signed which treaty? Subsidiary Alliance Treaty. Okay, so after 1799, when they were restored, Britishers said that one, you have to sign which treaty? Subsidiary alliance treaty. And with subsidiary alliance. Now, what is subsidiary alliance? We'll come to that one. What is subsidiary alliance? What is my subsidiary alliance? It was brought by Richard Wellesley. There were two Wellesleys in India, Arthur Wellesley and Richard Wellesley, two brothers. Who was Arthur Wellesley? Brother of Richard Wellesley. Arthur Wellesley is the one person who actually defeated Napoleon. Okay, Richard Wellesley was the Governor General between 1798 to 1805. Okay, and now what are the objectives behind subsidiary alliance system? First and foremost, maintain army at others' expense. And second objective was to keep India safe from Napoleon. Okay, and lastly, to establish British supremacy over Indian states. What would have happened if Napoleon had come to India? Probably we would be having this conversation in French. Okay, you would have also colonized India. Instead of English, you would be learning French. That would have happened. Okay, that is objective is what? Maintain army at others' expense and keep India safe from Napoleon, at the same time to establish British supremacy. What is my British supremacy? What is British supremacy? It is British sovereignty, British control over Indian territories. Now, how subsidiary alliance system was working? How it worked? First and foremost, what is the first condition? They will station some troops. Who will station some troops? Britishers. And for that, the Raja should provide what? Some money, some subsidy money. Okay. And if they can't provide money, what should be given? Territory should be given. Okay. At the same time, to maintain this army, to control this army, there will be one British resident. The British resident will be appointed at whichever this state that signs the subsidiary alliance treaty. At the same time, one more condition was there should be no other Europeans in services. They should not give any kind of concession to any other European. They should give only permission to whom? They should give only concession and privilege only to Britishers, not from any other country. Okay, there is no European services. At the same time, they also put one more condition that there should be no negotiation with a foreign power without consultation of Governor General. Who was the Governor General? Wellesley. Because they wanted to restrict Indian princes from negotiating with which country? Foreigner. Which foreigner particularly talking about? Napoleon. Napoleon was the biggest threat to Britishers. At the same time, they also promised that one, they are going to non-interference in internal administration. That's the promise they never kept. Okay, they always interfered in internal administration, internal affairs too. And at the same time, they also promised we are going to protect from the third party attacks. If Marathas signed, Marathas would be protected from whom? Nizams. If Nizam signed, they will be protected from whom? Marathas. If Mysore had signed subsidiary alliance system, now Mysore will be protected from whom? Marathas as well as Nizams also. And this is the overall conditions of subsidiary alliance system. If they violate all these rules and regulation, if any state which has signed subsidiary alliance system, if they violate any of this thing, what would happen to that state? Because Britishers will directly take over that state. So instead of that local rule, Britishers rule will be directly established. And if they violate any person, particularly the local Rajas, if they violate subsidiary alliance system, the direct administration of Britishers will be established over that one particular region. Now, who signed subsidiary alliance system? Who is the first person to sign? Hyderabad. And we know that is little bit analysis. By signing subsidiary alliance system, they gave away the independence, no right to self-defense. At the right time, there will no diplomatic rights, because all these rights will be controlled by whom? Britishers. The Britishers will have the supremacy over that one particular region. Okay. Now, they became dependent of Britishers. Now, who signed? First one to sign was Hyderabad. Second one to sign was Mysore. Then again Tanjavur, Awadh, Peshwa. Okay. Then again Sindhya, Gaikwad. Then again Berar, Holkar, Sindh. Again Jodhpur, Jaipur, Macheri, Bandi, and again the ruler of Bharatpur. That is Rajput states. They signed in 1818. So they are given in chronological order also. They can ask for chronology, or they can put one statement also. Okay. So go through this one, because I think I already shared with online students. It will be shared to you today. Okay. So arrival of whatever today we are discussing, all these papers will be shared after the class too. Okay. So make sure you know which state has been signed subsidiary alliance treaty. Okay. And now we are coming into one of the questions asked about the subsidiary alliance treaty. Which of the following statement does not apply to the system of subsidiary alliance introduced by Wellesley? Okay. 2018. To maintain a large standing army at others' expense. Is it true? To keep India safe from Napoleon danger? To secure a fixed income for the company? Okay. To establish British paramountcy over the Indian states? Okay. Does not apply. Which will not apply? I told you three objectives, right? Which are three objectives? Because British's army will be maintained at others' expense. They will provide some kind of subsidy money. And one of the major intention was to safeguard India from whom? Napoleon. At the same time, to establish British supremacy or paramountcy. Both are same. The answer should be C. That is, there was no fixed income aspect in this. Okay. And now occupation of Marathas. Okay. Yes, they were at the same time, because the person who actually waged war, okay, that is Arthur Wellesley. He was also there. Yes. But he later went to Europe because of the Napoleon threat. He went to Europe. And occupation of Marathas. Now, what was the Maratha state system? In India, yes. He is the person who actually brought the subsidiary system. Arthur Wellesley is just a commander. He was a military commander. Okay. But in Europe, after he went back to England, after defeating Napoleon, he actually became the Prime Minister also. Okay. He actually became the Prime Minister of England too. Okay. Then again, Marathas state system. Okay. What was Maratha state system? Who was the establisher of Maratha state system? Shivaji. But once Shivaji died, what happened to Maratha state system? It disintegrated into 5 ruling families. Like Bahmani kingdom, it was also disintegrated into how many families? 5 families. Which are the 5 families? Adil Shahis, Nizam Shahis, Barid Shahis, and as in Berar Shahis. At the same time, Golconda, Qutub Shahis also. Now, which are the 5 families in Marathas? Peshwa, that is in Pune. Then again, Bhonsle in Nagpur, Scindia in Gwalior. Then again, Gayakwad in Baroda, and lastly, Volkar in Indore. And these 5 families had conflict among themselves. They had a lot of conflict among themselves. And who interfered in these conflicts? Britishers. And ultimately, Marathas also became subservient to Britishers, and all the Maratha territories were occupied by Britishers also. Okay, so they had a lot of conflict among themselves. Okay, now first Anglo-Maratha war. I don't want to get into Peshwas. Like, who are the major Peshwas? Balaji Vishwanath, okay, Balaji Bajirao, and Bajirao won also, at the same Madhav Rao. And until Madhav Rao, Peshwas were good. After Madhav Rao, the conflict started. Okay, because Maratha state system, after the death of Shivaji, it was just a kingdom. But it was becoming an empire under Peshwas. Because Balaji Vishwanath, Balaji Bajirao and Bajirao won, they were expanding Maratha state system. So Maratha state system was becoming an empire. They could have challenged which power? They could have challenged Britishers. But because of their internal dissension, ultimately they played into the hands of Britishers too. Okay. In 1772 to 1782. What is the major reason for first Anglo-Maratha war? What is the major reason? What is the causes? We saw the causes for first Anglo-Mysore war, second Anglo-Mysore war, third Anglo-Mysore war, and again fourth Anglo-Mysore war. Again, revision. Which treaties? Treaty of Pondicherry. Which war? Treaty of Paris. Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. Treaty of Madras. Treaty of Srirangapatna. Treaty of Mangalore. Okay. Actually, after fourth Anglo-Mysore war, there was second Treaty of Srirangapatna. Okay, there was second Treaty of Srirangapatna also. Now, what are the reason for first Anglo-Maratha war? Because after the death of Madhav Rao, there was a internal dissensions. There was an internal dissension within the Peshwa. Okay, there was a British ambitions were also there. At the same time, there was internal dissensions among the Peshwa. Why there was an internal dissension among Peshwa is very, very simple. So, was Peshwaship was hereditary? In the beginning, when Ashtapradhan was established, one of the major official was Peshwa. It was merit based. Peshwas used to change. But from after Balaji Vishwanath time onwards, the Peshwaship became hereditary. Okay. Out of the 5 families, now which family became more important? Peshwa. Now other people also wanted to become Peshwa. Because Peshwaship became very, very important. Because Peshwa was the head of the Maratha state system. King was nominal. The real administration, the real power was in the hands of Peshwa. Now everybody wanted to become Peshwa. Now everybody wanted to dominate which region, which city? Pune. Pune was the power center. Power center of which state system? Maratha state system. And within Peshwa family also, other person also want to become Peshwas. Within Peshwa family. After the death of Madhav Rao. Okay, so after the death of Madhav Rao, the brother of Madhav Rao, who was the brother of Madhav Rao? Narayan Rao. He became the Peshwa. Okay, he became the Peshwa. Now, another person also want to become Peshwa. The uncle of Narayan Rao, that was Raghunath Rao. Okay, don't worry about the family relationship. Just worry about what is happening over there. Okay, so Narayan Rao was assassinated by Raghunath Rao. Now, who is the Peshwa right now? Raghunath Rao. After assassination of Narayan Rao, Raghunath Rao became the Peshwa. Okay, but when Narayan Rao, he had been married, his wife was pregnant when he died. So there was a birth of a posthumous son to Narayan Rao, and he was named as Savai Madhav Rao or Madhav Rao II or Madhav Rao Narayan. Now officially who should become Peshwa? Savai Madhavrao. Okay, now that boy prince got help from one of his ministers. That minister was Nana Fadnavis, not Devendra Fadnavis. Okay, that is Nana Fadnavis too. And that is the reason now whose position became threat right now? Raghunath Rao. Raghunath Rao was the Peshwa. Now who is the real claimant for Peshwa? Savai Madhavrao. This right? And that is the reason Raghunath Rao went to British. He went to British and signed which treaty? Treaty of Surat. Okay? He signed Treaty of Surat with whom? Bombay British East India Company. There were 3 British East India Companies in India. Bengal East India Company, Bombay East India Company and Madras East India Company. Now Raghunath Rao signed treaty with which East India Company? Bombay East India Company. Now Bombay East India Company promised Raghunath Rao that we are going to support you. And that is the reason Raghunath Rao had to give up 2 places. He had to give up Salsette and Bassein. And at the same time, Bombay East India Company promised to Raghunath Rao that we are going to provide you some soldiers. How many soldiers? 2,500 soldiers. If is any kind of conflict happening within Peshwa family, the Britishers are going to help which family? Raghunath Rao family. But another faction, which is another faction? Savai Madhavrao. So Savai Madhavrao got help from which person? Nana Fadnavis. Now they went to Calcutta East India Company. Okay. So they signed Treaty of Purandara. Sorry, Treaty of Purandar. That is in 1776. Because Calcutta East India Company was the supreme East India Company in India. The major East India Company, all the decision making was in the hands of Calcutta East India Company. So they said whatever the treaty signed by Bombay East India Company is null and void. Because you don't have the authority to sign the treaty. Who should sign the treaty? Calcutta East India Company. Now Calcutta East India Company signed treaty with whom? Nana Fadnavis. And which treaty they signed? Treaty of Purandar. So they nullified which treaty? They nullified the Treaty of Surat. And that is the reason they renounced Raghunath Rao claims. Now who became Peshwa? Savai Madhavrao. But who was the administrator on behalf of Savai Madhavrao? Nana Fadnavis. But in this treaty, which treaty? Purandar Treaty. Britishers had put one condition to Nana Fadnavis. What that one condition is? You should not give any help to foreigners. Who are the foreigners here? French or any other Europeans. But Nana Fadnavis violated the treaty. Which treaty violated? Purandara Treaty. By giving some concession to France. So technically, now who declared war on Nana Fadnavis? Britishers. So that led to which war? First Anglo-Maratha war. You're getting this story right? Okay. So Peshwa conflict happened. They signed 2 treaties. Which 2 treaties? Surat Treaty as well as Purandara Treaty. Now who violated Purandara Treaty? Nana Fadnavis. And that is the reason Britishers declared war. But in this war, actually in the first phase, Britishers got defeated. Because all these 5 families had little bit good relationship. Okay. Now Mahadaji Sindhya. Sindhyas of which one? Sindhyas of which family? which city? Gwalior. Sindhyas of Gwalior. So Mahadaji Sindhya, he defeated Britishers at a place called Wadgaon. Okay, so they also signed one more treaty called as Wadgaon Treaty. Now Britishers surrendered to whom? Surrendered to Marathas. Now who got defeated here? Britishers in the first phase. But Warren Hastings, he was the Governor General. He sent even more larger army, and his larger army defeated Marathas. Now who won this in this battle? Britishers. So can we say draw? In the first phase who won? Marathas. In the second phase who won? Britishers. And that led to treaty. Which treaty? Treaty of Salbai. Now they can ask different kind of questions. Treaty of Surat, Treaty of Purandar, Treaty of Salbai related to which of the following war? Which war? First Anglo-Maratha war. You are getting it right? Treaty of Salbai. Now Treaty of Salbai is in 1782. Again, mutual restitution. What is mutual restitution? Exchange of territories. Whatever the territories occupied by each other should be given back. So this is which war? First Anglo-Maratha war. That is mutual restitution. And Britishers supported, or they claimed that one, they are not going to support Raghunath Rao. Now who will continue as Peshwa right now? Savai Madhavrao. Savai Madhavrao will continue as Peshwa. That is East India Company's trade privileges which were taken away. When the war was declared, all the privileges of East India Company were taken away, and that is the reason those privileges were also restored. Okay. And Peshwa should not support any other Europeans. The one condition always Britishers put in any treaties is that one, the signing Raja or the signing family should not give support to any other Europeans other than the Britishers. Okay. And next one, we are coming into Second Anglo-Maratha war. Okay. Now who was the new Peshwa? Savai Madhavrao. But he committed suicide. Okay. Savai Madhavrao committed suicide. Okay. Without any heir. And that is the reason new Peshwa was Bajirao II. Not Balaji. That is Bajirao II in 1795 became Peshwa. Who was Bajirao II? He was the son of Raghunath Rao. He was the son of Raghunath Rao. But he was worthless. Okay, he was not fit into the place of Peshwa. What he wanted to do was, he wanted to increase the power of Peshwa. What he was doing, he was provoking conflict among other 4 families. Which are the other 4 families? Scindia, Gayakwad, Bhonsle. Okay, so along these families, to secure his own position, he was bringing conflicts among all other 4 families. And that is what led to what? Some jealousies against Peshwa. In bringing these conflicts, what he did, he killed or he murdered the brother of Yashwantrao Holkar, that was Vitoji Rao. Yashwantrao Holkar was very, very powerful. Now what Yashwantrao Holkar did, obviously he wanted to take revenge. So now he defeated Bajirao II at a battle called as Battle of Adapsar. Now who got defeated? Bajirao II. You said Bajirao II got defeated. Now he wanted help. To whom he went to? Britishers. Okay, so Peshwa went to East India Company. Britishers nave baralla butputrappa andru butilla ivaru. Howdalla? Udikand hogta idare. That's what Indians are doing during that point of time. Okay, so now opportunities also came to Britishers and they better utilize their opportunities. Okay, but Britishers said conditions will apply. What that condition? Treaty of Versailles. That condition was subsidiary treaty. Who was the Governor General again? Wellesley. Okay, he had to sign subsidiary treaty. Now Peshwa signed subsidiary treaty. With whom? With the Britishers. And that what Britishers asked for? Britishers asked for Surat also. Okay, Surat was given up. At the same time, surrendered all the foreign policy. Now Peshwa's foreign policy will be regulated by whom? Britishers. Because once you sign subsidiary alliance treaty, you will be losing your political independence. There is no sovereignty. All your right to self-defense, everything will be taken care of by whom? Britishers. Okay, and now gave up Chowth on Nizam's areas also. Oh, what was Chowth? I told you. That was 1/4 of the land revenue, 25%. Isn't? See, when Marathas were imposing this taxation on neighbors, that is the supremacy of Marathas. That is the power of Marathas. Now they are giving up their own power. Isn't? Now they are giving up their own power to whom? Power to Britishers. And now the Maratha heads, the head of the state, now became the dependent of East India Company. Okay, so that's why I told you that is Maratha when under Peshwas until Madhav Rao, the Marathas were becoming a empire. But right now what happened? Because of the quality of leadership, because of the quality of leadership of Bajirao II and all the after Madhav Rao II, what happened? The Peshwas were became the puppets of Britishers. That is the reason. Ultimately, they say that one there is a famous statement. Besane gave the Britishers the key to India, not the Buxar. They say Besane. Why Besane? What is the reason? Treaty of Besane. I said Besane gave Britishers the key to India. The last challenger to Britishers in India was Peshwa family, or we can say Marathas. Isn't? Now they became dependent of whom? Dependent of Britishers. Okay. And now the second Anglo-Maratha war, Britishers defeated every other Maratha family too. Which are the Maratha family? Bhonsle got defeated and they signed Treaty of Dioga. At the same time, they defeated Scindia. Scindia signed Treaty of Surji Arjungav. At the same time, they defeated Holkar and he signed Treaty of Rajpurgat. And overall, 75% of the overall Maratha territory came under the control of whom? Control of Britishers. Now, whose power got shattered? Maratha's power got shattered. Now, they defeated each and every family and they can ask these minor treaties also. Everybody knows Treaty of Besane, but very few people have heard about Treaty of Devgarh, Treaty of Surji Arjungav and Treaty of Rajpurgat. They can ask for match the following also. Or they can ask in different way, which of the following treaties related to Second Anglo-Maratha War. How many treaties are there here? Treaty of Besane, Deogav, Arjungav as well as Rajpurgat. 4 treaties are there. Okay. Sorry. Gayakwad, he stayed neutral. That was the diplomacy of Britishers. They made Gayakwad to stay neutral. When staying neutral means what? It means he should have helped which family? Peshwa family, or not Peshwa family, rather these families. Because Peshwa was supporting whom? Britishers. Because these 3 families were fighting against Peshwa. You see? They're fighting against Peshwa. Now, on behalf of Peshwa, these 3 families got defeated by Britishers. And they make sure that Gayakwad remained neutral. Gayakwad did not support all these families. Some kind of an hostile neutrality they call it. What mean hostile neutrality? Because they're fighting their brothers. Isn't it? All these families are brothers of Gayakwad. Isn't? But Gayakwad what they did? They did not support Britishers. They neither did support Marathas also. And that is what the diplomacy of Britishers too. And ultimately now we are coming into Third Anglo-Maratha War. That is in which year? 1817, 1818. Okay. And who was the Governor General? Edward Hastings. Okay, that was Warren Hastings was different. This was a different Hastings. This was Edward Hastings. What is the major reason for this third Anglo-Maratha war? What is the major reason? Issue of Pindaris. Who were Pindaris? They had become looters. They were the soldiers among Maratha army. But what is happening to Maratha army? They were disbanded, isn't? Because all the Maratha territory was being lost to whom? Britishers. Now the soldiers of Marathas, because they became unemployed, they took up which job? Plundering, looting, isn't? So this plundering and looting was causing law and order problem for Maratha territories also as well as for British territories also. Now who should take action against this in Maratha territories? Marathas. The Peshwa should take action against them. But what Hastings did? He took action against the Pindaris. And what Peshwa thought? It was a violation of his own sovereignty. So he thought Britishers should have taken permission from Peshwa to take action against whom? Pindaris. And that is a major issue. Okay, that is plunderers, law and order problem in both Maratha as well as British territories. Hastings took action against them, but Peshwa claimed his sovereignty because he thought, who should look after a law and order? Whose problem law and order is? Peshwa. But who is interfering in Peshwa's law and order? Britishers. You said, now the Peshwa thought it was a violation of his own sovereignty, and that is the reason he declared war against Britishers and he appealed for help. Right now we realize the long-term danger of Britishers. He did not realize way back in 1802. By 1817, 1818, Britishers had become too much powerful. Okay, now they defeated each and every other family. Okay, and they signed new treaties. Treaty of Pune with Peshwa and Treaty of Gwalior with Scindia. Now look at that. In this treaty, they made Scindia neutral. They made Scindia neutral. Scindia did not help whom? Peshwa. Okay, that is what? That is the art of diplomacy too. And Treaty of Mandsaur with Holkar too. So many treaties are associated with which wars? Anglo-Maratha wars. So many treaties are associated. Make sure which treaty is associated with which particular war. Okay. And now what happened ultimately after third Anglo-Maratha war? And some minor battles happened. And one battle was also in news. Bhima Koregan, you know. Bhima Koregan, one of the minor battles within third Anglo-Maratha war. Okay, that is minor battles of Kadki, Sitabaldi, Medipur, Koregaon and Asti. These are the minor battles related to Maratha wars too. Okay, and now what happened? Results was Maratha Confederacy, which was there, which was dissolved. Ultimately, all the Maratha territories were merged with which presidency? Bombay Presidency. There was Madras Presidency, Bengal Presidency. Now, which presidency was created? Bombay Presidency. Now, Peshwaship had to be surrendered. And now, who fought for this Peshwaship in 1857? The adopted son of Bajirao II. Okay, Nana Sahib. That is direct control of East India Company. That is Bombay Presidency. All of India, except Punjab and Sindh, now came under the control of whom? Britishers. Mysore was already there, 1799. Indirect control through subsidiary system. And Bengal was already there. Battle of Plassey as well as Battle of Buxar. And now Maratha areas also came under the control of Britishers. Now who are left? Punjab as well as Sindh. Okay. And now we'll come to organization of Sikhs. Before going into Punjab battles, how many Anglo-Sikh wars were there? 2 Anglo-Sikh wars were there. But before, we have to understand the organization of the Punjab state also. Now they are called as, there were 12 measles over there. What do you mean measles? Measles actual meaning is Arabic word. It is meaning equal, or we can say military brotherhood. The Punjab state was organized on the basis of military. The reason for organization of military, because of conflict with the Mughals. So Punjab, these are after Guru Nanak, how many gurus were there? After Guru Nanak, there were 9 gurus were there. And some of these Sikh spiritual leaders, they had conflict with Mughals. Okay? And that was actually a political conflict, but turned into a religious conflict. And now to protect Amritsar, all these Sikh families were organized into what? Measles. Okay? Organized into measles. And this measles, one of the measles was Sukar Chakya measle. And the Sukar Chakya measle was related to whom? Ranjit Singh. Okay? That is, we can say there were 12 sovereign states of Sikh Confederacy. How many states of Marathas? 5 states. But in entire Punjab, how many states were there? 12 states. And they are called as what? Measles. They were called as measles, which arose during the 18th century to protect Punjab. To protect Punjab means to protect particularly one region, Amritsar. Because Amritsar was the temporal seat. What is my temporal seat? Spiritual seat. Spiritual seat of which religion? Sikh religion. Because they had conflict with whom? Mughals. Okay? And each had its own measledar. How many measles were there? 12 measledar. 12 measles, and each measle was aided by a person called as Meesildar. Okay. At the same time, all of them together, they formed an army. The army to fight against whom? Fight against Mughals. And that army was called as Dal Khalsa. Okay. And one of these Meesildar, how many Meesildars were there? 12 Meesildars. You will be, all of them will be protecting which area? Amritsar. And one of the Meesildar will be called as head of the Akal Takht. That Akal Takht was called as Amritsar only. Okay. Akal Takht means it is a temporal seat as well as political as well as spiritual seat of Sikh religion. Okay. And one of the Meesildar will be selected to protect Amritsar. Okay. He will be called as the head of that Akal Takht and that term will be called as Jatedar. Understood, right? 12 Meesildar will be there and one of that Meesildar will be called as what? Jatedar. And what is the function of this Jatedar? You will be head of that Akal Takht. What is that Akal Takht? Amritsar. Okay. And ultimately, we're coming into Ranjit Singh. And Ranjit Singh belonged to which Meesal? Sukar Chakia Meesal. Now, what Ranjit Singh did? He united all the Sikhs. How many families were there? 12 families. Now, instead of 12 families, he made one Sikh empire. Okay. That's what he did. He was very strong and courageous, very efficient administrator. He was there between 1780 to 1839 and he took over the 12 Meesals and established which empire? Sikh empire. Understood, right? That is how Punjab was born. Okay, so Punjab, one state was born due to efforts of which ruler? Ranjit Singh. Okay, now he was secular ruler with Hindus and Muslims in army. He captured Lahore, he captured Amritsar, he captured Kashmir, he captured Peshawar. Okay, and he died in 1839. Now, according to some beliefs, Ranjit Singh had 20 wives. He could have done 2 IPL teams. Okay, now just imagine what would have happened after he died. How many people to the throne of Sikh empire? Okay, there was a lot of conflicts were happening and that conflict were utilized by whom? Britishers. Okay, the faction fighting started. Once Ranjit Singh died, there was a lot of faction fighting within the Sikh empire too because of the so many claimants. So many claimants, even they did not know who were claiming. Okay. First Anglo-Sikh war, who was the Governor General? Governor General was Ardenge, 1845, 1846. What is the major cause? That is one of the reasons. Faction fighting is one of the reasons because faction fighting stopped what? Faction fighting stopped unity. That is the same thing happened to Marathas. Isn't the same thing now it is happening to Sikhs also. It stopped unity among all the Sikh rulers. Okay. Now what is the major immediate cause for the first Anglo-Sikh war? There was an boundary between Punjab as well as East India Company. That boundary was Sutlej River. That boundary was which river? Sutlej River. Now what Britishers were doing because of Afghan war, okay, which was going on, because of Sindh war, which was going on. So now they started building more territories on the frontiers of Punjab. Which are the frontier of Punjab? Sutlej River. Now Punjabis became quite suspicious. Suspicious of whom? Britishers. They thought utilizing this army, Britishers are trying to occupy which region? Punjab region. And that is the reason some of the rulers, Punjab army declared war on the Britishers. Okay, that's what happened. Sutlej was the boundary between East India Company and Sikhs. Now Punjab army attacked some territories beyond it. Which beyond it means beyond Sutlej. What is the reason they attacked? Because they suspected British ambitions. What is British ambitions they suspected? They thought Britishers are trying to occupy which region? Punjab region. But the actual intention of Britishers was to occupy Sindh region. Intention was to occupy Sindh region. And who got defeated? Punjab. And they signed which treaty? Treaty of Lahore. And some of the minor battles within the Anglo-Sikh war, that minor battle was Mudki, Firod Shah, Badowal as well as Aliwal. So these are the minor battles happened within the Anglo-Sikh war. Which treaty? Treaty of Lahore. That is in which year? 1846. And Treaty of Lahore was a kind of a Treaty of Versailles. What is Treaty of Versailles? It was a dictated peace. It was a humiliating peace. It was a humiliating treaty. Now it was a humiliating treaty for whom? Humiliating treaty for Punjabis. Now large part of Punjab came under the control of whom? East India Company. Now Punjab army was also reduced. At the same time, British forces were stationed in Punjab. So it was a huge humiliation for whom? Punjabis. Now they wanted revenge. Now they wanted revenge for which treaty? Treaty of Lahore, and they defeat in first Anglo-Sikh war, and that led to second Anglo-Sikh war. Okay, and now we can say now new ruler was Dulip Singh, again one of the sons of Ranjit Singh. Okay, now second Anglo-Sikh war in 1848-49. Who was the Governor General? Dalhousie. Dalhousie was the Governor General because wanted revenge for which treaty? Treaty of Lahore. And Treaty of Lahore also famous for Kohinoor diamond. Now Kohinoor diamond now officially went to whom? Britishers. Okay, British Queen. Okay, now emulating Lahore Treaty. Now one of the governors of Punjab, and Punjab province was one of the governor was Mulraj. He was the governor of Multan province. He was replaced by the Britishers. Okay, he was replaced by Britishers. Now he became very angry. That is the reason he killed 2 British officials. The Mulraj was the governor of Multan. He was replaced by Britishers and he killed 2 British officials, and that is the reason Dalhousie declared war. That is the immediate cause. That is the immediate cause. So Dalhousie declared war and annexed the Punjab province into whom? Annexed the Punjab province into East India Company. Now Punjab came under the direct control of whom? Britishers. In which year? 1849. It was actually placed under a commissioner rule. That commissioner was John Lawrence. Now Mysore was also under commissioner rule from 1831 to 1881. Who are the 2 famous commissioners? Markaban and Louis Bentham Bowring. So now 2 wars, very, very simple. Anglo-Sikh wars. Okay. Next, which state is left? Sindh. Now treaties. Might the following, are you getting it right? Okay. So which are the major treaties of Anglo-Maratha wars? Treaty of Surat, Treaty of, then again Besain, Treaty of Purandar, okay, Treaty of Salbai, and Treaty of Rajpurgat, Treaty of Pune, okay, Treaty of Surji Arjangaon, Treaty of Deogaon, okay. All these are very, very much related to Anglo-Maratha wars. Now which treaty are related to Anglo-Sikh wars? Treaty of Lahore, okay. Now we are coming into occupation of Sindh. The major reason is commercial interests. What is the commercial interest in Sindh? Which river is there? Sutlej river. Sutlej, they want to utilize Sutlej river for what purposes? Transportation purposes, or trade purposes. And the other reason is Afghanistan and Russia. How Afghanistan and Russia are related? Because they thought Afghanistan should be the natural boundary for India. Because Afghanistan is very much near to whom? Russia. And Russia and England had conflict in Europe. Okay. Now Britishers suspected through Afghanistan, Russia might come to India. Okay. To defeat whom? To defeat Britishers. So they wanted to stop Russia from coming to which state? To which country? India. And how do you stop that one? They want a natural boundary. That natural boundary they thought was Afghanistan. Because Afghanistan was a mountainous country. Afghanistan was a mountainous country. And they thought Afghanistan would become the frontier for which country? India. And they wanted to stop Russia from entering India within Afghanistan itself only. And to occupy Afghanistan, they wanted support of which provinces? Punjab and Sindh provinces. But Sindh was not giving any kind of help to them. And at the same time, the Sindh was ruled by Amirs of Sindh. They were called as Amirs of Sindh. There were 4 brothers. They were ruling. And at the same time, these 4 brothers, they thought like that one, they are giving all the help to Britishers, especially in signing of commercial interests. They were not giving support in politics, but they were giving support in which interest? Commercial interests. They had a very good relationship with whom? They had a very good relation with East India Company. Okay. Now what they wanted was, when was the first Afghan war happened? Which year? 1839. In 1839 to 1842. In first Afghan war, Britishers got defeated. Britishers got completely defeated. And now they wanted revenge for Afghanistan. Okay. Now whose prestige got defeated? Britishers. Britishers lost the prestige. Because there was a myth that Britishers cannot be defeated. But who defeated Britishers? Afghanistan. But Amirs of Sindh were slightly politically weak. But they were giving all the help to Britishers in terms of commercial treaties. Okay. They had signed many treaties with East India Company. Now, to redeem their lost prestige, they wanted to defeat another power. Which power was left? Sindh. Okay. So that is the reason, to reclaim the lost glory in first Afghan war, they wanted to defeat another power. That another power was Sindh. They say he was a bully. Who was the bully? Britishers. A bully got knocked down in the street. Who knocked down the bully? Afghanistan. He came home. He came home and beat his wife in revenge. With all due respect, by the way. Okay. That was the analogy used by British historians. And that British wife was Sindh. Okay. And they want to take revenge against the loss they suffered in Afghanistan. And that is the reason they occupied Sindh also. Okay. That is just a kind of a ego issue. Main battles within the Sindh wars were battles of Miani and Dabo in 1843. And the result was led by, and who was the English commander? English commander was Charles Napier, and Governor General was Ellenborough. Okay. And finally, Sindh became part of Bombay Presidency in 1847. So these are the overall occupation of India. So how many occupations? Bengal, Mysore, Marathas, then again Punjab as well as Sindh also. Okay, what is the major reason for occupation of Sindh? Because they wanted to reclaim their prestige. The prestige was lost in which war? Afghan war. What is the major reason for occupation of Sikh region or Punjab region, we can say? Because of internal conflict. That is one thing. Opportunity came to Britishers on their own. And what is the major reason for occupation of Marathas? Again, internal conflict. And at the same time, what is the major reason for occupation of Mysore? Because Mysore rulers were a threat to Britishers. Okay, so one after the other, they started occupying India. And this was probably last occupation. Which year it happened? 1847. Last occupation was Punjab, 1848-49. This was actually occupied in 1843, but it became part of Bombay Presidency in which year? 1847. So this is the occupation of India. So what is the major role played? What is the major advantage for Britishers in occupying India? What advantage they got? Political disunity, that is one thing, fragmented disunity, and faction fighting within British Indian families. Faction fighting within Indian families. Any doubts in this? Nothing. Now, imperialism got over. Now, imperialism turned into what? Colonialism. And that colonialism can be seen in what? Administration. Which administration particularly? Land revenue administration. So, before going into British administration, take a break. Okay, we'll continue administration, then we'll go to revolts, and again we'll go to freedom movement. So, we discussed about the occupation of India. Okay, so occupation of one family after another family, that is from Mysore, Marathas, then again Bengal, then again Sindh and Punjab. And now we are coming into outside India occupation, little bit, very quick revision we can do. That is Nepal occupied in 1814, 1816. Which treaty it was signed? Treaty of Swadeshi. And this treaty was in use for quite a while. Isn't? So make sure about, I am not getting in too much deeper into these details because we have to cover a freedom movement as well as some other acts also. And that is the reason it's your responsibility to go through this treaty. What are the features of this treaty? And then again, we'll come to Afghanistan. First war was in 1839-42. Auckland was the Governor General, but it failed. I told you. The reason why Afghanistan failed was, what is the major reason Afghanistan failed? Because it was a mountainous country, not quite easy to occupy Afghanistan. At the same time, Afghan tribals were very, very nationalism oriented. What was nationalism oriented? Now, I told you the reason why Britishers got defeated in Afghanistan is because of the Afghanistan tribals over there, they had a lot of unity. Unlike in India, especially in 17th and 18th, 19th centuries, they had a lot of unity, and that unity prevented foreigners to occupy Afghanistan. That is a major reason. And second Afghanistan war, 1878-82, who was the Governor General? Lytton, okay, and ended with Treaty of Gandamak, okay, Treaty of Sagoli with respect to Nepal, Treaty of Gandamak with Afghanistan, okay, and Afghan foreign policy was guided by British government in India. After this treaty, whatever the Afghanistan government would be there in Afghanistan, that government's foreign policy will be guided by Britishers. Some kind of indirect control over which state? Afghanistan, okay. Again, Burma, first war, Lord Amherst, Treaty of Endabu, second war 1852-53, Dalhousie, third war 1885, who was the Governor General? Dufferin, okay, so Dufferin was the Governor General, okay. And now we are coming into administration. So, what administration we are going to see? First and foremost, land revenue, civil services, police and judiciary. Okay, then we will go to regulation of the company, charter acts. At the same time, we will see about regulating act, Pitt India Act. That is we are going to cover extensively. Okay, and at the same time, then we will go to little bit social religious reform movement and then freedom movement. Okay. Now, which are how many land revenue settlements? Ijardari system, Zamindari system, Rohitwari system and Mahalwari system. What is my Ijardari system? 1772. Any idea? What is my Ijardari system? Zamindari system, Rohitwari and Mahalwari. First we will discuss about Ijardari system. What is my Ijardari? Any idea? It's very simple. Like suppose for example, East India Company wanted to collect revenue. Revenue from whom? Revenue from peasants. So instead of East India Company collecting that revenue collecting right would be given to a middleman. That middleman was called as what? Ijardar. And how that middleman was selected? Through auctioning. So the person who bids highest amount, he will be given what right? Right to collect revenue. Like suppose for example, if I am bidding 100 rupees per year, so I will be given the auctioning right. The person who bids highest amount, okay, that he will be given the right to collect revenue. But that person has to pay how much amount to the company? 100 rupees. But how much he can collect from the peasants? No limit. He can collect as much as possible. As much as possible from peasants. Because he always wanted to do what? Profitable only. He always wants to be profitable. And that led to exploitation of whom? Peasants. Okay, that is the first policy. That is also called as revenue farming. It means the right of revenue collection was farmed out to the highest bidder. That is the reason it is called as revenue farming, was farmed out to the highest bidder. Not auctioning is not actually, that is not the word used, it is called as farmed out. Warren Hastings introduced that one, that is collection right was farmed out to the highest bidder. Now who was in charge of this collection? European district collector, okay, but the bidder can extract as much as possible from peasants, okay, but East India government did not care, because ultimately who got exploited because of all this? Peasants, and that led to ruination of agriculture. Livelihoods were lost, and that led to famines in Bengal. That is the beginning of famines in Bengal too, and livelihoods lost, and 70s famine in Bengal, okay. And next settlement was Zamindari settlement. Who introduced this settlement? Cornwallis. What is the reason for bringing Zamindari settlement? Is very simple, because every year you have to auction the amount. That used to change. What if the next person other auctioning amount only 50 rupees? Isn't? Now revenue used to vary from year to year. Now they wanted permanent fixed revenue, and that is the reason they brought which settlement? Zamindari settlement, and that is the reason it is called as which settlement also? Permanent settlement also, okay. So now that is Cornwallis 1792-93. Now Vijayadari used to vary from year to year, okay, and then that is the reason fixed revenue was fixed. There will be no changes every year. The revenue was always fixed. Even the crops fail, even the crops increase, doesn't matter. Revenue has to be paid, and that is the reason there will be no changes. And it is called as which settlement? Permanent settlement, and also called as Malguzari settlement, Jagirdari settlement, as well as Biswedari settlement. What are the other features of Zamindari settlement? What are the other features? Now who is responsible to pay the revenue? Zamindars. And Zamindar's position, how it was changed? Because overnight they became the owners. Why Zamindars were declared as the owners? Because they got confused Indian Zamindars with European feudal lords. There was a feudalism in Europe. That feudal lord was the owner of the land also, and at the same time he was the payer of taxation to the European government. And whatever the tenants who were there in this feudal lord's land, they were in rent. They were taken rent from that feudal lord. They used to construct that land, or rather cultivate that land. So the European feudal lord was the owner of the land also, as well as the payer of the taxation also. But in Indian Zamindars were not the owners of the land, from which they were collecting the revenue. Isn't? What was the position of Indian Zamindars? They were only middlemen. The middleman, they collected revenue from peasants and paid it to the government, and the government gave some kind of concessions, some kind of commissions. Now what they did? They confused European feudal lords with Indian Zamindars. Now they thought Zamindars are also owners of all the peasants' land. Now what they did? Zamindars were declared as owners of the land. Now who lost land? Peasants. Now who became overnight owners? Zamindars. Now whose livelihood was lost? Peasants. Understood, right? That is previously revenue collectors for commission. Now they recognized as the owners of the land. Now all the revenue was divided into 11 parts, and out of that 11 parts, 10 parts should be given to East India Company, 1 part should be kept for Zamindars, okay. And they could mortgage, sell or cultivate also. If Zamindars failed to pay the revenue, what would happen to Zamindari right? It will be taken away. It will be confiscated and given to someone else, some other Zamindar. Now who also lost his Zamindari right? Zamindars themselves. Even Zamindar's position also was not secure under Zamindari settlement. Who actually lost the land? Peasants. And Zamindars lost their traditional right. What was their traditional right? Right to collect revenue. If they default in payment of revenue, all the Zamindari right would be given to whom? Other Zamindar. Okay, and that is called as sunset clause. What do you mean by sunset clause? Britishers used to fix one date. Let's say today is what is the date? What is today's date? 13th. So by 13th Thursday, we can say 2023, by the time of sunset, if they don't pay the whatever the amount, taxation amount, by after the time of sunset, it is called as sunset clause. Now that Zamindari right will be taken away. That is called as sunset clause also. That is a time period. Okay, they have to pay the time, they have to pay the taxation within the time fixed, that one. Okay, and Zamindars can further lend the rent to cultivate to others. Now the peasants have to pay rent to Zamindars to cultivate the land. Now peasants have to pay rent also, peasants have to pay taxation also. Now again, who ultimately lost everything? Peasants. Okay, now result in subletting of land. What is my subletting or sub-infeudation? If I am the Zamindar, okay, what I can do is that one, I don't want to collect the revenue because I became owner of thousands of acres overnight. What I do is, I will bring one more small Zamindar. I will ask him to collect the revenue. Okay, he will bring one more small Zamindar. He will bring one more small Zamindar. Ultimately, peasants will not be knowing who is the actual owner also. Isn't? That is called as subletting, or also called as sub-infeudation. Ultimately, now what happened? That small Zamindar also need commission. He want more revenue. Another small Zamindar he also want more and more revenue. So ultimately they will exploit which category? Peasants category. So that is what the impact of British rule is all about. Okay, that is the ultimately who lost livelihood? Peasants. And look at the ancient India we discussed about. Ashoka's time, Gupta's time, even the feudalization was existed. And Mughals time, Delhi Sultan's time, what they did? They encouraged what? They encouraged agriculture. Decent? And they were dictators only. But Britishers, so-called democrats, though so-called, we can say civilized persons, they are the one who actually exploited which country? India. Okay, who are the actual invaders? Is it the Mughals or the Britishers? Britishers. Okay. And now where is Zamindari system was introduced in? Introduced in Bengal, Odisha, then again that is UP, Banaras province, then again Bihar and Northern Madras, that is Carnatic. It is overall British India. It covered what is the percentage of total British India? 19%. There were two types of states in India. One is British Indian province, other one is princely states. So in the British Indian provinces, which overall is 100, the Zamindari settlement was under how many percentage of area? 19%. Which was the largest area? Sorry, I won't say which was the largest settlement in terms of area? Royatwari. It was 51% of the British India. Okay. Now Royatwari settlement 1820. What is mean Royat? Royat meant peasants. So Ijardari settlement was a middleman and Zamindari settlement was also middleman. Who was the middleman in Zamindari settlement? Zamindar. Right now, Britishers in this middleman category, they had to provide some kind of commissions. Isn't? Now they wanted to save that money also. And that is the reason they wanted to collect revenue directly from the peasants. Why would you waste some money as a commission to Zamindars? So we can directly collect from peasants. Not collecting, rather exploiting the peasants too. And that is the reason it's a direct settlement with the peasant. There will be no middleman. There will be no middleman between the government and the peasants. And who are the persons who actually played a role in introduction of the settlement? Thomas Munro and Alexander Reid. Who was Hector Munro? Who was Hector Munro? Buxar. Okay, Buxar. Okay. At the same time, it was introduced in Madras, Bombay, Assam and Coorg, covered around 51% of British area. Okay, British India rather. 19% what? 19% Zamindari. 51% Royatwari. And what is left? What is the overall percentage of area left? CSAT. 30%. So 30% will be Mahalwari. Everything can be spoon fed. Okay, so some little bit knowledge, okay, little bit logic should also be working over there. At the same time, it had different rates also. In dry land, it would be around 50%. In the wetlands, it would be around 66% or rather 60%. And again, no zamindars in between the government as well as the royals. Royal means whom? Royals means peasants. Okay, and actually it was influenced by one philosophy or one ideas. That idea was Scottish Enlightenment. Scottish Enlightenment as well as utilitarian ideas. Okay, something called as, where is zamindar? Okay, Scottish Enlightenment as well as utilitarian ideas. Scottish Enlightenment and utilitarian ideas emphasize on no middlemen. Okay, these are the philosophy, these are the ideas who actually influence which policy? Royatwari policy. Okay, then again we are coming into next one. Royatwari, that is Royats are the owners of the pattas, that is owners, they will be given some kind of pattas also, and then Royats can sell or mortgage their land, and they will not be evicted as long as they pay the taxes. If they did not pay taxes, what happened? Royats will be evicted out of the land, and rates were very, very higher, and that is the reason it led to Deccan riots. In Deccan riots in 1875. Okay, Deccan riots in 1875, and because of the taxation was very, very high, 60% is used taxation. Isn't 60% is very, very used taxation, and that is the reason peasants used to migrate out of their lands. They migrate to which kind of lands? Where taxation rate is very, very less. Okay, we talked about Paikas during Mughals area. Paikas were outsiders. They used to migrate to improve their social mobility, social position, but here people are migrating because to save themselves from Britishers. Okay, and next one question was there with reference to Royatwari settlement. Consider the following settlements, following statements rather. The rent was paid directly by the peasants to the government. The government gave pattas to the Royats. What are the pattas? Land deeds. Okay, the lands were surveyed and assessed before being taxed. Yes, of course. Which statement is above or correct? See, 1, 2. Of course, before fixing the land, you have to measure, right? One Royat, you have to fix the taxation. You should know how much land that Royat is cultivating. That measurement should always be there. Okay, that is logical. Now, 2017 question. Who among the following were associated with the introduction of Royatwari settlement in India? Cornwallis? No. He was associated with which settlement? Zamindari settlement. Alexander Reid? Yes. Thomas Munro? Yes. Answer should be 2 and 3. Got it right? Okay. Now look at 2 questions from that one. Now Mahalwari settlement. Mahal means what? Mahal means village or estate. Now zamindari settlement is settlement with zamindars. Rohitwari settlement with rohits. Mahalwari settlement is settlement with mahal. Now village as a whole is responsible for payment of the taxes. Kind of a cooperation, kind of a cooperative body, nothing else. Okay. 1833 introduced by whom? William Bentinck. Actually, it was first introduced by Holt Mackenzie. You can just write down. First introduced in 1822 by Holt Mackenzie. H-O-L-T. Okay. Holt Mackenzie. But revived by whom? Revived by William Bentinck. Revived by William Bentinck. Okay. Holt Mackenzie. Then later William Bentinck. Now it was introduced in parts of Uttar Pradesh and then again Agra, Central Province, Punjab and Northwestern Frontier Province. And what is the overall British India? 30%. Now, which is the largest settlement right now? Rohitwari. Second largest? Mahalwari. And third one was Zamindar. Okay. And now with the unit of settlement was with village. They were jointly responsible for payment of the taxes. Okay. As a community as a whole community is responsible for payment of taxes. That is the reason it is called as the body of co-shares. Kind of a cooperative. It's a body of co-shares. Now, body of co-shares is a term related to which settlement? Mahalwari settlement. Okay. And now, if any person in that village abandons the land, what would happen? The other person of the village take over that land and start cultivating. Okay. And community as a whole considered as the owners of the surrounding village region as well as surrounding forested regions also. Okay. And the village head called as Lambardar, he would collect tax from all the peasants and he would pay to whom? He would pay to the government. That which was the government? East India Company. And taxation rate varied from 50% to 66%. Okay. The only goal was Britishers in India was to exploit as much as possible. Okay. That is the reason. Drain of wealth that was happening in India. Now, all these settlements show which policy? Imperialism or colonialism? Colonialism. What is imperialism? Political occupation. We discussed already political occupation. Marathas, Mysore, Sindh and Punjab. And now what we are seeing is colonialism. Okay. And now administrative changes after 1757. Now who are the two persons who actually played an important role in introduction of a British system of administration? Warren Hastings and Cornwallis. Yes. They continued. Okay. And then again, new concepts and new innovations in all field of, we can say, governance. What are the new concept they introduced? What are the new concept they introduced? What are they preparing for? Civil services they introduced. Police, new kind of police concept, new kind of judiciary concept. But overall, the objective of this administrative system is very simple. What is the objective? Colonialism. What is colonialism? Governing India for the benefit of England. Okay. And there were three pillars of administration. Which are the three pillars of administration? Civil services, army and police. Okay. Judiciary just supported these three pillars. Okay. And now we are first coming into civil services. Now one brought into existence by which person? Cornwallis. Okay. And initially they all see who were the civil servants? Civil servants were East India Company servants. East India Company officials, they acted as what? They acted as civil servants. Okay. But these civil servants were which motive? Profit motive. They were commercial oriented. Did they have any kind of administrative experience? No. The only experience they had was profit motive, at the same time commercial motive. You see? That is the reason they were more profit oriented as well as bribe taking. All these things were very, very higher. And that is the reason what Cornwallis did was he increased the salaries. I told you East India Company servants had low salaries. Because of the low salaries, they were given which right? Private trade. That private trade led to which one? 1757, Battle of Plassey. So now to reduce that corruption, to reduce that any kind of, we can say, inefficiency, Cornwallis did what? He increased the salaries. Okay. That is the reason it became one of the highest paid civil service in the entire world. British money kodtirolla, Indian money tane kodtirodu. Listen, that is the reason. Okay. That is the promotion was based on seniority. Okay. So that is how all these concepts were introduced into civil services. One college was established in 1800. Which college? Who established that one? Wellesley. Okay. Why it was established? To train the young civil servants. Okay. But who opposed that one? Court of Directors. Who was the Court of Directors? The Board of East India Company. And that is the reason this college was shifted to where? Shifted to England. Okay. Now open competition was introduced in which Charter Act? Charter Act of 1853. Before that one, what was the way of appointing civil servants? Combination and competition. And competition and nomination was introduced in which act? 1833 Act. Open competition was there in 1853. But one of the features of civil services was complete exclusion of Indians. From which post? Higher post or lower post? Higher posts. All the higher posts were given to whom? Britishers. And why all the higher posts were given to Britishers? Because of two reasons. One, what is the major reason? They did not trust Indians. That is one thing. Because Carnevale said, native of every Hindustan is corrupt. Actually, the Britishers are the real corrupt people. Okay, not Hindustanis. You said, at the same time, second reason is that one, they thought British pattern of administration, British colonialism can be better implemented with whom? With Indian officials or British officials? British officials. That is the reason. That is complete exclusion from the higher post. And there was a benchmark. That benchmark was 500 pounds per year. If any post which is given more than 500 pounds per year, that post is always reserved for whom? Britishers. What is the maximum amount Indians can earn in a year? 500 pounds. You said that was applied in each and every branch. Not just in civil services, it was applied in army also, it was applied in judiciary also, it was applied in any other police also. Okay. And then again, Wellesley established Fort William College at Calcutta because 2020, he was asked by the board of directors at London to do so. He wanted to revive interest in Oriental learning in India. He wanted to provide William Carey and his associate with employment. He wanted to train British civilians for administrative purpose in India. Which answer? D. Okay. And again, now civil service was divided into two categories. What are the two categories? Covenanted and uncovenanted. What do you mean covenanted? There are two categories, that is covenanted and uncovenanted. Covenanted means created by the law of the company. That is the meaning. Covenanted means created by the law of the company. Covenanted means higher posts. All the higher posts were consisted of which individuals? British individuals. All the higher posts were called as which posts? Covenanted posts. So higher posts were given low salary or higher salary? High salaries. Okay. Covenanted posts are completely whom? Completely Britishers. Uncovenanted means it was established to facilitate the entry of Indians. Okay. In which post? Lower post. Lower post with what kind of salary? Lower salary. Who established this category? Carnevales. Carnevales is the one person who actually established this category too. So what is the difference between covenanted and uncovenanted? It is a category of civil servants. That is, so higher posts were reserved for Britishers. They were called as covenanted. Lower posts were given to Indians and they are called as uncovenanted. Does it mean Britishers are not there in uncovenanted? Britishers are also there. Okay. But Britishers can move from uncovenanted to covenanted. Can Indians move from uncovenanted to covenanted? No. And then one more concept was introduced, something called as statutory civil service. Who introduced this system? 1878, 79, Lytton. So what was covenanted? I told you. Higher civil servants belong to which category? Belong to which citizens? They are British citizens. Now, Lytton wanted to make some Indians also enter covenanted. And that is the reason he said that 1/6 of the covenanted posts, 1/6 of the higher posts will be given to Indians. That is called as what? Statutory civil services. But which Indians? Indians of I family. Okay, Indians of I family. Not through open competition, but rather nominated by the Viceroy. Who was the Viceroy? Lytton. Okay. But that violate which principle? Open competition. If the posts are being nominated, that will violate which principle? Open competition. When was open competition introduced? 1853. But when it was introduced? 1878. He said 1/6 of the covenanted for Indians of I family, nominated by local provincial government, ultimately approved by the Viceroy, and abolished in 1892 because it was going against which principle? Open competition. And who introduced that system? Lytton. In which year? 1878, 79, but was abolished in 1892. Okay. And again, some defects of civil services was, exam was always held in London. Okay. And age kept on increasing or reducing? Reducing. Look at the ages. 1859, 23, 1860, 22, 1866, 21, 1878, 79, 19. Would have been great now today. You would have get more clarity on your life very early. Isn't it? Huh? That is one thing. And now civil services committees were there. Which are civil services committees? Aichison committee, which was established in 1886, gave report in 1892. Who was the Governor General? Sorry, who was the Viceroy? Governor General, of course, we can use simultaneously. Dufferin, and it dropped the previous terms. Which are the previous terms? Covenanted and uncovenanted. In that place, they introduced classification of civil services into imperial civil services, and the examination used to be held in UK, and in provincial civil services, examination used to be held in India. Okay. And raising the age limit to 23. Why the age limit now increased to 23? What is the reason? Because of the growing pressure of Indian nationalism. One national level organization was established. National level organization was Indian National Congress. When it was established? 1885. Getting the linkages right? Okay. And like Islington Committee, I don't know exact pronunciation. Okay. Also called as Royal Commission on Public Services. In which year? 1912, 1915. And they said that when recruitment to superior posts should be made partly in England and partly in India. One of the major demand of Indian nationalists was to hold the examination in England also as well as in India also. Another demand was include more Indians in which posts? Higher posts. You see, that is also one of the major demands too. But against holding competitive examinations simultaneously. What do you mean simultaneously? In India also as well as in England also. They were against that one. That is a major recommendation of which one? Islington Committee. Okay. Then again next one was Lee Commission 1924. A public service commission be immediately established. It was given in which act? It was promised in which act? 1919 Act. It was promised in 1919 Act. But how to bring the structure of that public service commission? Which commission was established? Lee Commission. And now it gave some other recommendation also that provinces can recruit their own civil servants in few sectors. In which sectors? Education sectors as well as in health sectors. And the first public sector commission was established on the recommendation of Lee Commission in which year? 1926. And the chairman of the first public service commission was called as Ross Barker. Okay, was Ross Barker. You can just on first public service commission, we can say established in 1926. And that public service commission is today is called as what? UPSC. Understood, right? And then again, of course, then they also established provincial level public service commission also. First, it was established at the central level, and the first chairman was Ross Barker. Okay. And a police created by whom? Created by Cornwallis. Previously, police duties in India were looked after by whom? Zamindars. Zamindars are they add some little bit of police duties also. And now what Cornwallis did? In city areas, he divided the entire city into different tanas. Presently also police station, some circles will be there. Same kind of system was also brought. There was no separate force for law and order. Now the cities are divided into what? Divided into circle, and the circles are called as what? Tanas. Okay. And headed by a daroga. Daroga means what? Today is called as inspector. Inspector is called as daroga, especially in northern India. And he was an Indian because daroga was not an higher position. He was a subordinate position. It was a because all the subordinate, most of the subordinate position was given to whom? Indians. You see, most of the subordinate position were given to Indians, and the district superintendent post was created quite later. Okay. And also they established some acts with respect to structureize the Indian polices. They established which act? Indian Police Act. And they also established one commission also, one committee. Which committee related to police? Civil Services Committee we saw, that is AHL Fraser Committee. What are the recommendation of Fraser Committee? It established CID, Criminal Investigation Department, and it also recommended establishment of CIB. What do you mean by CIB? Central Intelligence Bureau, not CBI. CBI was established with which committee recommendation? Prelims on Tenglo illa. Which committee recommended CBI? Okay. Next, judicial administration from 1765 to 1772, and again some changes happened between 1772 to 1793. Between 1765 to 1772, which government was there in Bengal? Dual government. When the dual government was there, what was Nizamat? What is Nizamat? Judicial administration, criminal judicial administration. So that was which system? That was Mughal system only. Okay, that was continued. And East India Company had which system? Diwani. And Diwani had two powers. Which are the two powers? One is revenue collection. Second one is civil justice. Now civil justice was in the hands of East India Company. Criminal justice was in the hands of Nawab. That Nawab was Bengal Nawab too. That criminal justice system was called as Nizamat. Okay. And Nawab was the Nizamat. From Zamindars also had judicial rights too. Zamindars had larger role in Indian entire history also. They had revenue collection right also. They had some administrative duties also. And that administrative duties include civil justice also as well as criminal justice too. And now Varanasi things reorganized the entire overall judicial system. How he reorganized? Between 1772 to 1793. Now there were two sides were created. One is civil side, second one is criminal side. Today also we have two different courts, civil court also as well as criminal court also. Civil side, you can just look at the overall hierarchy. What is the present hierarchy? Supreme Court, High Courts, District Courts and Local Courts. And look at here also. At the Calcutta level, there was something called as Sadar Diwani Adalat. Okay, that was the highest court of appeal. Okay, below that one, at the district level, something called as Diwani Adalat. Okay, Diwani Adalat was headed by whom? European district collectors. Now they had two duties. European district collectors. Which are the two duties? revenue collection also, judicial duty also. That is concentration of power. Now, which article of Indian Constitution takes away that separation of judiciary and executive? Very nice. Okay, that is, he was assisted by whom? Hindu and Muslim law experts. So, that is which side? Civil side. Now, look at the criminal side. Same level. At the Calcutta level, the highest court of appeal was called as Sadar Nizamat Adalat. Okay. At the district level is called as Nizamat Adalat. Again, also called as Fauzdari Adalat. Okay. And it was headed by Qazis and Muftis. What do you mean Qazis? We discussed in Delhi Sultans as well as Mughals. Judges. Local judges. Okay. So, the criminal justice system was called as Sadar Diwani Adalat. And again, civil justice system called as Sadar Diwani Adalat. Okay. Diwani Adalat. On top of Diwani Adalat, Sadar Diwani Adalat. Then Nizamat Adalat. On top of Nizamat Adalat, Sadar Nizamat Adalat. So, which is the highest court of appeal on civil side? Sadar Diwani Adalat. Highest court of appeal on criminal side? Sadar Nizamat Adalat. Understood, right? And ultimately, they were also supervised by European district collectors also. And one more principle that influenced the, that supervised by, I told you, that is European district collectors. And one more principle that influenced this concentration of power. What is the concentration of power I talked about? Concentration of judicial power as well as executive power. What is the executive power? Revenue. That is in whose hands? European district collectors. But there was some kind of movement was going on in England that is called as Whig movement, called as Whig principle. That Whig principle talked about divestment. What do I mean divestment? Separation of judiciary from executive. Because of that principle, like I told you, Scottish Enlightenment. Scottish Enlightenment influenced which settlement? Right-Vary settlement. Now the Whig principle or Whig philosophy influenced which administration? Judicial administration. So according to that principle, collectors, European district collectors were taken out of which duties? Judicial duties. They should be given only which duties? Revenue collection. There should be no judicial powers. But later they were restored. Okay. But later they were restored. Now directly we can go back to 1865. Now Sadar Diwani Adalat and Sadar Nizamat Adalat, they were replaced by which courts? I courts. Okay. And they introduced Civil Procedure Code. Then again IPC 1860. Criminal Procedure Code 1862, and here continued even today also. You see, at the judicial structure which was created way back in 1860s, now being continued in 2023 also. Okay. And now for the need for the regulation of the company. Why the need for regulation of company is there? What is the reason? Why company needs to be regulated? Why company need to be regulated? Because company power is increasing rapidly. How company power was increasing? The company came to India for what purpose? Trade purpose. Then they became what? Imperialists. Then they became what? Colonialists. You see? So now British government wanted to control the company. Why was company was regulated? What is the opportunity that came to British government to control the company? East India Company went bankrupt. In spite of having revenue control over India, it went bankrupt. What is the reason it went bankrupt? Because of the private trade. All these East India Company officials, they did not focus on the company trade. They were focusing on their own selfish trade. You said now the company revenues decreased, but the company officials were becoming rich. The company as a whole was declining, but the company officials were becoming richer and richer. Okay, the institution is collapsing, but the institutional workers are becoming more and more rich also. Now what happened? They applied for loan. To whom they applied for loan? British government. British government said conditions apply. What is that conditions apply? We are going to control you. Okay, that is the reason we are going to regulate you. So, which act was passed? Regulating Act. Okay, you are getting it right. Due to private trade, applied for loan, conditions apply. That loan will be given with some conditions, with some regulation. So, that is the reason first act was Regulating Act. Okay, this we will discuss each and every point. In acts, every point we will discuss. So, you already know when it was passed. 1773, okay. It is also called as which act? East India Company Act, okay. Now, who was the Prime Minister during that point of time? Lord North, and the King was George III. Now, it is your responsibility to know who was the King, or who was the Queen, or who was the Prime Minister of England when every act was passed, okay. I am just giving you some framework, so you have to fill that framework, okay. I can't keep on giving for each and every act. They haven't asked this question. They haven't asked this question. What if? That is not in my control. Okay, that is not in your control either. So they can ask what kind of questions they wanted to. Okay, so again, keep on evolving. Don't just stick to that. Because knowledge is there, that does not mean it can't be improved. Whatever knowledge you already have, it can be further improved. You can further build upon the knowledge you already have. Okay, And now to control what affairs? To control companies affairs. Now actions will be supervised by whom? Supervised by the British cabinet. What is the British cabinet? British government. British government will supervise. Now they establish three structure. What is the three structure? British government, court of directors, and below court of directors there will be company. Who will be company? Company officials. Company officials will be there. And court of directors are appointed for how many years? 4 years. And governor of Bengal was became Governor General of Bengal. Who was the first Governor General of Bengal? And this administration of India will be looked after by Governor General plus 4 executive council members. How many members will be there? 4 executive council. What are the overall members? How many members total including the Governor General? 5 members. Okay. And they were appointed for how many years? They were appointed for 5 years. Governor General executive council members, they are appointed for how many years? 5 years. Okay. And majority decisions. All these 5 members will take any kind of decisions and the decision will be on the basis of majority. It means all the decisions will be put to vote. And after the putting to vote, majority should be needed. Okay. And casting vote was given to Governor General. What do you make casting vote? If 2 members agree, other 2 members disagree, now Governor General can put a casting vote. Now who has the casting vote in Lok Sabha? Speaker. Does Chairman of Rajya Sabha has the casting vote? Now again, banned private trade, bribes and gifts. Who used to take all this? East India Company civil servants, East India Company officials. Because of this only they went bankrupt, right? Because of corruption only, because of taking gifts only, company went bankrupt. And that is the reason they banned the private trade, only on paper. Okay. And again, Bombay East India Company and Madras East India Company became subordinate to East India Company? Calcutta East India. That is the reason Calcutta East India Company opposed which treaty? Surat Treaty. Understood, right? Which was the supreme body in India? Calcutta East India Company. And that was officially announced in which act? Regulating Act. Understanding it, right? Link everything. Okay. And there was a centralization. What am I centralization? Madras East India Company, Bombay East India Company should listen to which East India Company? Calcutta East India Company. And there was established Supreme Court at Fort William. Okay. And jurisdiction over Europeans and Indians in Bengal. Okay. It was a separate category of judicial administration was also there. That is Supreme Court. And it had jurisdiction over Europeans and Indians in Bengal. And next act was Pitt's India Act. When it was established? 1784. And now the company's territories which were there in India, they were called as what? They were called as British possessions. They were called as British possessions. Now, company is holding these territories on behalf of which country? Britain. Okay. And now there was a distinction between commercial functions of the company as well as political functions. And again, they established board of control. Okay. Previously, who used to regulate the company affairs? British cabinet. British cabinet used to regulate. And now they want a separate body. That body was called as what? Board of control. And this board of control will have 6 members. It will have how many members? 6 members. And 2 members were part of the British cabinet. Who are the 2 members? Secretary of State and Chancellor of Exchequer. What is Secretary of State? External Affairs Minister. Chancellor of Exchequer means Finance Minister. British Finance Minister, British External Affairs Minister will be part of which board? Board of control. Okay. And there will be some other 4 members also. That 4 members from Privy Council. Now Secretary of State was also the president of which board? Board of Control, BOC. That Board of Control will be headed by Secretary of State. What is my Secretary of State? I told you? External Affairs. External Affairs. Where it was established? In London. Now, double government structure was created. Board of Control, Court of Directors, and then again company. Okay. Now, double government, that is called as. Now, civilian aspect, military aspect, and revenue control. Revenue aspect will be controlled by which board? Board of Control. Now, East India Company should become responsible to which board? Board of Control. Where will be Board of Control? In England. Okay. And COD cannot take any kind of decisions. It cannot revoke the decisions of which body? Board of Control. Can we say the control of British government over company is increasing? Every act was passed. The control of British government over the companies keep on increasing. So, company is becoming kind of a subordinate body to which body? Board of Control. In other words, we can say British government. Because Board of Control has which officials? British government officials, British government ministers. Okay. Now, Indian government, like I told, double government. One government is what? In London, Board of Control. Indian government will be headed by whom? Governor General. But how many executive council members right now? 3 members. What is the overall structure? How many members total? 4 members. Because in regulating act, how many members were there? 4 members, including the Governor General, 5 members. But right now, 1 member was reduced. Now, the overall structure will be how many members? 4 members. Now, Bengal will be the supreme. Over which presidencies? Bombay presidency as well as Madras presidency. Can we say further centralization? or decentralization? Centralization. Okay. Again, 1786 Act, very minor act. Now, Governor General, because there was a majority is there. Sorry, even numbers are there. Governor General, 3 members. How many members total? 4 members. He could not able to take proper decisions. And that is the reason he was given to what? Given veto power. Okay. Given the veto power. Veto power in not in all the matters. Only in few matters. Which are the few matters? For safety and peace. In safety related matters, in peace related matters, who can put the veto power? Governor General. Over what? Over its executive council. Over his executive council. At the same time, Governor General also became the commander-in-chief of the army. There was a separate official. Governor General was different, commander-in-chief was different. And now both the posts were merged. Okay, now the Governor General is also commander-in-chief of the British Indian Army. And now we'll come to Charter Act of 1793. Okay, now they revived the Charter of Monopoly. What is a monopoly? What monopoly East India Company had? Trade monopoly. When was this charter was given? 1599 and 1600. It was given for how many years? 15 years. It was extended indefinitely in which year? 1609. And now they want to renegotiate it. The British government thought they want to renegotiate the charter, and they said for next 20 years company will have the monopoly of India trade. For how many years? 20 years. Okay. And because the company was becoming already, we can talk about the administrators in India, and they wanted some kind of new rules and regulations. They wanted new rules and regulations, new codes, new laws, and that is the reason Indian laws, Indian code should be written down. Okay, you getting it right? Why everything was being passed? Because whatever the provision they are being passed, there was a intention behind that one. What is the major intention here? Why the laws needs to be written down? Because company position, how it is changing? It is changing into administrators. Okay, and again full veto power was given to Governor General. Previously, veto power was given in how many matters? Only 2 matters, safety and peace matters. Right now, we can override on every matter. Now, who became supreme? Governor General. If they ask question, which is the supreme executive body in India? Which is the supreme executive body in India? Governor General Council. That is the supreme executive body in India. Who is the present supreme executive in India? Supreme executive. It's the Prime Minister, right? Prime Minister is the ultimate. Okay, Prime Minister is the ultimate body in India because he is the person who takes all the decision too. And Board of Control, which was established in which Act? 1784 Act. Now all the Board of Control salary would be given out of whose money? Indian money. Okay, because they were discharging duties of which country? Indian country. And that is the reason all the salaries of Board of Control members would be paid out of Indian money. Again, what is it is called as? Drain of wealth. Okay. And at the same time, British government also said that one, whatever profits East India Company is making in India, out of all that profit, after meeting all the expenses, 5 lakh pounds must be given to British government every year. Okay, 5 lakh pounds should be given to British government every year after year onwards. At the same time, to do trade in India, if any Indian persons, any foreign person want to do any kind of trade in India, they have to take permission from whom? East India Company. They have to take license from East India Company, and that license will be called as privilege or country trade. Okay, now who is becoming supreme body? Who is becoming supreme in India? East India Company, that is Governor General, Executive Council only. Okay, and next one we are coming into Charter Act of 1813. What is the major thing about Charter Act of 1813? Why it is very important? In 1813, Minto I was the Governor General and the Prime Minister was Robert Jenkinson, because very important, that is the reason I have put this one. Okay, and monopoly of India trade was ended. Why it is passed in 1813 only? What is the reason 1813 only? Because 1793 after 20 years. The reason why it was in 1813, because the charter should be renegotiated every 20 years, and that is the reason Charter Act was passed in 1813. And monopoly of India trade was ended. So Indian trade became what? Free trade. Now what do you mean by free trade? It means anybody from Britain can participate in which trade? Indian trade. Okay, anybody from England can participate in Indian trade. And previously, who has to participate in Indian trade? East India Company. What is another reason behind this one for making it free trade? Because of Napoleon. Because of Napoleon. Napoleon was not going off British back. Reason is that one, Napoleon could not defeat English army. Listen, he could not defeat English navy. And that is the reason he brought out new concept called as continental system. Anybody, any idea what is continental system? World history? Continental system is economic sanctions against Britishers. British was the manufacturing house. All the European countries importing goods from which country? England. From Britain. So, what Napoleon thought, If he can't defeat Britishers militarily, he wanted to defeat economic power of Britishers. And that is the reason in European countries, because most of Europe was under control of Napoleon. And that is the reason he asked European countries, do not import goods from which country? Britain. Okay. Now the British was experiencing industrial revolution. Their production was increasing. They were not finding markets in Europe. Okay. And that is the reason they wanted market. That market was India. In the name of free trade, they wanted to fight Napoleon. That's it. Okay. So now British merchants pressurized the British government. Now we are not getting market in where? Europe. So we want a new market. That new market was India. And that is the reason now British merchants, British industrialists can participate in which trade? Indian trade. That is a one major intention. You can just write that is Napoleon intention is also there. So Napoleon continental system also played a role in taking away the monopoly of India trade. Taking away the monopoly of India trade of East India Company. But also one economist also influenced. Who was that economist? Adam Smith. That is influence of laissez-faire. Okay. What is my laissez-faire? Free economy. That is a non-interference of government in the economic activities. Okay. British merchants and subjects can participate in India trade, but two monopolies were continued. Which two monopolies continued? China trade as well as tea trade. Okay. And Christian missionaries were allowed for the first time. 1 lakh rupees was given for what? Education. Okay. And for the first time, the constitutional position of the British Indian possessions were defined. What are the constitutional positions? East India Company's position in India will be they will be the possession of who? Possessions of British Queen, or we can say British Crown. So the British East India Company should protect Indian possessions, Indian territories on behalf of whom? On behalf of the British Crown. Ultimately, they are saying whatever the occupation East India Company has done belong to whom? Belong to British Crown, or we can say British government also. And that is the reason. That is the first time in 1784 they said East India Company possessions are British possessions. In 1813 Act they said that one the overall constitutional position of the British Indian possessions were redefined. Okay. And next one statement, that is one question 2019. Consider the following statement about the Charter Act of 1813. It ended the trade monopoly of East India Company in India except for trade in tea also as well as trade in China. It asserted the sovereignty of British Crown over the Indian territories held by the company. Yes, I told you constitutional position was defined. The revenues of India were now controlled by the British Parliament. Revenues of India now controlled by the British Parliament. Look at the answer options. 1 and 2, 2 and 3, 1 and 3, 1, 2, 3. Did British Parliament have any kind of control over Indian revenue? Who had Indian revenues control? East India Company. East India Company had a supreme control over Indian revenue. Okay, so answer should be A, 1 and 2. Third statement was wrong statement. And now Charter Act of 1833. Again, it is also milestone. Who was the Governor General? William Bentinck. Why it is called as a milestone? Because the commercial monopoly of company was completely ended. Now what is the new position of the company right now? Political body. It's purely a political body. It means anybody can participate in tea trade also, China trade also as well as India trade too. Now Board of Control President. Who was the Board of Control President? Secretary of State. And now he was given a new designation. The designation was India Affairs Minister. Now the Governor General of Bengal was changed into Governor General of India. Okay. And again, Europeans can acquire and come acquire land in India also. Okay. Now one law member was added to Executive Council. How many Executive Council members were there? 3 members were there. Okay. 3 members were there. And in Regulating Act, 4 members were there. In Pitt India Act, 3 members. Now one more member was added. Which member that was? Law member. Okay. Now Governor General, 3 Executive Council members plus 1 law member. Okay. And who was the first law member? Macaulay. Okay. And now one law commission was also established. Who was the president of the law commission? Chairman of law commission? Macaulay. Why law commission was established? For codification of laws. Because they wanted to administer India on the basis of proper codes. And that code was culminated into what? IPC. That code was culminated into IPC. That is a law commission. Now 3 presidencies. Which are the 3 presidencies? Calcutta, that is Bengal province, Bombay province as well as Madras province. All the 3 provinces will be subordinate to Governor General Council. Which is the Governor General Council? That is in India. Okay, that will be subordinate. So it is the beginning of Indian legislature also. Why law member was added? Law member was added to make laws for India. That is the beginning of Indian legislature, and that legislature culminated into what? India's parliament. Okay, and on the advice of law member, and also one more important changes were done, competition and nomination. Previously what was there? Nomination. Nomination for what? Civil servants. And right now some little bit competition was also introduced. And one more measure was also there to abolish slavery in India. But ultimately the slavery was abolished in 1843. Okay. And now we are coming into Charter Act of 1853. Okay. Now what happened? Full competition. Full competition in what? Civil servants. Full competition in civil servant. Now charter is not renewed for 20 years. What charter? Political charter. Because commercial charter was taken away in 1813 and 1833. Now the political charter was also not renewed. Now if the charter is not renewed, what British government is saying to the British company, East India Company? We can take away your power anytime we wanted to. And coincidentally what happened? 1857? Revolt happened. And after revolt happened, what happened? East India Company, all the rules and regulations, all the power East India Company was transferred to British Crown. Okay. And Governor General Council, which was how many members were there? Governor General Council right now? Governor General, 3 Executive Council and 1 law member. And that was divided into 2. That is divided into, okay, it is not visible actually. I don't know why it is not visible. That is, we can say Executive Council as well as Legislative Council. Executive Council and Legislative Council. Which body was divided? Governor General Council. It was divided into 2. Okay. So what is the duty of Executive Council? Or sorry, what is the first duty of Legislative Council? To make laws. To make laws. And what is the duty of Executive Council? To implement the laws. Okay. How many members were there in Executive Council? 4 members. And who are the 4 members? 3 members were there. And law member was also added, but the first time law member was added without any vote. He was not a full member. But right now in 1853, the law member became full member. What is a full member? He can vote in the proceedings. Like we know Attorney General, Advocate General, what they do? They participate in the proceedings of assemblies. But can they vote? No. That was the position of law member. But after 1853 Act, what happened? Law member can also vote. So what they will do? They will execute the policy. And now there is Legislative Council. How many members are there? 6 members. What these 6 members will do? Make laws. Make laws for what? Make laws for exploitation of India. Listen. And who are the 6 members? Chief Justice of Supreme Court. He was ex officio member of the Legislative Council. What do you mean ex officio? By default. Okay. And 1 judge will be there. Okay. At the same time 4 representatives from 4 provinces. Which are the 4 provinces? Bombay, Bengal, Madras and Northwest Frontier Province. So how many members total? 6 members. Right? Can we say it is the beginning of representative politics in India? What is representative politics? The provinces are getting representation in the central. Okay, in central legislature. That is the beginning of democratic institutions in India. Okay, this is happening in which act? 1853 Act 2. You got it right? Okay, that is the Legislative Council as well as Executive Council. Okay. And now we are coming into Government of India Act of 1858. Why it was passed? What is the reason? It is also called as Act for Better Government of India 1858. There is no accountability of East India Company. In spite of increasing regulation, there was no accountability. Because of policies of East India Company led to which revolt? 1857 revolt. Okay. That 1857 revolt nearly overthrown British Empire in India. Nearly. Okay. It was even though not successful, but an heroic effort to overthrow which empire? British Empire. And that is the reason, that is all the powers of East India Company were transferred to whom? Transferred to British Crown. Okay, with Secretary of State. New position was created, that was Secretary of State. And the Secretary of State was given an office of how many members? 15 members. And that office will be called as what? India Council. And who is the first Secretary of State? Edward Stanley. Everybody knows the last Viceroy as last Governor General and the last or the first Viceroy. Who was the last Governor General? Canning. And the first Viceroy? Canning only. Same position. But right now who was the first Secretary of State? Edward Stanley. Okay. And the designation of Governor General changed to what? Viceroy. What do you mean Viceroy actually? What is the meaning of Viceroy? Viceroy means the representative of the crown. Viceroy, the basic meaning is the representative of the crown. Which crown? British Crown. Okay. But after acts which were passed from 1861 onwards, they led to constitutional development in India. We cannot say regulation of the company, because regulation of the company over in which act? 1858. But right now, whichever the acts they passed, they related to what? Constitutional development. Okay. And now we are coming into which one? Indian Councils Act 1861. So when will we get break for lunch? After I finish all these acts. Do you think I don't want lunch? Indian Councils Act 1861. That is in 1858. They promised something. They promised to Indians. What did they promise to Indians? That we are going to include more Indians. More Indians in where? More Indians in administration. And that is the reason they passed which act? 1861 Act. Therefore, 3 Indians were nominated to which council? Legislative Council. I told you, Governor General Council was divided into what? Executive Council as well as Legislative Council. Now, Indians were given representation in which council? Legislative Council. Okay. Were they elected or nominated? Nominated. And which kind of Indians? High families, like zamindars and like princes. Do you think they will work for the people or work for the Britishers? They work for the Britishers, not for the people. Now, who are the first 3 Indians? That is Raja of Banaras, Deo Narayan Singh, Maharaja of Patiala, Narendra Singh, and Sir Dinkar Rao. Okay, they were nominated by who? Nominated by Viceroy. And it's the beginning of decentralization. When was the centralization started? Regulating Act. Now it is the beginning of decentralization. Okay, at the same time, restored the legislative powers of provinces. Previously, from 1784 onwards, 1833 Act onwards, all the legislation for Bombay and Madras will be done by where? Done by Calcutta. But right now, Bombay can make their own laws, Madras can make their own laws, but they require the assent of whom? Assent of Viceroy. What do you mean assent? Approval, signature. Okay. And now this central legislature will be given a new name. What is the new name it was given? Imperial Legislative Council. Okay. Now, Executive Council which was there, what it will be, what it became, what is the position of the Executive Council right now? It became Cabinet. It became the Cabinet. Over Executive Council members were there. How many members were there? 4 members. Now, 4 members will have some portfolios under them. Some will be having agriculture, some will be having judiciary, some will be having, let's say, civil service, whatever it could be, commerce or industries. And now they will, what they will do? They will execute the policy. Now, what started? Cabinet system or portfolio system started. Okay. At the same time, when this Legislative Council is not there in the session, now what Governor General can do or Viceroy can do? Ordinances. What do you mean ordinances? Making laws when there was no session. Which articles? 123 and 213. Okay. And at the same time, Imperial Legislative Council name was also given to Legislative Council. Now, the Central Legislative Council will be called as what? Imperial Legislative Council. This was in which act? 1861 Act. Okay. Now, we are coming into 1892 Act. Okay. Now, INC had been formed. They were demanding more reforms. Okay. What kind of reforms they were demanding? Constitutional reforms. They demanding, because INC came under the influence of which ideology? Moderates ideology. Okay. And that is the reason they demanded inclusion of more and more Indians. Where Indians should be included? In decision making authority, as well as in administration, as well as in civil services. And that is the reason the number of Indians increased. In which council? Executive Council or Legislative Council? Legislative Council. Because Executive Council implements the policies. Still Indians did not have that much of bargaining power. Indians did not have much bargaining power in 1890s. And that is the reason Indians were increasing in which council? Legislative Council. And now the Legislative Council can also discuss the budget. At the same time, Indians can ask questions to the British government. But after giving notice, how many days notice? 6 days notice. In which council we are talking about? This is Legislative Council. It's centered at the provincial level. Central level. Okay. But in provincial councils, you can ask the question without any notices. Okay. And indirect election was also introduced for the first time. Actually, we cannot call it as an election, but we can kind of a nomination. Where it was introduced, indirect election? To the Central Legislative Council or to the Provincial Legislative Council? To the Provincial Legislative Council. Now, who can elect the members to the Provincial Legislative Council? Members of universities, members of municipalities, at the same time, members of Zamindar Association as well as trade bodies. So, these bodies, they can select some members to which councils? Provincial councils, not to the Central Council. It means in all the central councils, all the members will be nominated. Okay, nominated by whom? Either by the Viceroy. Either by the Viceroy, we can say complete in the control of Britishers too. So, it is the first form of election that was introduced in which act? 1892. Indian Councils Act of 1892. 1892. Okay. And now Indian Councils Act of 1909. Okay. Now it is also called as what? Minto Morley reforms. Now to further increase numbers in ILC. That is ILC means what? Legislative Council. Imperial Legislative Council, that is central level, and also increase the members in provinces also. Okay. And one Indian member for the first time added to which council? Executive Council. Who was that member? Satyendra Prasad Sinha. What designation he was given? Law member. Okay, he was added as a law member. And now they could discuss the budget with before the final form. What do you mean by before the final form? Before it being passed. While it being previously they used to discuss after it passed. But right now they can discuss while it being passed. Okay. At the same time, right to vote for tax-paying citizens. Some kind of election, some kind of right to vote was being introduced. But was it adult franchise? Was it universal adult franchise? No, it was given to only few section of Indians. Which section of Indians? Higher section of Indians. Okay. To elect members to which councils? Municipal council. Not even to the provincial councils. So we can say there are 3 levels of bodies are there. Okay. That is, we can say Central Legislative Council. Okay. Below that what? Provincial councils. We can say Bombay, Madras. Okay. Below provinces, what are there? Municipal councils. Okay. Municipal council. Can we say local self-government? Yes. So to elect members to this local self-government, some Indian members were given what right? Voting rights. And some Indian members are tax-paying citizens. Okay. Not to provincial councils, not to central councils, only to the local self-governments. Understood, right? Okay. Can we say India was progressing towards democracy? Yes or no? Yes. Okay. And again, of course, divide and rule policy started. Separate electorate. Separate electorate was introduced for whom? Muslims and Zamindars. So, because why they introduced separate electorate? Before 1909, which movement had been going on in India? Swadeshi movement. Swadeshi movement had shown the Hindu-Muslim unity which was there. Listen, now they wanted to divide India on the basis of religion. Listen, and that is the reason they brought a concept of separate electorate. And ultimately, that led to partition of India in 1947. Okay. And now we are coming into Government of India Act of 1919. Also called as what? Montagu-Chelmsford Reform. Who was Montagu? Who was Chelmsford? Montagu was the Secretary of State. Chelmsford was the Viceroy. Okay. And the reason for passing of Montagu-Chelmsford Reform because of what happened in August 1917. In 1916, one more movement was started. Which movement had started? Home Rule League. That created more pressure on the Britishers. And now in 1917 August, Chelmsford declared that one, that is, Montagu declared that one, we are going to provide some kind of responsible government in India. Okay, responsible, that the goal of Britishers in India is to provide some kind of responsible government. And that is the reason they passed which act? 1919 Act. But as an integral part of the British Empire, even though responsible government will be given, and India will be part of which empire? British Empire. So that is called as what? Dominion status, some kind of thing, can we say? And they introduced bicameralism at center. What is bicameralism? 2 houses. Now the Central Legislative Council divided into 2 houses. Legislative Assembly and Legislative Council. Not at the provinces, but at the center. And direct elections were introduced for the first time. Where it was introduced, direct elections? To the provincial legislatures. Okay, but limited franchise. What am I limited franchise? That is based on some education criteria, maybe some kind of taxation criteria, income limit criteria. Okay. Both houses will have elected majority. There are 4 types of members in Legislative Council. Which are the 4 types of members? One is elected members. Second one is nominated member. Third one is official member. Fourth one is non-official members. What am I elected members? Those who are elected through voting system. What am I nominated? Nominated by the Viceroy or by the government. Today we have only 2 categories. That is elected members and nominated. Then there was official members as well as non-official members. What are my official members? Official members means those persons who are having any kind of administrative posts. Any civil servant for that matter. Okay, that was official member. What is my non-official member? He was non-administrator. Initially, Indians were given which status? Non-official status. Non-official status. But right now, Indians can also get elected as elected members. That is a basic difference. Okay, hopefully you got it that one. Okay. Again, 1919 Act, unicameralism at provinces. What is my unicameralism? One house. Now, women's right to vote was also given. Okay, but to all the women of India? No, only to limited again. Now, 3 Indians were entered into Executive Council. Okay, now separate budget for provinces. Now they introduced two lists also. Which are the two lists they introduced? Central list as well as provincial list also. And also they also promised one thing, simultaneous examination will be conducted in London also as well as in India also. When was the first time examination conducted? 1923, 1924. The promise was made in 1919 Act. For the first time, simultaneous examination was conducted for civil services in India in 1923-24. And for that, what they had to establish? Public Service Commission. Which commission recommended? Lee Commission. Link all these things. Okay. And now, to further divide India, what they brought? Separate electorate for Sikhs, Christians, Anglo-Indians. Okay. And Indian High Commissioner was established in London also. Okay. And diarchy was introduced. What is my diarchy? We already discussed in the very first class. What is my diarchy? The first and foremost, you have to understand the overall law-making powers were divided between whom? Center and the provinces. Now, these provincial law-making powers further subdivided into what? Reserved subject and transferred subject. Reserved subject will be given to whom? Britishers. They will be administered by the Britishers. And transferred subject will be administered by Indians. That is called as what? Diarchy. That is a further division of provincial subject. We discuss all the questions associated with 1919 Act. The very beginning we discussed, right? Okay. Now look at all the questions. Which of the following are the features of 1919 Act? We already solved this one. Introduction of diarchy in the executive government in the provinces. Introduction of separate communal electorate for Muslims, no. Devolution of legislative authority. Budget was also given. The devolution of legislative authority means what? Two lists. Central list as well as provincial list. Now, which is the answer? 1 and 3. Okay. One more question. Government of India Act of 1919 clearly defined. Which one? We already discussed this one, right? Answer B. Which is answer B? Jurisdiction of central government and provincial government. That is law making powers. 1 to equals fund reforms related to constitutional reforms. Okay. And context of Indian history, the principle of diarchy refers to division of subject delegated to provinces into two categories. What are the two categories? Reserved and transferred. Answer should be D. Okay. And again, look at in 2022, the same word is as reserved subject and transferred subject. Okay. Now, administration of justice, local self-government, land revenue, police, which of them are reserved subject? Except local self-government, everything was a reserved subject. The transferred subjects were which one? Local self-government, education and health, where the expenditure would be incurred. That was given to Indians. The intention behind diarchy was that one, they promised what? We are going to provide responsible government. They are going to make, who is responsible? Not the Britishers. They are going to make Indians responsible to the provincial councils. So, when Indian people ask question, where is the responsible government? Where you are developing education? Where you are developing health? So, when the Britishers can openly say, we have given education administration, health administration to Indians only. Go and ask Indians. But Indians do not have money. All the money is all there in the hands of Britishers. Again, power without responsibility, responsibility without power. Okay, yes, you are asking something. Yes, you can say that. Yes, some kind of, not in true sense, but we are building towards federal form of government. Yes. Previous also, but not in this structured way. In a particular proper division of the central as well as the provincial division. That is one of the hallmark of federalism is what? Hallmark of federalism, one of the major basic features of federalism is what? Division of two lists, or we can say that is division of the law making powers. The division of law making powers happened in which act? 1990. Okay. And a Government of India Act of 1935. What is the background for Government of India Act of 1935? There was Simon Commission report was also there. Round table conferences have happened, and the pressure of which movement? Civil disobedience movement. Okay. And Indian Council of Secretary of State, when it was created, Indian Council with 15 members, 1858 Act, that was abolished. Now the federal form of government was truly established right now. Okay. And now what is one? The provision was given for federal government, but Indians wanted unitary government then. Why Indians wanted unitary government? Because we know Nehru report, Motilal Nehru report, they wanted unitary government. Why they wanted unitary government? Because of growing tendency of communalism. So they thought if communalism could be better controlled with a unitary government, with a strong government. But Britishers given what? Federal government. They went against what Indians demanded. Okay. And again bicameralism at provinces. Now bicameralism at provinces was, center was established in which act? 1919. Okay. And now RBI was established. Okay. Federal court was established because if the federal form of government is there, they will be bound to have some kind of disputes. To resolve the disputes what we have today? Supreme Court. Isn't? That is the reason they established which court? Federal court. Now 3 lists were established. Which are 3 lists? provincial list, central list as well as concurrent list. But in 1919 Act, how many lists were established? 2 lists, provincial list as well as state list. And provincial autonomy was also given. What is the provincial autonomy? What is the provincial autonomy? It means the provinces, they can run their own administration without depending on the center. Okay, they can raise their own revenue, they can make their own laws. Okay, it means they directly derive their power from the crown. Previously, entire Indian administration derived power from where? Crown. But right now, central government is also deriving power from the crown. The state government is also deriving power from crown. Presently, look at that one. Indian states derive power from where? Constitution. Central government derive power from where? Constitution. Now, can we say states are supreme also in state list? Exactly. But of course, unitary bias is there. That is different. And now, diarchy was abolished at provinces. Now, diarchy was established at center. Okay. And separate electorate for depressed class also, women also, labor also. They want to divide as much as possible in India. Okay. So, they want to divide Indian society because what was growing? Nationalism was growing. Freedom movement was becoming stronger and stronger, and they want to divide the society. Depressed class means Dalits, Harijans, okay, weaker sections. They were given this option to Indians. They were given this option to Indians, but it was not never implemented. Because there was a talks for going on, it will be included. Okay, because Ramsay MacDonald, listen, communal award it was called as, it was nullified in which act? Pune Pact. But it was given to Indians. If you want, you can take it. Okay, that is, but it was not implemented, because of the Pune Pact itself. No, but women some kind of seats were given. That's it. Some seats were given, but it was not completely implemented. Okay. Okay. What filled that place? I think there was nothing. Secretary of, because everything was becoming supreme here. No, in India, everything was becoming supreme here. There is no necessity of having a redundant office in London. That is a major difference. And of course, voting rates were further increased, and overall 10% of Indian population got some kind of voting rights too. Okay. Yes. Yes. 1919. That was the influence. The reason why women were given 1919 Act. Okay, 1919 Women Right to Act. There was a movement in England called as Rainbow Movement. If I am not wrong, it is called as Rainbow Movement or something like that. I will check it and let you know. Okay, that is called as Rainbow Movement. That movement was about rights of women. Okay, that rights of women was what? The rights of women was, one right was right to vote. It was given in England also, and it was given in India also. Okay, that is one thing. Center, because they wanted to give more powers to Indian hands, because more demand was there for to give more powers to which hands? Indian hands. That is a major central. Because Indians were demanding what kind of powers we wanted? Decision making powers. The decision making powers will be there as the ministers. That is one thing. Okay. There one question also. 2021. Okay. Montagu Chelmsford reforms of 1919 recommended granting rights to all women above the age of 21. And even though, to continue the discussion, when was American Constitution was established? 1780s. Okay. When was women were given right to vote? 1924. American Constitution was the oldest democratic constitution, but women were given right to vote only in 1924. It means Indian women had early got which right? Right to voting rights compared to America also. You see, that is one thing. Next one, the Government of India Act of 1935 gave women reserved seats in legislature. Yes. Now, which statement is correct? 2 only, because not all the women got the right to vote also. And now we'll take a break. Then we'll see education intervention. Then we'll go to 1857 revolt. Okay, some minor revolts. Then we'll go to freedom movement. Okay. Okay, so we have discussed about the occupation of India. Okay, then we discuss about the British administration, and within administration we are coming into a new type of administration, that was education intervention. Okay, so what to do if you're not able to complete? What should be the plan? No, tomorrow there is no tomorrow. Everything what should happen today only. Huh? 7 and 8 also. Paka? Huh? Huh? Should we? Yes sir, all okay. Okay. Are you ready? Paka? Let's see what happens after 5:30. Okay, we'll try to complete as much as possible, because these topics already people know most of the time. Okay, so let's see. Okay, because whatever already all the freedom movement topics, I think Swadeshi movement, non-cooperation movement, civil disorder movement, everything we know. Okay, so let's see how it's gonna pan out. Okay, so if possible, we can. Let's see. Okay. Problem is that one already getting some pains over here. Okay, there is a problem. Now starting with the education interventions, there is the early institutions were there. One question was also asked an early institution, 1781, which institution? Very nice thing, that was Calcutta Madrasa. Okay, and for what was the purpose of Calcutta Madrasa? For study of Islamic laws, law related and subjects. In 1791-92, which one? Sanskrit College. Who established that Sanskrit College? In Varanasi by Jonathan Duncan. The major objective of these two institutions is that one, because Britishers needed regular supply of Indians for administration. In which administration? In Indian administration, and particularly they want to have the knowledge about Indian laws, Indian age-old traditional laws, and that is the reason they established these two colleges. For study of Hindu law, Sanskrit College, and for study of Islamic law, they established Calcutta Madrasa. Okay, and for regular supply of qualified Indians to help the administration of law. Okay, and again Asiatic Society, William Jones. Okay, 1784. What was the objective of William Jones? Sorry, Asiatic Society? To study about Oriental studies. Oriental means Eastern studies, Eastern philosophical studies. What is by East? Eastern part of the world, that is Asia and Africa, we can talk about. Okay, then again, one question with reference to educational institution during the rule in India. Consider the following pairs: institution and the founder. Sanskrit College, Banaras, William Jones; Calcutta Madrasa, Varanasi things; Fort William College, Arthur Wellesley. Okay, look at that one probably. Which one? Sanskrit College at Banaras. Who established that one? Jonathan Duncan. So first should be eliminated. So which one you are going to eliminate? A and C. Now again, Calcutta Madrasa we know, Varanasi things. Fort William College by Richard Wellesley, his brother. Okay, but it was given as Arthur Wellesley. So answer should be B only. Okay, that is 2 only. Now towards introduction, rupees 1 lakh was given in which act? Charter Act. But there was a controversy on how to spend this money. So that is the reason it led to one committee, Committee of Public Instruction. Who was the chairman of this committee? Thomas Macaulay. Okay. Now these committee members were divided into 2 categories. Which are the 2 categories? Anglicists and Orientalists. What Anglicists wanted? English medium language and introduction of the Western philosophy and Western subjects. And what Orientalists wanted? Expansion of Indian languages and studies of Indian philosophy. And they wanted vernacular language. What are vernacular languages? In Indian languages. Okay. And that Anglicist group was led by Charles Trevelyan and Elphinstone, and Orientalist was led by Eamon Wilson and S.T. Prinsep. Okay. So who was the head of this committee? Macaulay. Ultimately, who won the debate? Anglicists or Orientalists? Anglicists. And that report is called as what? Macaulay's Minute. Okay, so research to be 1 lakh rupees resources to be spent on what? Spent on what kind of education? Western education and which medium? That is the reason we are speaking in English today. Okay, that is one thing. Western literature as well as in English medium, and also brought out one kind of theory. What that theory? Downward infiltration theory. What am I downward infiltration theory? Educate few upper section and they are going to educate the masses. So they neglected the mass education. Okay, they neglected the mass education. That is called as downward infiltration theory. But this downward infiltration theory was rejected by Charles Wood Dispatch. That is in which year? 1854. That is Charles Wood. Who was Charles Wood? He was the president of Board of Control. Which was Board of Control? Board of Control was the double government. That was in London, which is East India Company was responsible to Board of Control. Okay. Now downward infiltration theory was discarded and some kind of new recommendations were given. Okay. What that recommendations are called as? They are called as Magna Carta of Indian education, because they were very forward looking. Even today also they have a lot of influences. Now first recommendation, who should took the responsibility for administration? Government. Okay. And education department should be there in all provinces. Then 3 universities were established. First 3 universities, Bengal, Bombay and Madras. Women education was given importance. Then vernacular at the lower level of schools, Anglo vernacular at the middle schools and high schools, and English at the college level. Fair enough? Okay, all the languages were given equal importance. Then again, secular education, religion should be taken away out of education. Then again, vocational training. Today we have new education policy, we are talking about vocational training in educational institution. But such kind of recommendation was given by whom? Charles Wood Dispatch only. Teachers training, today also teachers training is there. Okay. Again, grants and aid. Grants and aid for what? Grants should be given by the government for private NGOs to start what? To start schools and colleges. Okay, so these were the major recommendations of Charles Wood Dispatch. Same question was also regarding Wood's Dispatch. Consider the following statement: grants in aid system was introduced. Yes. Establishment of university were recommended. Yes. English is a medium of instruction at all levels of education. No. So answer should be yes. Okay. Now one more question. Which of the following led to introduction of English education? Charter Act of 1813. How? 1 lakh rupees. General Committee of Public Instruction. Yes. Thomas Macaulay. Orientalist and Anglicist controversy. Yes. Answer should be number 2. Now other education committees are there. These are given in your textbooks. Please go through them. Look at recommendation. Now there is no time to give each and every recommendations over it. So which committees? Hunter Committee, Sadler Committee, Arto Committee, Varda Education Scheme. This Varda Education Scheme is very important because that was based on which Gandhian. Okay, that was based on Gandhian scheme of education. Then again, Sargent Plan and Radhakrishnan Commission after independence. Why Radhakrishnan Commission is important? It recommended which body? Presently also it is there. UGC, that is Universal Grants Commission, that was recommended by Radhakrishnan Commission. Now railways development. Which was the first railway in India? Thane to Bombay? No. That was the first passenger train. The first train was first logistics train. Okay, that was there in first railway proposals was made in 1832. Okay, and that is country's first transportation rail was called as Red Hill Railway, and that is built by Sir Arthur Cotton for logistics purposes. For logistics purposes, and to ran from Red Hills to Chinchadripet. Okay, that is Chinchadripet. That is in Chennai, near Chennai too. That was the first railway ever built in India. Okay. That is in 1836, 1837. But the first passenger train was Bombay and Thane. That is fine. But the first ever train in India built was Red Hill Railway. That is in Madras province. And one more railway was also built in 1845 to build Godavari Dam. Okay, so Godavari Dam construction railway was built by again same person, Sir Cotton at Dowleshwaram in Rajahmundry. Okay, Rajahmundry to supply stone for dam. Again, all these are what purposes? Logistics purposes, not for passenger train. One more one, 1851 to build Solani Aqueduct. That is in Solani River, that is in Uttarakhand. Okay, that is built by one person called as Proby Koutley. I don't know the exact pronunciation, that could be there, to transport construction material. All the first 3 railways built in India, for what purposes they were built? Transportation of logistics. Okay, but all these railway lines were dismantled. Once those projects were completed, all the railways were dismantled. And now first passenger train operated by Great Indian Peninsular Railway, and today it is called as Central Railway. Okay, now Mumbai to Thane, 16th April 1853, it was a broad gauge. East India's first railway, that was West India, Mumbai and Thane. Okay, East India's was Aura to Hooghly, 1854, 15th August. South India's first, that is from Rayapuram to Vallaja Road, that is from Madras to Arcot. Okay, which was the first electrified railway, that is in 1856. First electric passenger train in India. It was the first electric passenger train. That is in Bombay. That is from Victoria Terminus to Kurla. That is in Bombay. So these are the various railways that were built. That is West India, Eastern India, South India. Okay, that's what I keep saying. That is break down the topics in a different way. First, you already know which was the first railways in India, Bombay and Thane. Which is first is South India, which first in West India. Because we know the examination pattern is getting little bit difficult, little bit, we can say going little bit deeper also. Okay, that is the reason you have to keep on evolving according to how the examination is evolving too. That is the reason the content we can say that is little bit deeper understanding is required in major topics also, in minor topics also. Okay, now railways, who was the first person who actually gave permission? Dalhousie. Initially it was private ownership of railways. Okay, all the railways were built in initially, they were private ownership, and later what happened? They were given some kind of state construction from 1869 onwards, and that recommended by John Lawrence. So initially was all the railways in India constructed until 1861 were private railways, and when the private investors who built the railways in India, they were guaranteed how many percent of profit? 5%. Even the projects fail also, they should be given how much percentage? 5%. And that is one more way of what? Drain of wealth also. Okay. Next again, organization of railways, one commission of railways, one committee, that is Thomas Robertson Commission, that was appointed in 1901. He proposed some changes in the organization of railways. Today that board is there. Which board? Railway board. The railway board today what it is there, that is recommended by Thomas Robertson Commission. Okay, and the board was formally set up in 1905. And today it also there. And some other railway committees, 1907, a committee under Sir James Mackay, and in 20 East India Railways Committee under the chairmanship of Sir William Ackworth. Okay, it had 10 members and 3 were Indians. Who were the 3 Indian members? Srinivas Shastri, Rajendranath Mukherjee and Purushottam Das Thakurdas. And what this committee recommended? Very famous. The budget of railway and general budget should be separated. But what happened recently? From 16 onwards, they have been merged too. They recommended state management of railways and separation of budget. And from 1924-1925 to until 2017, there was a separate budget of railway as well as general budget. But from 2017 onwards, what happened? Both are merged too. Okay. And 1932-33, PA Pope Committee, and 1947 KC Niyogi Committee. So all these are related to which region? Sorry, which sector? Railway sector. We talked about education committees, railway committees, then again civil services committees, police committee also, everything we discuss. Now telegraph, first telegraph was 1850-51. What is my telegraph? Sending of codes, not phones. Okay, that is first telegraph was 1850-51 from Calcutta to Diamond Harbour. And when first between UK and India was also connected. That is first telegraph was introduced in India. Okay, so they also want to connect India with UK. That is, they want to have a direct communication with UK. And that is the reason on 23rd June 1870, thousands of undersea cables were utilized, submarine cables, and they connected two areas. That is Porto-Carno, that is in in Britain, and again Bombay. These two areas were connected with what? Connected with telegraph. So now Indians can maintain, that is British Indian government can maintain direct contact with whom? British government. Because the Indian government is being controlled by whom? British government. After which one? After 1858. We know that one. Okay. Now British Indian Submarine Telegraph Company, the company that built this telegraph line was called as British Indian Submarine Company, and the owner of that company was John Pender. Okay. So that is the company who actually built the telegraph. Okay. And we know how the telegraph looks like. Okay. Because now the age of smartphones, you must have forgotten about telegraph. That is the reason I put the image. And now currency, a uniform rupee became a uniform currency from 1835. A legal currency, rupee became legal currency in British India from which year onwards? 1835 onwards. Okay. And now impact of British rule, obviously I am not going to go too much into that one. It's completely analysis. What are the major impact happened in India? What is the major impact? Of course, disruption of traditional economy. Which is traditional economy? Agricultural economy. Then again, impoverishment of peasantry. What is my impoverishment? Poorer. Peasants were becoming poorer and poorer because of which policies? Land revenue policies. Which land revenue policies? Ijardari, Zamindari, Royatwari and Mahalwari. Then again, ruin of arts and crafts. Particularly which arts and crafts got ruined? Handicrafts. Particularly textile industry of India. Textile industry of India got completely ruined. And then again, change in exports and imports. Now India was an export country before the Britishers. Now after Britishers came, what happened to India? India became an importing country. Importing of what? Importing of finished product, exporting of raw material. But previously what used to happen? India used to export finished product. That is the reason India was called as what? Sink of precious metals. And commercialization of agriculture. They forcefully made Indian peasants to cultivate what? Cotton. Okay, at the same time rubber, okay, indigo, all these things. And lastly, new social classes emerged. What do you mean new social classes? How it emerged? Now zamindars became overnight owners. Isn't it right? Now agricultural peasants, they became landless laborers. A new kind of social classes emerged. Bonded labor system emerged because of zamindari system. That is the reason Indian government had to bring one law right after independence. Which law Indians had to bring? Land Ceiling Act also, as well as bonded labor system abolition of zamindari system. All these laws were brought after independence. That is the scale of exploitation that was happening in India from 1757 to until 1947. And even one of the biggest reason for today's poverty in India also Britishers. That is it. Okay. And of course, lastly, what happened? Drain of wealth. But we will discuss drain of wealth. What is my drain of wealth? Before going to that one, there was one question. Economically, one of the results of British Indian rule in the 19th century was increase in the exports of Indian handicrafts, growth in number of Indian owned factories. All these were happening in parallel universe. Okay. Commercialization of Indian agriculture. Yes. Rapid increase in urban population. No. Answer should be C. Okay. Very simple. Now, drain of wealth. What is the meaning of drain of wealth? What is the basic meaning of drain of wealth? Drain of wealth means that is wealth of India is draining. That is simple. Okay. The actual definition of drain of wealth is that one, that is unreciprocated exports over imports. And particularly India was whatever India was exporting. That India exporting what? India's wealth without getting anything in return. There is something called as one-way free trade. What is one-way free trade? Do you know? What is my one-way free trade? Just example like this. Now, when Indian finished products exported to Britain, okay, what would happen to those products? They were taxed. Lot of taxation. Okay. At the same time, when British finished products exported into India and they were freely imported. Okay. But when Indian raw materials exported to Britain, what would happen? Freely imported. Because they wanted Indian raw materials for their industrialization. And their industrialized finished products would be freely imported to India. When their products are freely imported to India and Indian markets, or I can say Indian industries, Indian handicrafts lost market. Because Indian handicrafts were very costly products, but the machine-made products were very, very cheap. Indians did not care whether they were consuming handicraft product or whether machine-made product. Ultimately, what they wanted was cheap product. The cheap product was coming from where? Britain. Okay. And now what Indians were giving when they were export of which country increasing? Britain. Export of Britain were increasing and Indian money was going out to Britain also in consumption. Okay. The theory of drain was developed by Indian nationalist thinkers. They wanted to analyze what is the reason for India's poverty. And when they were analyzing what is the India's poverty, reason for India's poverty, they come up with something called as drain theory. Okay. That is referred to as unreciprocated surplus of exports over imports that was transferred to England without getting anything in return. And who is the person who developed this theory? And which book? Poverty and Un-British Rule in India in 1871. Okay, he called this as evil of all evils. Okay, drain of theory was called as evil of all evils. Now, which are the constituents or forms of drain? Salaries, pensions after retirements. Okay, and then again remittances to their families. They were working in India. They had to send some money to where? Send some money to Britain. Then again company profits through dividend and interest. Then again army expenditure to capture Asia and Africa. Then I talk about interest on a debt raise. Indian government used to raise some debt. And who has to pay that interest? Indian people. At the same time, returns on investment. I told you what return on investment? Guaranteed investment of how many percentage? Actually, it was 10% earlier. Then there was a protest. Then that is the reason it was reduced to 5%. And again, something called as home charges. What do you mean home charges? Home charges means any kind of charges for Indian government happening in England. That's it. Very simple. Like Indian government expenses in England. That is called as what? Home charges. Okay. And now we are coming into pioneers of drain of wealth. Who was the pioneers? Dadabhai Naoroji, R.P. Dutt. He wrote a book called India Today. Then again M.G. Ranade. He wrote an essay on Indian economics. Then again G. Subramania Iyer. R.C. Dutt. Economic history in India in 1901. Gopala Krishna Gokhale. G.V. Joshi and P.C. Ray. And these are the persons who actually developed which theory? Drain theory. Okay. Now there was a question in 2012. The most effective contribution made by Dadabhai Naoroji to the cause of Indian national movement was that expose the economic exploitation of India by the British. Yes. Interpret the ancient Indian texts and restore the self-confidence of Indians. No. Stress the need for eradication of all the social evils before anything else. Which of the statement above is correct? 1 only, 2, 3 only, 1, 2, 3, 1 only. His famous contribution is what? Exploiting. That showing what kind of exploitation was happening in India. Which of the following were economic critics of colonialism in India? Dadabhai Naoroji, G. Subramania Iyer and R.C. Dutt. All three? Okay, R.C. Dutt also as well as R.P. Dutt also. All three. One more. That is because I am skipping social religious reform movement. The reason is that one, there is so many personalities are there that itself take one day. Okay, but I am going to discuss South Indian social religious reform movement. The reason being Vaikom Satyagraha. That was in news because that is related to what? Temple entry. Okay, we will discuss only temple entry social religious reform movement. Hope you understand this one. Okay, because we can't cover each and everything given the time paucity. Annie Besant, responsible for starting the Home Rule League movement. Second one, was the founder of Theosophical Society? No. Once the president of Indian National Congress? Yes. Answer should be 2 and 3. Okay. Sorry. Yes, 1 and 3. Yes. Now, justice movement, I told you. Okay, so we are coming into social religious reform movement that is happening in South India. And it is also called as what? South Indian Liberal Federation. In 1917, it became a political party later, Justice Party. And over the leaders, C.N. Mudaliar, okay, T.M. Nair and P. Thiagaraya Chetty. And one women leader was also there. Who was a women leader? Alamelu. Tayaramato. Okay. And what is their major intention? To secure jobs and to secure some kind of representation for non-Brahmins classes. Okay, to secure jobs and representation for non-Brahmins. Where representation? In legislature as well as in jobs also. Because all the jobs, all the decision making authority was there in which hands? Upper section hands. So it was a movement for what? For the empowerment of which section? Empowerment of lower sections. Okay, non-Brahmin section. And later it led to which movement? Dravida movement. Okay. Then again, self-respect movement founded in 1925 by person called as S. Ramanathan. But he invited which person? E.V. Ramaswamy Naikar to lead the movement. Okay. And he rejected what? Rejected Brahminical religion and culture and conducted wedding without priests. Because how the power of Brahmins was established? Because their necessity was there. Where their necessity was there? In conducting of sacrifices, conducting of rituals. And that is the reason they said that one, that is we are going to conduct rituals and sacrifices without the help of Brahmins. Okay. And undermining their supremacy. That is called a self-respect movement. Now temple entry movement. Okay. Sri Narayana Guru, Kumaranasan and T.K. Madhavan. Where it is? It was in Kerala. Okay. Became part of Gandhian constructive program also. What do you mean constructive program? Gandhiji established after a withdrawal of non-cooperation movement. What do you mean constructive program? Instead of focusing on political aspect, should focus on social reforms. Should focus on social reform. That is a part of Gandhian constructive program. As a result, the movement in November 1936, the Maharaja of Travancore issued a proclamation that is throwing open all government controlled temples. To whom? To all the castes. The reason why the Indian government or any state government they maintain control over temples is that one, they want to eliminate untouchability. Okay, because if the temples are in private controlled, obviously lower section people will not be given any kind of entry. And that is the reason most of the temples in India are controlled by whom? Government. So that equality can be established. That is a major intention. And Madras also followed this suit. Okay, Madras government also followed that. Vaikom Satyagraha related to temple entry only. 24-25, a non-violent agitation for access to the prohibited environment of one temple. Which temple that was? Vaikom temple, and is related to Shiva, Mahadeva temple. Okay, in the kingdom of Travancore. That is again same rulers T.K. Madhavan, K. Kelappan, K.P. Keshwamenan, and Mahatma Gandhi also visited Vaikom. In 1924-25, Mahatma Gandhi also visited Vaikom. There was a mixed results because some parts of temples were opened when Vaikom Satyagraha was happening. But in 1936, what happened? All parts were open to. Actually, first I should have discussed Vaikom Satyagraha, then I should have come to temple entry. When Vaikom Satyagraha started that movement, okay, which one started? That is temple entry. For which temple? Vaikom temple, that is Mahadeva temple. And some mixed results means some part of the temples were open for the lower caste, but fully opened in which year? 1936. That is, we already discussed that one. And one more is also there, Sri Narayana Guru. That is Sri Narayana Guru Paripalana Yogam. Okay. In 1903, what is the aim? Giving a practice of untouchability. Then building temples which would open to all castes. So all these are interrelated. Most of what we are discussing, all these are interrelated. And he gave the slogan, one religion, one caste, and one God for mankind. Okay. Then again, Aravipuram movement, 1888 in Kerala. It began when Sri Narayana Guru, despite belonging to lower caste, installed an idol of Shiva. Okay. Later inspiration to temple entry movement. Actually, I went ulta. I should have come from Aravipuram. Okay. So Aravipuram is the beginning, and then we can start stop at Vaikom. That is 1936 temple entry movement. Okay. That is which year? 1888. Okay. Now we are coming into the revolt. Now we are coming into India's responses. Okay. What is the reason for 1857 revolt? Very simple. What are the political causes? Which political causes? You already know. Doctrine of lapse, subsidiary alliance. Okay, that is the one thing. Dalhousie's doctrine of lapse. Now, to which states doctrine of lapse will be applied? I don't want to explain doctrine of lapse, right? What is doctrine of lapse? Huh? Any Raja, we don't have any kind of male heir. If they even if they adopt any kind of sons, they wouldn't be having any kind of control over the throne too. That would be like ultimately merge with whom? Merge with East India Company. Okay, applied to which kind of states? Not to all the princely states, and those kind of states which had accepted the supremacy of East India Company. Like Mysore had accepted supremacy of East India Company through signing which treaty? Subsidiary alliance treaty. Okay, so to apply to such kind of state, not to each and every princely state. Okay, and we already know which states were signed: Jhansi, Satara. Okay, then again we can talk about Nagpur, Udaipur, Sambalpur, and everything. And economic and administrative causes. What is the major reason? Exploitative land revenue settlements. Okay. Then again we talk about social and religious causes, conversion policies, Christian missionaries. When was the Christian missionaries were first allowed? 1833, Orthodox discontent, and they passed one act, Religious Disabilities Act in 1850. According to this act, what? Even though change of religion would not bar the person from inheriting the property. Okay, but according to Hindu religious belief system, what was there? If you change the religion, there will be no part in the property, but that was nullified in this act. And again, one more cause is what? Foreign influences. Two wars were influenced, Afghan war as well as Crimean war. What happened in Afghan war? British got what? They got defeated. In Crimean war also they experienced some kind of defeat over there in Europe during that point of time in 1853-56, and that gave confidence to Indians that we can also defeat Britishers. That is foreign influences. And again, which are the military causes? General Service Enlistment Act, that is all the soldiers had to give an undertaking that they will serve anywhere in the world. But that is taboo subject in India, because what was the belief system? If they crossed the sea, what would happen? They would lose the religion, they would lose the caste also, and that is the reason they were not agreeing. And systematic conversion was happening in the barracks, systematic conversion happening in the military regiments, and that is the reason they completely oppose it. Which is the immediate military causes? Two issue. These are two issue. One is atta issue, that is flour issue. There was a rumor that the wheat flour has been mixed with bone dust. And then again gun issue. Previously there was a brown musket, now they introduced with Enfield rifle, okay, not Royal Enfield, okay, that is Enfield rifle. And what was the issue about this gun? There were rumors that the cartridge was being smeared with cow fat and pig fat. There were no WhatsApp then, still rumors were spreading, okay, and that was enough. And that is about 1857 revolt. I know I don't want to get into, I will come to the leaders and everything, but there were some minor revolts were also there. White mutiny it is called as. What is white mutiny? Any idea? Everybody knows about 1857. There were two white mutinies were there. Okay, first one was in 1766, also called as Mongier mutiny. It is as a white mutiny, means among British soldiers. The Britishers were whites, and there is among some British soldiers, they revolted against East India Company. Okay, due to reduced military allowances, but it was suppressed by Robert Clive. When, in which year it happened? 1766. And one more white mutiny was there in 1861. Now British Indian Army had two kinds. Which are the two kinds were there? One is East India Company Army. Now East India Company army had raised this army by recruiting Indians also, by bringing some persons from Britain also. And other army was Queen's Army. What is Queen's Army means? British Government Army. You see, two types of army was there. They were serving in India. You see, but East India Company soldiers, they revolted. The reason why they revolted is that one, because after 1858 what happened? The administration was transferred from East India Company to British Crown, and now if the administration is transferred, East India Company's army should also become which army? Queen's Army. But some of the soldiers were not ready to serve under Queen. They did not want to, because they wanted to serve as a private soldiers rather than the government soldiers, and that is the reason they were revolted. Okay, refused to serve in Queen's Army after transfer of power and army, so their demands were met. And what their demand were talking about, at the same time they did not want to serve in the Queen's Army. They asked for allowances to go back home, and that is the reason they were given allowances and they were discharged home, because they did not have to serve in which army? Queen's Army. Got the difference, right? East India Company Army as well as Queen's Army. That was white mutiny without serving in Queen's Army. And now centers and leaders. 1857 revolt. Delhi, General Bakht Khan, he was fighting on behalf of whom? Bahadur Shah Zafar. In Kanpur, Nana Sahib, what was his grievances? What he wanted? Peshwaship. Then in Lucknow, Begum Hazrat Mahal, because of adopted son right. Then Bareilly, Khan Bahadur Khan, pension. Bihar, Kunwar Singh, he was taken, his estate was taken away. And again in Faizabad, that was in UP, Maulvi Ahmadullah. And again Jhansi Rani, Lakshmi Bai, and what was her grievance? Recognizing the adopted son. Okay, everything was that. And Bagapat, that is in UP, Shamal. These were some of the leaders. And now we are directly go to rise of nationalism. Okay. So what is the reason for the growth of nationalism? Why nationalism was growing? What do you mean nationalism, first and foremost? What do you mean nationalism? How do you define nationalism? How do you define nationalism? You have been preparing for UPSC for quite a while, right? I am asking basic definition of nationalism. Loyalty to nation. Okay. Then anything else? Anything else? These are some of the reasons for the growth of nationalism. Nationalism is nothing but shared interests, collective interests. What was the collective interest of Indians? Freedom. At the same time, anti-British attitude. At the same, that led to what? That led to freedom movement. And major reasons are political, administrative, as well as economic unification of the country. Before Britishers could come to India, Bengal had different administration, Marathas had different administration, Mysore had different administration. But right now all these people came under whose administration? British administration. Now came under whose a common exploitation? British common exploitation now created oneness feeling. The second reason is Western thought and education. What is Western thought and education means? Which kind of education system they introduced? Western education system. In Western education system, they introduced Western philosophies of Rousseau. Okay, Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Then again, John Locke. And at the same time, you talk about Voltaire. You talk about Montesquieu. What all these people talk about? Democracy. Now Indians becoming aware about which concepts? Democratic concept. They say that one, every first chapter of all these schools during that point of time was advantage of British rule in India. Okay, they say that one. But in spite of all those kind of things, Indians became aware about what? Aware about democracy. And the educated section are the one who actually understood the what kind of exploitation was happening in India. Dadabhai Naoroji, G.K. Subramania Iyer, Gopalakrishna Gokhale, which class they were? Educated section. They are the one who analyzed what? Analyzed drain of wealth. And that created awareness. Listen, at the same time, progressive character of social-religious reform movement. What do you mean progressive character of social-religious reform movement? What do you mean by that? What do you mean progressive character? What Rajaram Mohan Rai had said. First, India should reform its society. Then it should work for the political goals. Society was far more divided. How society was divided? Casteism, language, religious differences, sati system was there, child marriage was there. But the socio-religious reform movement led to what? Abolition of, or we can say at least control of or elimination of some of the social evils. And now that created social unity. When social unity was achieved, now people are ready for political unity. Understood, right? Now people are ready for working towards political goals. And next one, rise of middle class intelligentsia. Which is the middle class? The educated class. And this educated class are the one who understood the exploitation, and they are the one who are taking up jobs as professionals. Where they were taking up jobs as professionals? In railways, in postal telegraph, and then again in civil services, and then again in judiciary, police. And they were creating different kind of thought system, because they had different kind of thought system because they were educated, and in all this area they understood Indians are being discriminated. Were Indians were given high status? No. What is the maximum salary limit? 500 pounds. And now they got to know that one, as long as Britishers are there in India, we cannot expect equality. And that created that intelligence. And lastly, contemporary movements in the world. Which contemporary movements in the around the world influenced? Unification of Germany, unification of Italy, okay, and Greek War of Independence, and South America's War of Independences. At the same time, we can rise of nation states in Europe was happening. Nationalism was growing in Europe. Okay, that is, they say that one, the 19th century Europe is the century of winning of ideals of democracy, nationalism and liberalism. And all those ideas were actually coming to India. They say you can stop an army from crossing the boundary, but you cannot stop an idea from crossing the boundary. Which ideas were coming to India? Nationalism, democracy, liberalism. Where they were coming from? Europe. And that influenced Indian thinking also. And of course, some role of press and literature. Because they say that one, press is called as what? The mirror of Indian nationalism. What is the mirror of Indian nationalism? If you want to look at what was happening in national movement, if you look at all the events and everything, what you should go through? You should go through the newspapers of that point of time. Because what is the role of newspaper? As a medium of communication, at the same time bringing all leaders together, okay, and creating awareness about the exploitation and creating awareness about the new democratic ideals also, okay. And lastly, some reactionary policies. Which reactionary policies? Reactionary policy of Lytton. What he did in civil services? He reduced the age from 21 to 19 years, okay. And then again, the Grand Delhi Darbar of 1877. Why holding a Delhi Darbar in 1877 was a reactionary policy? Because all over India there was a famine, but he was celebrating, okay. Then Vernacular Press Act of 1878. What was Vernacular Press Act? What it like? It put restrictions on the vernacular Indian presses or Indian language newspapers. Then again, the Arms Act of 1878 took away the basic right of what? Basic right of owning the arms also. All these were reactionary policies. Then again, Ilbert Bill controversy. What is Ilbert Bill? 1883. It was a commission called a C.P. Ilbert Committee. What was C.P. Ilbert Committee? Now, to give equal status to Indian judges also as well as European judges also. But do you think Europeans will accept that one? No. Obviously, that is to preside over cases involving Britishers, or we can say Europeans. Now, Indian judges cannot give any kind of judgment to any person who is accused was a European, because they did not trust Indians. That is the reason. But this Ilbert Bill, what it proposes is that one, whatever the judicial discrimination is there between Indian judges and European judges, that should be removed. Who was the person who appointed this committee? Ripon. And now, but it was passed in a weakened form. What is my weakened form? In the sense that it was passed in 1884 January actually. That weakened form is that one, do you know trial up by jury? What is my trial by jury? There will be 12 persons will be there. They will hear the arguments. The 12 persons from the civil society. And they will decide whether the accused person is guilty or non-guilty. What is this weakened form is that one? The accused person, the person who is being tried, he was given the right to choose the jury. You understand? To choose the jury, that is, he was given the right that one, at least half of the jury, out of 12 persons, 6% should be Europeans. Okay? So that was passed in a very weakened form. That is the one thing. That is, accused can change the jury, half the members must be European. And what Indians understood by Ilbert Bill? What they understood? One more understanding came to Indians. That as long as Britishers are ruling in India, we cannot expect justice and fair play in India. We cannot expect any kind of equal treatment with Indians. Okay? Ilbert Bill controversy was related to imposition of restriction on the Indians of certain to carry arms by Indian? No. Imposition of restriction on newspapers and magazines? No. Removal of disqualifications imposed on the Indian magistrate with regard to the trial of the Europeans? Yes. Removal of duty on imported cotton cloth? No. Solution is C. And some facts, Surendra Banerjee is the first Indian journalist to get arrested. Okay, that is the first Indian journalist to be imprisoned because of contempt of court case, and that is, he was criticized the Judge Norris. He gave one judgment, the judgment was actually anti-Hindu, okay, about one removal of idol. That is the reason he was arrested. That is because he befittingly criticized in his newspaper. His newspaper was the Bengali, that is in 1883. But one of the judges, Ramesh Chandra Mitra, he actually gave a dissenting judgment. What do you mean dissenting judgment? Opposite of it. He did not see Surendra Banerjee as the guilty, not contempt of court. Okay, but that judge was given and he was arrested, and that is the reason first Indian journalist to be imprisoned was Surendra Banerjee. Okay. Now pre-ANC organization, before the ANC was built, some local level organizations were there. Which organizations were there? Bangabhasha Prakashika Sabha, that is in which year? 1836. Who established this one? Followers of Rajaram Mohan Rai. And who was the person actually associated with that one? That is Gauri Shankar Tarkabagish. He is the person actually established this Bangabhasha Prakashika Sabha. And what was the duty of this organization? To discuss government policy. So everything starts with simple discussion. What the government is doing and everything. Okay. And next one, Zamindari Association, also called as Landholder Society. Which year? 1838. Who are the persons associated with this one? Dwaraknath Tagore, Radhakant Deb, Babani Sharan Bandyopadhyay, and Prasanna Kumar Tagore, Ram Kamal Sen. And what they argued for? They argued for establishment of permanent settlement all over India, because all these were zamindars. Because what will happen if zamindari system will come? Zamindars will become what? Owners. That is the reason it was, even though it was having some kind of selfish interest, but it contributed for the growth of political interest in India. Okay, that is organized political activity in India. Okay, led to the organized political activity. It means how to convince the Britishers. Okay, how to negotiate with the Britishers, and that was the major duty of which organization? Landholder Society. That is bringing of constitutional way of fighting. What do you mean constitutional way of fighting? What do you mean constitutional way of fighting? Or constitutional methods means that is trying to convince the Britishers. Trying to convince the Britishers. Okay, and they also cooperated with British India Society founded by William Adam in London. So they are trying to establish contacts with Indians also as well as in London too. Then again, one more association, which is BBIS, Bengal British India Society. Then again, 1843, promoting public interest and aimed at disseminating information about the British Indian conditions. What kind of Indian conditions were there? What is the condition of peasants? What is the condition of administration? They want to just spread the information about, just create awareness. That is a major thing. And lawful and peaceful means they want to fight, or they want to convince the Britishers through lawful and peaceful method. And George Thompson was advised, Dwaraknath Tagore, Chandan Mohan Chatterjee, and again Paramananda Mitra to establish which one? Bengal British India Society. And now British Indian Association, how it was established? British Indian Association by the merging of which one? Landholder Society as well as BBIS. That is Bengal British India Society. That is a Landholder Society plus Bengal British India Society. That is in 1851. Okay. Again, Radhakant Deb was his first president. Okay. Then again, first general secretary was Debendranath Tagore. Who was Debendranath Tagore? Father of Rabindranath Tagore. And which Patrika he established? Tattva Patrika. Okay. Also established Tattva Sabha. What was the intention? What was the objective of Tattva Sabha? to spread the ideals of Raja Ram Mohan Rai. Okay. Then again, he exclusively composed of Indians. There was no foreign interference in that. There was no foreign members in that one. It was exclusively of Indians. And then again, it worked towards increasing the welfare of Indians. How do you work towards the welfare of Indians? That is negotiating with the Britishers to bring laws in favorable for Indians too. And again, the Indian League was the person Shishir Kumar Ghose. Which year? 1875. Another person was Shambhu Charan Mukherjee. Okay, then again, stimulating nationalism. And look at how the names of the organization is also changing. First it started as what? Banga Bhasha Prakashika Sabha. Then it became what? Zamindari Association. Then it became what? Bengal British India Society. Then it became what? British Indian Society. Now what is happening? Indian League. The concept of India was growing. That is what the progress of nationalism. You can see that in the names of the associations itself only. Okay. And again, promoting political education. At the same time, famous paper was Amrit Bazar Patrika. Why Amrit Bazar Patrika is famous for? Overnight turned from English to vernacular. That is Bengali. That is writings of, and particularly Shishir Kumar Ghose. He was a follower of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And he wrote a book on Chaitanya Mahaprabhu that is called as Lord Gauranga or Salvation for All in 1897. So Shishir Kumar Ghose was a follower of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is also called as Gauranga. Okay. And again, Indian Association of Calcutta, very famous. Who is the person? 1876, Anand Mohan Bose and Suranath Banerjee. Okay. And inspired from Mazzini. Who was Mazzini? Italian unification. Mazzini was Italian. There were three persons known for Italian unification: Count Cavour, Joseph Mazzini, and Garibaldi. And Mazzini was called as a prophet of Italian unification. He was called as prophet of Italian unification. And what was the major aim of this association was to unite Indians on a common question. What is a common question? What is a common issue? What is common for all Indians by 1870s? Exploitation. And the growth of what? Growth of nationalism, democracy, liberalism. Okay, creating awareness about new kind of concept that was going on. And civil service agitation. What was the major demand of the Indian nationalists was what? To include more Indians in where? Civil services. At the same time, also working for Hindu-Muslim unity, because Britishers started the divide and rule policy as soon as 1857 revolt. Because in 1857 revolt, what happened? Indians declared who as the king? Mughal king. Mughal king was Muslim king, Bahadur Shah Zafar. And that showed how much unity was there in India. So now what Britishers started? Division of religion. And that is the reason one of the objective of this association also was to work towards Hindu-Muslim unity. And ultimately they started dividing Hindus and Muslims from time of 1909 Act. What they introduced? Separate electorate. Okay. And later it was merged with INC. Okay. Later it was merged with INC. Now Indian Association of Calcutta, some other members were also there. Shivanath Shastri, Krishnodas Pal, Dwaraknath Ganguly, Krishna Mohan Banerjee, he was the first president, and Anand Mohan Bose was the first secretary. Okay, he was the first secretary. Now Bombay Association was there. We saw all this association from which region? Bengal region. And now we are coming into Bombay region. Jagannath Shankar Sheth, Bombay Association was established by him, and he was the first political organization in which presidency? Bombay presidency. And first president was Jamshedji Jijabai. Again, Dadabhai Nauroji was also associated with that one. Nauroji Fursangi and Vinayak Shankar Sheth. These are the persons who are associated with Bombay Association. And Jagannath Shankar Sheth is very, very important. Why it is very important? What is the person? Or what is his greatest achievement? He is the first person to be nominated to Bombay Legislative Council. First Indian to be nominated to Bombay Legislative Council. And he also worked for removal of sati in the local region. Okay, he is also a social reformer also. At the same time, he also had political goals too. Okay, Jagannath Shankar Sheth. Again, Bombay Presidency Association, 1885, response to Ilbert Bill controversy. Why it was a response to Ilbert Bill? Because when Ilbert Bill was discussing, okay, that the British government was thinking of establishing or bringing a law on Ilbert Bill, all the Europeans in India united. They organized, or they protested in a very, very organized manner, in a systematic way. And that actually helped Indians to understand how we should protest against Britishers. How we should protest against Britishers in an organized way, in a very, very methodical way. And that is the reason they established which one? Bombay Presidency Association. By three members. Who are the three members? Firoz Shah Mehta, okay, K.T. Telang and Badruddin Tyabji. And they are called as what? Triumvirate of Bombay. Okay, they are the three stars of Bombay. And again, Pune Sarvajanik Sabha. It is a mediating body between government and the people. Who are the persons associated with that one? M.G. Ranade, Ganesh Vasudev Joshi, S.H. Chiplunkar. Then again 1875, it sent one petition to House of Commons. Which was House of Commons? Where it was? British in Britain, okay, and then can we say Lok Sabha of Britain, okay, and demanding India's direct representation in House of Commons. Who is the first person to become the member of British Parliament from Asia? Dadabhai Naoroji. Just be careful that is recently Rishi Sunak has become first Indian origin to become the Prime Minister. They can link all these kind of things now. Okay, the first Asian to become the member of British Parliament, that was Dadabhai Naoroji in 1892. Okay, in 1892. Again, first president was Bhavanrao Srinivasrao. Okay, in 2016, recently, this society still exists. Purva Charnojanik Sabha still exists. Elected its first women president. So it is first elected its women president, and that her name is Meera Pavagi. Okay, the first president of the which Sabha? Pune Sarvajanik Sabha. And now Madras Native Association. We talked about Bengal, we talked about Bombay. Now we are coming into Madras. Who is the person? That is Gajulu Lakshmi Narasu Chetty in 1849, 1852. So different dates are there in different textbooks. It was a branch of British Indian Association. Okay. Again, but did not last long. Okay. It did not last long. Very small amount of time. Then Madras Mahajan Sabha, 1884. M. Veera Raghavacharya. Then again we talk about S. G. Subramanya Iyer and P. Anandacharla. Where it was established? It was headquarters at where? The Hindu newspaper. What you are reading? Okay. That newspaper was already established by then. Now Hindu headquarters also acted as the headquarters of Madras Mahajan Sabha. Okay. And now some other facts are there. Now British Presidency Association, that is the Bombay Presidency Association, Pune Sarvajanik Sabha, then again Madras Mahajan Sabha, then again Indian Association of Calcutta, and they sent a joint deputation to England. All these association together, they sent a joint deputation. What is my joint deputation? That is to present India's case in before the British public, or we can say in before the British electorate. And the delegation was led by 3 members, that is Bombay's N. Chandavarkar, then again Madras's Ramaswamy Mudaliar, and Calcutta's Manmohan Ghosh. And they went in front of British Parliament. Okay, so they wanted to bring what was happening in India, how the exploitation was happening in India, and they wanted to bring awareness about the British public about Indian conditions. Okay. And who was Chandavarkar actually? Who was Chandavarkar? N. Chandavarkar. Particularly for Karnataka, very important. N. G. Chandavarkar. Ganesh Chandavarkar is the first Karnataka person to become the president of INC in 1900. Okay, there is sessions you should be knowing now it. Okay. Then again, East India Association, 1866. Who is the person? Dadabhai Naoroji. Okay, the first president of the association was Lord Lyvedin. Okay, so he was not the president, but established by whom? Dadabhai Naoroji. Okay, in England discussing which questions? India's questions. Okay, because most of the time Dadabhai Naoroji spent most of his life outside India for the welfare of Indians too. Okay, East India Association. Now we are coming into INC. Okay, why INC was established all of a sudden? Why INC was established? Safety valve, we don't want to get into that one. Because there was a necessity, because the issues were becoming all over India. The fighting was not anymore localized. The fighting was becoming Indianized. Now they look at the issues. Vernacular Press Act. Was it a concern with only one newspaper, only one language? No. All the languages of India. Okay. Ilbert will. It was related to what? Only one case? No. It is about all Indians. Isn't the issues and protests were becoming all India. But the associations were what? Associations were localized. Bombay Association, Madras Association and Bengal Associations. And now all the leaders thought, to fight these national level issues, we require a national level organization. And that organization was INC. Okay. But they took the help of whom? Help of AOUM to establish this one. Organize the first session at where? In Bombay. At which college? Gokul Das Tejpal Sanskrit College in Bombay in December 1885. Now who was the president? Mallikarjun Kharge. Okay, now Umesh Chandra Banerjee. That is who was the Governor General or Viceroy? Dufferin. Okay. Now we are directly jumping into the phases of Indian national movement. How many phases? Today is considerably faster than yesterday and day before yesterday, right? Huh? Is it faster compared to yesterday and day before yesterday? Because you have got adjusted to that one, right? So how many phases of Indian national movement? Whether fast or slow doesn't matter, sir, just finish today. We can't bear with anymore. We want to go out. These are three phases of Indian national movement: moderate phase, extremist phase, and Gandhian phase. What are these moderate, extremist, and Gandhian? Why they are called as such? Their ideologies. Okay, moderate ideology, extremist ideology, and Gandhian ideology. It means the INC as an organization coming under different ideologies: moderate ideology, extremist ideology, as well as Gandhian ideology. Okay, what are the major differences? Like a technological difference: 2G, 5G, and artificial intelligence. Okay, moderates were 2G, extremists were 5G, and Gandhiji was artificial intelligence. Okay, why as such? What is the reason? What is the reason? Because the strategies were becoming old. Moderate strategies were becoming old by the time of 1905, and extremist strategies were becoming old by the time of Gandhiji came to India. Where he came back from? South Africa. Okay, so that is the reason. That is, the new ways were required, new kind of methods were required to fight against whom? Fight against the Britishers, and that is from 1885 to until 1947. Okay, which is the social base of the moderates? Where they come from? Which part of the Indian society? Which part of Indian society? Which section of Indians? Upper classes. Dadabhai Naoroji, Suranath Banerjee. Okay, and all these persons were coming from which section of India? Upper section. Like this, lawyers, teachers, journalists, zamindars, and businessmen. Okay, these are the persons who actually established which organization? INC organization. And by the way, we are discussing about INC as in not a political organization, but as a movement, but as an organization which led the movement of what? Movement of Indian freedom movement. Isn't? We are not concerned with the INC of today. Okay, businessmen and mostly upper classes. Indian nationalism is nothing but it started at the upper section and it started penetrating into the deeper level. Deeper level of what? Deeper level of society. Okay. And again, what are the methods and programs of moderates? Okay, they 3 P's they say. What is the 3 P's? Okay. In constitutional method, defense of civil rights, economic critique, administrative reforms, again, development of industries has lacked faith in masses. It means, what do you mean by constitutional methods? It means they wanted to convince the Britishers to bring what? To bring new reforms. What kind of reforms they were called as? Constitutional reforms. Which laws they were passed? 1892 Act. What was given in 1892 Act? Little bit election, at the same time discuss the budget, can ask the question. That is a kind of constitutional methods. Okay. Then second one, they said defense of civil rights. What am I define? Which are the civil rights? Freedom of speech, freedom of expression, right to vote. You said all these kind of, they are called as defense of civil rights, and they work towards to bringing these rights to whom? Providing these rights to Indians, and with having tea parties with Britishers. Okay. And again, economic critique. Their biggest achievement is economic critique. What is my economic critique? Which theory they developed? Drain of wealth theory. That is the biggest achievement of moderates. Because of the drain of theory only, they used to, or they rather they created larger awareness among Indian people. Who became more aware? Educated section. The educated section became more aware that one Britishers rule in India is based on exploitation of India. Isn't? And that is the reason they got disappointed with the moderate method. You stop having tea with Britishers. Okay. What we are going to do? We are going to take away all our rights. We are not going to convince the Britishers, but rather what we are going to do? We are going to take away our rights. And that led to which ideology? Extremist ideology. Okay. Second one, development of industry. They did not show the problems in India. They also provided solution to Indian problems. Which were the solution to Indian problems? For poverty. They asked Britishers to develop Indian industries. Because India was made as what? India was becoming an agricultural colony of industrial Britain. All the industrial products which were consumed by Indians, where their products were coming from? Britain. Were they giving any kind of support to Indian industries? Were they giving loans to Indian industries? No. Did they provide any kind of protection, custom duties as well as export duties and everything to Indian industries? No. And they asked the Britishers to protect the Indian industries and develop Indian industries out of Indian capital. Because what was happening to Indian capital? Was this accumulating in India? Was what accumulating in Britain? Accumulating in Britain. They asked to stop the drain of wealth. Okay. And lastly, one belief system is that one, that is their, we can say their lack diastical, or we can say some kind of their weakness also. They did not believe in the role of masses. Why they did not believe in the role of masses? Ultimately, any national movement could progress, or any national movement can become successful only with the participation of people. If people don't participate, no movement will become successful. But why they did not lack, why they lacked faith in masses? What is the reason? 1880s, 1890s. Why they lacked faith in masses? What is the reason? Because they thought Indian society is backward. Indian society is riddled with social evils. Indian society is riddled with ignorance. Indian society is riddled with some kind of backward thinking. And that is the reason they thought the mass movement is not yet possible. During which year? 1880s and 1890s. At the same time, they feared if the masses are start participating in national movement, it might lead to violence. What happens? Violence will always meet violence. If the Britishers, or rather if the people are reacting against the Britishers, and Britishers will also react, then action will have reaction. Listen, and that is the reason they feared the peaceful movement we started in 1885 that might lead to violence. If the violence happened, what happened to 1857 revolt? Was it successful? No, because 1857 revolt was a peaceful revolt or armed revolt? Armed revolt. And all the armed revolters, what happened to all the armed revolters? What happened to Bahadur Shah Zafar? What happened to Rani Jhansi? What happened to Nana Sahib? What happened to Tantia Tope? What happened to all these people? Either they were hanged or killed also. Either they were deported. And that is the fear that if the masses are participating, it might lead to what? It might lead to violence. Okay, that is the reason. And 3 P's: prayer, petition as well as protest. And there are some achievements also. Okay. And before going to their achievements, and what is the biggest achievement I already told you, that is economic critic. Does it mean moderates are weaker because they did not believe in masses? No, because what is their biggest, another achievement is that one other than the economic critic, because they created the real goal. What is the real goal? Independence. What kind of independence they created? Democratic independence. Through constitutional methods, through defense of civil rights, they told Indian people that when you fight for independence, what kind of independence you should fight for? Democratic independence. Not just for independence, because we have seen so many African countries after becoming independence, what they became? Dictatorship. Okay, communism. All this, what India adopted after independence? Democracy. But Indians, when started fighting for independence, they wanted democratic independence. And who created that goal of democratic independence? Moderates. Okay. We already discussed this one. Now we are coming into Indian National Social Conference established by M.G. Ranade and Raghunath Rao. I told you they wanted to limit INC as a political organization. Okay, they want to limit INC as a political organization. But they were also social reformers also. But for that, they wanted a separate organization, separate conference. That separate conference was Indian National Social Conference. That is INC's social reform cell. Because they wanted INC to concentrate on what? Political goals. Okay. First met in Madras in 1887 and kept on meeting annually at the same location as subsidiary convention to INC. Whenever INC session happened, another session used to happen. Which session that was? National Social Conference. Okay. It launched the pledge movement. What was pledge movement? To fight against what? To fight against child marriage. To fight against child marriage. And one of the newspapers of M.G. Ranade was Hindu Prakash. M.G. Ranade's newspaper was Hindu Prakash, a Bombay Anglo-Marathi daily paper established by M.G. Ranade. So they can ask for match the following of newspapers also, right? No questions have been asked so far, but you should know different newspapers have different personalities. Okay. Again, one of the questions, 2012, during the Indian freedom movement, the National Social Conference was formed. What was the reason for its formation? Next one, that is different social reform groups or organization of Bengal region united to form a single body to discuss the issues of larger interest and to prepare appropriate petitions and representation to government. That is one thing. Indian National Congress did not want to include social reforms in its deliberations and decided to form a separate body for such a purpose. And Bairamji Malabari and M.G. Ranade decided to bring together all the social reform groups in the country. No. And none of the statements are given above is correct. Is the answer? Answer is B. So it was a separate social reform cell. Again, there was a British Committee of INC also. What was the aim of British Committee of INC? What do you mean by British Committee of INC? They wanted to convince British public, Britain's public, and they wanted to convince the Britain government. Okay, for that they established a different committee. What that committee is called as? British Indian Committee. That is British Indian Committee of which one? Indian National Congress. That is to work in Britain, like suppose in 1889, to raise awareness about Indian issues. Where? In Britain. Because they did not just want to reform British Indian government. They want to reform the British government itself. It is convinced the British government to bring laws, to bring welfare measures to whom? Bring welfare measures to India. Okay. And William Wedderburn was the first chairman and William Digby was its secretary and functioned until 1920 as a pressure group, and it had a journal. That journal was called as India. Which language journal? Obviously in Britain you can't publish Hindi, right? Okay, that is one thing. Okay. Again, Welby Commission to investigate the wasteful expenditure that was happening in India. Okay, what kind of wasteful expenditure was happening in India? Britishers were. Okay. Conquest. Okay, they are using Indian money to conquest which countries? African countries, other Asian countries. Okay. High salaries. High salaries to whom? Civil servants. Okay. 1895-1900. It is also called as the Royal Commission on Administration of Expenditure of India. Who are the members of this committee? Or commission? T.R. Buchanan, William Wedderburn, Dadabhai Naoroji and William S. Kane. Okay. They were the members of this committee. No, only Indian member was the only Indian member? Dadabhai Naoroji. And also I already mentioned Dadabhai Naoroji is the first Asian origin to become the member of British Parliament. Okay. Now first of INC's first Parsi president Dadabhai Naoroji in 1886, Calcutta, and the first Muslim president was Badruddin Tyabji, that is in 1887, Madras, and the first foreign president Jarjul, that is in 1888, Allahabad, and the first woman president Annie Besant, 1917 which session? Calcutta session. Who is the first Indian women president? That is in 1925, Kanpur. Okay, and the first woman to address what? Address Indian National Congress, that is in 1890 session, Calcutta session. Who was the president? Firoz Shah Mehta. That is the first woman was Kadambini Ganguly. But Kadambini Ganguly got other achievements also. Before coming to that one question, 2015, the first woman president of Indian National Congress was Sarojini Naidu, Annie Besant. First Muslim president of Indian National Congress was Badruddin Tyabji. Okay, which statement is correct? 2 only. Okay, this kind of questions were also asked to. Okay. Now, why Kadambini Ganguly is famous for? First women graduate, first lady doctor in the entire British Empire, not just in India. Okay, that is, she was the first woman to pass the University of Calcutta entrance examination, and she and her friend Chandramukhi Basu, one of the earliest female graduates in the country. From which university? Calcutta University. Okay, and first woman to gain admission in Calcutta Medical College in 1884, the first Indian female doctor. Okay, and she practiced in Scotland. Okay, and she was from Bihar, Bhagalpur, Bihar. And now Chandramukhi Basu, she became lecturer at Bethune College and later the principal. Okay, and she was the first female head of an undergraduate institution in entire South Asia. Okay, in entire South Asia, she was the first woman head to become one of the undergraduate institution. That was Chandramukhi Basu. Okay. Now important session. Vande Mataram was sung in which session? Calcutta session. 1896. Who was the president? Rahmatullah Sayani. Then again Janaganamana when it was first sung. 1911. Who was the president? Bishan Narayan Dar. Which session again? Calcutta session. Then again first village session. Which was the first village session? Faizpur in 1936. Where is Faizpur? Maharashtra. And who was the president of that session? Jawaharlal Nehru. Okay. JLN means Jawaharlal Nehru. Now Delhi, some Delhi Darbars were there. 3 Delhi Darbars were there. Which are Delhi Darbar? 1877, Lytton. What was the reason for holding this Delhi Darbar? Because they wanted to celebrate the transfer of power from East India Company to British Crown. Now Queen Victoria was declared as Queen of India. Even though transfer of power was started in 1857, that was completed in 1877. Okay, that is Victoria's Empress of India to mark the transfer of power from EIC, East India Company. And in this Darbar, okay, one person called as Ganesh Vasudev Joshi of PSJS. What is PSJS? Pune Sarvajanik Sabha. He requested the Britishers to treat Indians on same lines as British citizens. Because we are also becoming part of which empire? British Empire. Now Indians should also treat on same lines as Britons also. Okay, Britain citizen. Our Majesty to grant to India the same political and social status as enjoyed by our British subjects. Because India was part of which empire? British Empire. Okay. And now another Delhi Darbar 1903, Curzon. Okay. And to celebrate the succession of King Edward VII and Queen Alexandra. Okay. Then again another Delhi Darbar 1911, Ardin II. Okay. Was the coronation of which king? King George V and Queen Mary. Okay. And this is the only Darbar attended by the British monarch. Which British monarch? King George V. And here one political statement was made and political event was happened. What is the political event that happened? The cancellation of or the annulment of Bengal partition. That is the annulment of the partition of Bengal was also announced in 1911 too. And these Darbars were slightly reactionary, especially first 2 Darbars, that is 1877 as well as 1903. Because these Darbars were held when India was experiencing famines. Okay, when India was experiencing famine, the Britishers, instead of taking care of Indians, what they were doing? They were celebrating. Okay. Now, Calcutta, but in 1911 it shifted. Okay, even I have to check that one. I will check it and let you know. I don't know exact proper reason for that one. Okay. And next one is that one, rise of extremism. Okay, now coming into the second phase of Indian nationalism. What is the second phase of Indian nationalism? That is extremism. What do you mean extremism? Also called as militant nationalism. Okay, what do you mean militant nationalism? Because they were being disgruntled with which policies? Moderate policies. They are being disgruntled with moderate policies, and that is the reason they wanted different methods. And what is a different method is called as passive resistance. What is a passive resistance? What is a passive resistance? We'll come to that concept. And before that, what is the reason for the growth of extremism? What is the major reason? Economic critique of moderates. The success of moderates is also contributed for the failure of moderates also, or the weakness of moderates too. Because through their economic critique, they created the awareness. What awareness they created? That is, India is being exploited. When they created awareness that India is being exploited by Britishers, and what are you doing having tea with them? Listen, that is the reason that what you require right now is that one, instead of convincing them, what you have to do? You have to fight them. Listen, fight them in a new methods. 3 P's are not working. Second reason was failure of moderates. So, and in which respect they failed? Because they did not believe in mass action, and they failed to bring any kind of massive constitutional reforms. What happened in 1909? They given separate electorate. Listen, they started dividing India on the basis of religion. Then again, rise of educated class and unemployment. Because educated class are the one class who actually understand what is happening in India and how the exploitation was happening. And that is the first section, or the one section who actually experience what? Unemployment. Because India was developing or degrading, or rather declining, economically declining. And who will not find employment? Indians will not find employment. And that is which kind of Indians will not find employment? Educated Indians. And reactionary policies of Curzon. What are the reactionary policies of Curzon? One is that one, partition of Bengal. Okay, at the same time, Delhi Darbar. And the plague was also happening in India during that point in time. Famine was also happening. He did not take any kind of measures too. And in one of the speeches, he said that one, truth is an essential concept of the Western civilization. He said that one, Eastern civilization do not know the concept of truth. Listen, it says that one, Indians can only lie, they cannot say any kind of truth. Actually, it is ulta. Listen, Indians knew the concept of truth better than Western civilization. Listen, and these kind of reactionary policies ultimately led to the growth of a new section, new younger section. That new younger section was extremism. And research of India's past. What was research of India's past? Which civilization was discovered? Indus Valley civilization. And which another glorious civilization? Early Vedic civilization. And early Vedic civilization was actually gave a new concept of India, created new India's past. What was the new India's past created? Indians had experienced democracy way back in early Vedic times. Isn't it? And Indians had the earliest of urban civilization way back in Indus Valley times. Isn't it? And also Indians also came to know one thing, that is the Sanskrit language belonged to the same group of Indo-Aryan. What is Indo-Aryan language? English. Isn't it? So there is no difference between Indians and Europeans. The Europeans used to say that one, Indians did not have the concept of democracy and they are superior because of their color also. Isn't it? At the same time, now Indians also believe that one, we are all belong to the same race. Which race? Aryan race. Indo-Aryan race also. The only difference is the color, skin of the color, because of climatic differences. Isn't it? And that is the reason they talked about, that gave a lot of sense of pride to India. Indians became proud of their culture. That prideness led to what? That prideness led to that we should be treated equally. Equally with whom? British citizens. Isn't Britons along with the Western civilization. And that led to what? That led to growth of extreme thinking. Isn't? And again, international influences. Which international influences? Again, Germany, Italy, then again Irish national movements, okay, Egyptian, okay, at the same time, then again we talk about Russian nihilists. All these kind of people also influence extremism too. And what is the program of extremism? What is the program of moderates? What they believed in? Constitutional methods. And they believed in what? Later they believed in defense of civil rights. And they believed in having tea and biscuits with Britishers. What extremists believed in? That is bold speeches, okay, criticizing of Britishers. And then again personal sacrifice, they are ready to sacrifice their own personal life for the cause of what? Cause of country. Then again self-salvation, they believed that one, we don't require the help of Britishers. For what purpose? For the development of India. Rather, what we will do? We will develop our own country. With whose efforts? With Indian efforts. That is led to thinking of what? Thinking of Indianization. Okay. Then again, boycott and Swadeshi. What is boycott? Boycott of what? Foreign goods. Swadeshi means start using Indian goods. That is called self-salvation. Then again, passive resistance. What is my passive resistance? Who is the person who advocated passive resistance? Bipin Chandrapal. Bipin Chandrapal is the first person to advocate passive resistance. What is my passive resistance? That is complete non-cooperation with the Britishers. It's a complete non-cooperation. Britishers are ruling India because Indians are supporting Britishers. Who are civil servants? Indians only. Of course, not in the higher post, but it's in the lower post. And who is serving in British Indian Army? Indians. Okay. Who is serving in British Indian Army? That is Indians. So, Britishers are ruling India because of only India's support. The same thing is also said by Gandhiji in the Swaraj. Is another book. Famous book is that My Experience with Truth. Another book was In Swaraj. Anybody has read that? UPSC syllabus complete madala in adakula agate. Hadalla. In Swaraj, okay. That is one thing. I have half read that book, okay. In that textbook, what is in that book, he says that one, the same thinking of Gandhiji. That is, Britishers will leave India once Indians stop give support to Britishers. That is the same thinking. That is, when you stop giving support to Britishers, ultimately Britishers will leave India. And that is what happened, right? All the Indians stopped supporting to Britishers. Through what policies? Through boycott policy as well as through Swadeshi policy. Okay. And again, they believed in mass action. What is my mass action? What is my mass action? Involvement of people. That is where the difference between moderates and extremists. Okay, that is a major difference between moderates and extremists too. And again, some of the leaders we will see. Who was the three leaders of extremism? Lal Balpal, Balagangadhar Tilak, Bipin Chandrapal and Lala Lajpat Rai. 1856-1820. So Mahatma Gandhi called him as what? The maker of modern India. And British journalists called him as the father of Indian unrest. Okay, it means he is creating problems in India. He is creating law and order problem in India. Of course, through his writings and everything he was creating. Okay, and that is the reason that British journalist was called as Valentin Chirol. And Balagangadhar Tilak became offended. He wanted to fight defamation case against him. That is the reason he went to England. In which year? In 1917, 1918. When the Home Rule League movement was going on, Tilak went to England to fight case against this particular journalist. Because he insulted Balagangadhar Tilak, calling him as what? Calling him as father of Indian unrest. And he wrote some books, the Arctic Home in the Vedas, that is in English. Then again, Srimad Bhagavad Gita Rahasya, while he was in prison, that was written in Marathi. Okay. And continuing with Tilak, two weeklies which are two famous newspapers, Kesari and Maratha. Kesari means a lion, that is in Marathi. Maratha was in English. And that was in 1880-81. Who was the first editor of this newspaper? Gopala Ganesh Agarkar was the first editor. And then again, he founded All India Home Rule League with the help of whom? With the help of Annie Besant also in 1916 and 1918. And with the help of another person that is called G.S. Kapparde. Okay. And now he started two festivals, Ganesha festival as well as Shivaji festival. What is the major thinking behind that one? That is the mass awareness, at the same time bringing more people into nationalistic fold. Ganapati festival to preach nationalism. When he started in 1893, when Ganesha idol being installed, people will come for what? People will come for prasada. Who said it? To preach nationalism. Then he started what? Then he started Shivaji festival in 1895 to attract which section? To attract youth festival. Don't write lateral section while writing any kind of mains examination, okay? Then again he founded New English School in 1880, Deccan Education Society in 1884, then again Ferguson College in 1885. I might need few seconds to recover from that one, okay? That is one thing. Ganesha festival as well as by the way, remember, in whatever way possible, remember, whether they were coming to do puja, whether they were coming to taking prasadam, remember whatever the way. And next, even though Tilak had some kind of progressive views about political, but he had some conservative views about the society. That is, he opposed girls' education, okay, and supported Hindu orthodox elements like child marriage also. Famous case, which case that was? Rukmubai case. That was us, right? Okay. Opposed intercaste marriage also. Politically progressive, but when it comes to society, little bit conservative. Okay. Again, next person, Lala Lajpat Rai in 1865 to 1928. That is He was called as what? Lion of Punjab. Then again, he wrote some books. The Story of My Deportation, England's Debt to India. Then again, deported to Burma in 1907 without a trial. Okay. And to get global support for the Indian freedom movement, he started what? He started Home Rule League in America. In which city? New York City. The leaders were thinking not just the Indians, not just fighting just by Indians is not enough. They wanted which support? They wanted the global support. Okay. Again, Lajpat Rai, he was the president of All India Trade Union Congress and editor and the founder of which Arya Gazette. And he was the president of Special Session of Calcutta in 1920. Which is a Special Session of Calcutta in 1920. What is the reason? In Nagpur, sorry, in Calcutta, 1920. What is the reason? To approve the non-cooperation movement. To approve the non-cooperation movement, there was a Special Session of Calcutta. And again, he also started Servants of People Society in 1921. He was associated with Punjab National Bank in 1921. And then again, he was elected as the deputy leader of Central Legislative Assembly in 1926 too. And now another person, Bipin Chandrapal, that is 1858 to 1932, known as the father of revolutionary thoughts in India. Okay, he is a person who actually bring about the thoughts that are it in criticism of which rule? Criticism of British rule. Okay. Then again, Aurobindo Ghosh, referred to him as what? One of the mightiest prophets of nationalism. The passive resistance concept. Who gave that passive resistance concept? Bipin Chandrapal. Okay, advocated passive resistance. He was a progressive reformer also. As a journalist, he worked with some newspapers, the Bengal Public Opinion, New India, as well as the Tribune. And Aurobindo Ghosh is quite important because celebrating what? 150 years of Aurobindo Ghosh. He was imprisoned in 1908 because of which case? Alipore conspiracy case. What is this Alipore conspiracy case was related to? Khudiram Bose and Prafulla Chakki. They tried to assassinate whom? Judge Kingsford. We'll come to revolutionaries. We'll come to that one. He founded Aurobindo Ashram in 1926. That is in Pondicherry. What is the reason he went to Pondicherry? Who was ruling in Pondicherry? French. And of course, after Swadeshi movement, Tilak was arrested. Balagangadhar Tilak was arrested. At the same time, Lala Lajpat Rai, he was deported to Burma, and Aurobindo Ghosh actually went to Pondicherry. And that is the reason, that was the end of extremist thoughts in India too. And again, he helped the establishment of Anushilan Samiti of Calcutta. In which year? 1902. What was Anushilan Samiti? Again related to what? Which one? Revolutionaries. Related to revolutionaries. And the English newspaper he established, that was Bande Mataram in 1905. And he established a magazine called as Arya in 1914. And his greatest literary achievement, which book he wrote? Which poem he wrote? That is epic poem called as Savitri, that is in English. And he developed a spiritual practice of yoga called as integral yoga. It means integrating yoga with philosophy. That was developed by Aurobindo Ghosh. That is in the book called as The Life Divine. It is a yoga based on philosophy too. Okay. And now we can finish the Indian national movement with four great mass movement, which are the Swadeshi movement, the non-cooperation movement, civil disobedience movement, as well as Quit India movement. In between, we will see some revolutionaries also. So take a break, take some prasadam. Okay. Then we will continue. Okay. So the Swadeshi movement. Now we are coming into. Okay. So four great national movements: the Swadeshi movement, again non-cooperation movement, and then again civil disobedience movement, and lastly Quit India movement. Now, what is the reason for the Swadeshi movement? Or we can say anti-partition movement. What is the major reason? Reason is partition of Bengal too. And how the Bengal was partitioned into West Bengal and East Bengal. And what basis it was partitioned? Religion. Okay, that is 1905. By whom? Curzon. Okay, and anti-partition movement was started on 7th August 1905. First, I will try to explain the movement in a very simple way. Then we will go through facts all the way. Okay. Now, this movement which was established, or we can say started against the partition. Against the partition of which area? Partition of Bengal. And later, this partition movement which was established or which was started, it was under the influence of moderate leadership. Okay. And later it moved to extremist leadership. And later it moved to revolutionaries. Moderates failed to convince the Britishers to reverse partition. Okay. And now extremists come up with new kind of ideas. What are new kind of ideas they come up with? Swadeshi and boycott. Okay. And passive resistance. And that is the reason anti-partition movement turned into what? Swadeshi movement. Initially started as what? Anti-partition movement. And then it turned into Swadeshi movement. And we know all the reasons behind that one. Okay. In 1905, Benares session, who was the president? President was Gopalakrishna Gokhale. And they passed resolution against which one? They passed resolution against partition. Okay. Again, moderate phase, first one is the first phase of the Swadeshi movement or the first phase of the anti-partition movement. And now moderates try to fight on their own way. What is their own way? Okay. Instead of having tea, they started having coffee with the Britishers. Okay, that is one. Demonstration, meetings, and spread awareness within the Bengal. So they want to fight. They want to reverse the anti-partition while trying to convince the Britishers in a simple constitutional way. That constitutional way was demonstration, meetings, as well as spreading awareness within the Bengal too. Okay, and tried convincing the Britishers, but it was not working. They were not working, and that is the reason. Now the extremists gave new kind of calls. What is the new kind of calls they gave? Swadeshi, boycott goods. Which goods they should boycott? British goods. Anti-Swadeshi means what? Swadeshi means start using which goods? Indian goods. Okay. And they also advocate which one? Something called as passive resistance. What is my passive resistance? Complete non-cooperation. The complete non-cooperation with whom? Britishers. And when you stop cooperating with the Britishers, and the Britishers cannot run their administration, and that will put a lot of pressure on whom? That will a lot of pressure on Britishers. And they want to spread the awareness, not just within Bengal, they want to spread outside Bengal. And that is a major reason of conflict between moderates and extremists. Now that is one. They brought some kind of extremism into what? Extremism into Indian national movement. Okay, now who played the role in the spreading of the national movement? So spreading of the anti-partition movement outside Bengal, 4 persons played the role. Who are the 4 persons? Will come to that one. And because they gave the calls for Swadeshi and boycott, now anti-partition movement turned into what? Turned into Swadeshi movement. Okay, and now spread outside Bombay, Tilak, then again in Madras, Chidambaram Pillai, then again Punjab, Lala Lajpat Rai and Ajit Singh, then Delhi, Syed Aidar Raza, and these are the persons who played a role in creating awareness about which movement? About anti-partition movement. Okay, and 1906 session, who was the president? Dadabhai Nauroji. Where it was held? Calcutta session. And what are the 4 resolutions were passed? And the 4 resolutions were expressing support to Swadeshi, expressing support to boycott, expressing support to national education. At the same time, they talked about Swaraj. What is Swaraj according to moderates? What is the Swaraj according to extremists? There was again conflict. There was a lot of conflict between moderates ideology as well as extremist ideology. What is Swaraj according to moderates? Rule under greater autonomy under British rule. But for some extremists, Swaraj also means complete independence. And for other extremists, they talked about greater independence within British Empire only. There are different kind of definitions for there. When Gandhiji came to India, he did not define Swaraj. Okay, because if he had defined Swaraj, that would have created some kind of conflict again with moderates and extremists also. Gandhiji asked people to define Swaraj according to your own way. That is the reason I told you artificial intelligence. Okay, that is he asked the people to define Swaraj according to their own way, because he wanted to bring what? He wanted to bring unity. Because now the people are fighting against what is Swaraj according to you, what is Swaraj according to me. And that led to what? Which split that happened? Surat split. And now we are coming into social base of the movement. Who participated extensively? Students. What was the social base in 1885? Lawyers, upper classes. And now what is the social base? Can we say social ranks are deepening? Indian national movement was what is happening? Deepening. That is students, traders, merchants, and women also started participating in which kind of movements? Mass movement. Okay. And again, Hindu-Muslim unity was shown. Okay. And the real base was what? Real base was always the peasants. But the peasant did not participate in which movement? Swadeshi movement. But what happened by the time of Quit India? All the peasants were also participating in Indian national movement. And that is the deepening of Indian national movement. Deepening of Indian nationalism started at the upper classes and went on continuing until lower classes too. Okay. That is what real mass movement. Then again, facts of Swadeshi. You can Rabindranath Tagore. Then again, Ramendra Sundar Trivedi. What they advocated? They advocated Raksha Bandhan. Raksha Bandhan between Hindus and Muslims. And Amar Sonar Bangla. It was written by whom? Rabindranath Tagore. And today Amar Sonar Bangla is what? Yes. And he also, and one song became very famous, that is Bande Mataram, which became the theme song of what? Theme song of Indian national movement. At the same time, Subramanya Bharati from Tamil Nadu. He wrote what? Sudesha Geetam. Then again, political freedom is the life breath of a nation. Declared by whom? Declared by Arvindo Ghosh. During that quote was given during that point of time. Other facts. And some Swadesh Bandhadev Samiti of Ashwini Kumar Datta. Then again, Swadesh Sangam, Vivo Chidambaram Pillai, Subramanya Shiva. They all started organizing some kind of Swadeshi activities. Then again, Vivo Chidambaram Pillai, he started what? Swadeshi Steam Navigation Company. Instead of depending upon Britishers, they should have their own organization. Have their own what? Have their own industries. Education also. A National Council of Education, 1906. The Bengal National College was established. And who was the president of, who was the principal? Arvindo Ghosh. And Rasbihari Ghosh was the president. Okay, it means they are trying to Indianize. They are trying to Indianize education, trying to Indianize economic activities also. Okay. and Bengal Technical Institute was established. Now the end of Swadeshi. The reason why Swadeshi movement ended was that one, because extremists knew they need the support of the masses, but they did not know how to utilize the masses. They failed in organization of the masses. That's where Gandhiji succeeded. Moderate did not believe in masses. Extremists did believe in masses, but they failed to give a positive lead. Okay, but Gandhiji well organized the masses, and that is the major differences. Okay. What happened in 1997? Surat split. Why Surat split happened? What is the reason? Because of the differences between moderates and extremists. What differences? One is Swaraj concept. Second one is what? Spreading of anti-partition movement outside Bengal. Listen, it's a boycott of education also. Because according to passive resistance, you have to boycott education given by Britishers. But moderates thought education is very, very essential. For what? For creating awareness. Listen, they wanted to stick to boycott of only British goods. But what extremists advocated? Boycott of everything British. So that is a major difference between moderates and extremists. And that led to what? That led to Surat split. And again, British divide and rule policy as well as repressive policies too. Because Tilak was arrested in 1908. Okay. And then again, Lala Lajpat Rai was deported to which country? Burma. And Bipin Chandra Pal retired from active politics. And Aurobindo Ghosh went to Pondicherry. Okay. That's happened. Tilak was arrested in 1908. Aurobindo Ghosh went to Pondicherry. But revolutionaries took the matters into own hands. What revolutionaries did? They started assassinating British officials. But we will see revolutionaries as a separate topic. Okay. There is three phases of national Swadeshi movement: moderate phase, extremist phase, and ultimately revolutionary phase. When it was ended, ultimately 1911 Delhi Darbar. Okay. Yes, please. No. It was the highest participation of the highest of unity in any of the national movement that was seen in Swadeshi movement, and then again non-cooperation movement. Yes, probably it is more. There are more unity there in Swadeshi movement compared to that one. Okay, because Raksha Bandhan is the best example of that one. Raksha Bandhan is the best example of that one. But after, that is the reason when they showed that unity only, what happened in 1909 Act? Separate electorate. Understood, right? Because they wanted to divide that unit. Understood? And there was a statement, the Swadeshi and boycott were adopted as a methods of struggle for the first time during which against the partition of Bengal, Home Rule League movement, non-cooperation movement, visit of the Simon Commission. When it was adopted? Partition of Bengal. So that was the first time which program was advocated, Swadeshi and boycott. And then again, one more question. With reference to Swadeshi movement, consider the following statement. 2019. It contributed to the revival of indigenous artisan crafts and industries. Because Swadeshi was advocated, right? Okay. The National Council of Education was established as part of Swadeshi movement. I told you National Council. Which of the above statements are correct? Both? 1 and 2. One more. Look at how many questions are coming from Swadeshi movement itself only. Like we discussed about 1919 Act. Look at how many questions are coming from Swadeshi movement. Now the partition of Bengal made by Lord Curzon in 1905 lasted until when? 1911. We know that one. When was 1911? Solution B. That is King George V. He abrogated Curzon's Act at the Royal Darbar in Delhi, 1911. Okay. Now Surat split. Who was the president of Surat session? Raspberry Ghosh. Don't confuse with Raspberry Bose. Who was Raspberry Bose? He was a revolutionary. Okay. Who tried to assassinate whom? Ardinch. Okay. Split over the major issues. Extension of boycott to all spheres. Then again, second one, spreading outside Bengal because moderates wanted to keep movement within Bengal. Okay. Definition of Swaraj. I told you what is the definition of Swaraj. For moderates, it was different definition, and extremists it was different definition. Ultimately, repression, conciliation, suppressed by Britishers. What do you mean by this? Repression, suppression, conciliation. It is a three-pronged strategy. It is also divide and rule policy. Just understand this concept. I told you what is repression. Okay. Repression means taking action against extremists. What kind of action will be taken against extremists? Because who is the real threat to Britishers? Extremists. Moderates are the real threat? No, but the real threat was extremists. Because why extremists were real threat? Because they were creating more awareness through their what? Through their bold speeches. Through their, we can say, expressing freedom of speech and expression. And that is the reason put some kind of restrictions on freedom of speech and expression. Now, whose power will be taken away? Extremist power, or not complete power, but rather what happened? Their influence will come down. That is called as what? Repression. Okay. And then we'll come to about conciliation. Conciliation of whom? Conciliation of moderates. How do you conciliate moderates? What they ultimately wanted? Tea and coffee. Isn't? with respect to lollipop, candies, isn't? And they are going to give some kind of candies to them. What is that candies? We are going to bring some kind of constitutional reforms. Then what that constitutional reform? 1919 Act, isn't? So now, but they will put some conditions to moderates. We will bring constitutional reforms. You have to isolate yourself from which group? Extremist group. Understood, right? Now once moderates are isolated from the extremists, now complete suppression of extremists, not the moderates. You don't need to suppress the moderates. They are very happy with candies. Okay? And now what you have to do? You have to suppress the extremists. How do you suppress? Arrested Tilak, 1908. Deported whom? Deported Lala Lajpat Rai. And Aurobindo Ghosh was chased to Pondicherry. Isn't? Repression, conciliation as well as suppression. Isn't? But here, both the leadership did not recognize the necessities of each other. Because extremists were hard-hitting criticism in newspapers because they were having which right? Freedom of speech and expression. Who actually guaranteed that right? Who are the persons who actually brought that right to India? Moderates, through defense of civil rights. Because of moderates action only, who are getting all the freedom of speech and expression rights? Extremists. Okay? Why are Britishers are negotiating with the moderates? Because of the fear of extremists. Isn't it? So both needed each other, but they did not recognize that fact. Isn't? When Tilak was arrested, nobody protested. Who should have protested? Moderates. But that is the nationalist ranks get itself divided. That is another divide and rule policy, also called as carrot and stick policy. The stick was giving all these 1909 reforms. Okay, sorry, carrot. And the stick was what? Stick was separate electorate. Separate electorate, at the same time arresting of all the extremist leaders also. And that is called as which policy? Repression, conciliation and suppression. By which? By whom? By Britishers. Understood this concept? Okay. Not necessary for prelims. Then again, which one of the following movements has contributed to a split in the Indian National Congress resulting in the emergence of moderates and extremists? Swadeshi movement, Quit India movement, non-cooperation movement, civil disobedience movement. One of the difficult questions ever asked. Okay. Then again, what was the major reason for the split in the Indian National Congress in Surat in 1907? Introduction of communalism into Indian politics by Lord Minto. Extremist lack of faith in the capacity of the moderates to negotiate with the British government. Foundation of Muslim League. Aurobindo Ghosh's inability to be elected as the president of Indian National Congress. B. Okay. That is one thing. And now we are coming into Home Rule League. Why Home Rule League? When it was established, when it was started. And for Home Rule League, there was no support by the INC. Okay, there was no support by, official support by the INC. Did Swadeshi movement had the official support of the INC? Yes, this official support of INC was there. And what are the reasons for Home Rule League? Why Home Rule League was launched? What is the reason? Because Tilak was arrested in which year? 1998. He was released in which year? 1914. When once Tilak was released, so he thought that is we are going to support British efforts in First World War. Because First World War started in which year? 1914. So Tilak expected if we support Britishers in First World War, they are going to give us some kind of autonomy. They are going to give us some kind of what? Political concessions. But 1916 happened, no concession was coming. So now Tilak thought what? It is a time to launch a movement. And there were some other internal reasons for also there. Inflation was rising. There was an anti-British sentiment all over India. Why anti-British sentiment? Because people were suffering from high prices. So he thought it is the best time to utilize the energy of the people. Okay, that is one reason. That is First World War, inflation, and loyalty was not paid back because Tilak had given support to whom? Britishers. Tilak had given to support to Britishers, but Britishers did not pay that loyalty, pay back that loyalty. And 1909 Act was also disappointing. Why it was disappointing? Because it divided Hindus and Muslims. And Annie Besant entered into politics. And she was actually, major focus was on social reforms. At the end, now she entered into politics. Okay. Now, objective of Tilak was to, like the Irish Home Rule League, not the complete independence. It did not ask for what? Complete independence. Like the Irish Home Rule as a reform of the administration. So, you are asking Britishers to bring the reforms in within Indian administration. So, give more concessions to whom? Indians. Include more Indians where? Administration. Okay, that is one thing. And not an overthrow of the government. It is not the overthrow of the British government. But rather, wanted more concessions to whom? Concessions to Britishers. And he gave his famous slogan. Which is the famous slogan? Swaraj is my birthright and I shall have it. Okay. Again, two Home Rule Leagues were there. Which are the two Home Rule Leagues? One is Tilak, other one is Annie Besant. Tilak started in April 1916. Headquarters was at Pune and first meeting was at Belgaum. And we will focus on Maharashtra, Karnataka, then again Berar and Central Province. Okay, and he got help from G.S. Kapurde. And Annie Besant started in September 1916. Okay, and rest of India, whatever the places not covered by Tilak Home Rule League will be covered by whom? Annie Besant. And one person actually helped in organizing. Who was that person? Yes. Again, another person who helped, that is B.N. Wadia and C.P. Ramaswamy Iyer. What is the different dates? Why there is a different date? April as well as September 1916. Instead of remembering why April and September, remember why it is happening. Because Annie Besant was hoping to get the support of INC. Because after the Surat split, INC was under the control of which leadership? Moderate leadership. Okay? Tilak knew moderates never going to support him. Listen, and that is the reason he did not wait for the confirmation from INC. And that is the reason he started first. And then Annie Besant waited for the help from which organization? INC. And that is the reason she waited until September. No help was coming. And that is the reason she also launched the movement. Because they were having busy. Okay? They were busy with having what? Teas and coffee. Okay? And Subramania Iyer was the honorary president. President of which Annie Besant Home Rule League. Now what is the program? What is the demand? Swaraj. What is Swaraj according to Tilak right now? Self-rule. That is some kind of more administrative reforms, more autonomy. Linguistic states, that is, they demanded the Britishers to form all Indian states as linguistic states. But they were divided Bengal on the basis of what? Religion. Okay. Education in vernacular. Okay. Particularly, that was also one of the demand, because they were introducing which kind of education? English education. So they demanded education in vernacular languages. Now what are the programs? Meeting, demonstrations, setting up libraries, creating awareness. Okay. All these were the programs of which one? Programs of Home Rule League movement. And particularly two newspapers played a role. Which are the two newspapers? New India and Commonwealth from Annie Besant faction. That is from Annie Besant faction. At the same time, another reason why two Home Rule Leagues were there, and Annie Besant followers did not like Tilak. Tilak followers did not like Annie Besant. But Annie Besant and Tilak had great respect for each other. Okay? Because of the religion matters. Because Annie Besant was Christian and Tilak was a conservative Hindu. And that is the reason they did not want to bring any kind of conflict among the followers, because the overall goal is what? Overall goal is Swaraj. And that is the reason they did not merge two home rules. And two leagues work separately, did not merge. And government action, what government action did? And they banned Tilak entry into some kind of areas. Okay, so Tilak was banned from entering some kind of areas, that is particularly by areas of Delhi and all this region. And Tilak was given show cause notice. What do you mean show cause notice? Give me reason why we can't arrest you. And that case, Tilak was given support by whom? Muhammad Ali Jinnah. His case was defended by Jinnah. Jinnah was a nationalist then he became a fundamentalist. What am I fundamentalist? Communalist, nothing else, okay? And arrested Annie Besant and B.P. Wadia and led to intense protests. Subramania Iyer gave up his knighthood, okay? And she was released later too, okay? Now the end of the movement, what is the reason end of the movement? I told you. Now Valentine Chirol, he called what? Tilak as father of Indian unrest. So Tilak went to England, and also government repression policy is also there, and carrot and stick policy. What is the carrot and stick policy? In August 1917, Montego declared what? We are going to give you what? We are going to give you responsible government. And that was enough for moderates to start negotiating with the Britishers. Okay? And Annie Besant was vacillated about reforms. Initially, she was against the reforms proposal, and sometimes she wanted to accept the reforms proposal. That reforms led to which act? 1919 Act. Okay? Tilak had to go to fight a libel case. Libel case means defamation case. Defamation case against whom? Valentine Chirol. He called him as what? Father of Indian unrest. Okay? And Home Rule League, in 1920, Gandhiji accepted the presidentship of the Home Rule League, and it was renamed as what? Swarajya Sabha. Okay? And there was a question also 2018, which of the following changes named to Swarajya Sabha? All India Home Rule League, Hindu Mahasabha, South Indian Liberal Federation, Servants of India Society. Answer is and now Lucknow session 1916. Why Lucknow session is important for? Why Lucknow session? Who was the president? Ambika Charan Mazumdar. S.C. Mazumdar, that is extremists rejoined INC. When Home Rule League was happening, extremists rejoined INC. And that is the reason Britishers started negotiating with the moderates. Because there was a unity was increasing. Because they divided that unity way back in when? Surat. But right now unity was increasing, and that is the reason in August 1917 they declared what? They declared we are going to provide responsible government in India. Now what moderates became? They became very happy and they started negotiating with Britishers. And Congress League Pact also called as Lucknow Pact. What happened in this pact? Joint representation. That is, they are going to jointly fight for what? Jointly fight for Indian freedom movement. At the same time, lastly, accepted communal electorate. This is the biggest mistake done by Indian leadership during that point of time, because accepting communal electorate ultimately led to what? The separation feeling, that is partition. Okay. And now Gandhian phase, now artificial intelligence phase. Okay. And Gandhian phase can be further subdivided. 1919 to 1927, and from 1927 to 1947. Okay, because in 1990 to 1927 we talk about non-cooperation movement. At the same time, then we will talk about Simon Commission. After Simon Commission, entire India changed. Okay, so entire mood was changed. But we are not going to get into Gandhi in South Africa, not necessary. And three movements of Gandhi, which one? Champaran, okay, Kheda, Ahmedabad. I think you know better than Gandhiji did. Okay. Okay. So you can directly go to national level politics of Gandhiji. Oh, what is the major reason for Gandhiji jumping into national level politics? Revolt Act. That is Revolt Act of 1919. That is a which committee? Sydney Revolt Committee. Why this committee was established? What is the reason? To deal with whom? To deal with extremists. To deal with revolutionaries. Okay, because revolutionaries was becoming very, very dangerous to whom? Dangerous to Britishers. To deal with revolutionaries, and is also called as which act? Anarchical as well as Revolutionary Crimes Act. That is arrest without warrant, imprisonment without any trial. Okay, there was no appeal also. Okay, and possession of seditious newspaper is also guilty. Right? So all these reasons, all these things take away which right of Indians? Freedom of speech and expression. Right? And also one basic right of democracy was also suspended. That is habeas corpus. And there was no appeal against all this. Indians cannot appeal against all these rules and regulations made by Revolt Act. And that is the reason what Gandhiji did. He established something called as Satyagraha Sabha. In which year? 1919. To organize Satyagraha against whom? A Satyagraha against Revolt Act. Okay. That is Mahatma Gandhiji against the act. The first all India mass movement called by Mahatma Gandhiji. Against which act? Against Revolt Act. Now what is the new calls? How it was a different compared to Swadeshi movement, compared to moderates, compared to extremists, compared to Gandhiji. How it was a different movement? Swadeshi movement was also mass movement, isn't it? Swadeshi movement was also mass movement. Okay. How we utilize the energy of the people, that is very important. How Gandhi utilized the energy of the people. Like what is talk? Ask the people, disobey the act. How do you disobey the act? What the act is made up of? Major. What are the major provisions? Arresting anyone without any warrant. Now we ask the people, go to police station, arrest your own self. Arrest yourselves. Listen, what Britishers will do then? How many people they are going to arrest? Sent jails will be full of Indian people. Isn't now we ask the people to go and act on them. Act on that is now Indian people got some kind of a new kind of energy. That is what he knew how to utilize the energy of the people. Isn't because police will arrest only when there is person is guilty. Now the people are themselves are going asking the police to arrest. Why police will arrest them? Isn't that law will lose relevance? Isn't that is one again court arrest and imprisonment on their own. Before Britishers could arrest, you only start getting yourself arrested. Then again, he asks for people to do fasting. He brings some spiritual element also. How fasting at home will lead to anti-British sentiment, will lead to disobey the act of Revolt Act of 1919. How fasting? He's asking people to do fasting at home and prayers at home. How it will lead to? Logic, presence of mind. Advanced students are there. They should answer. Why? How doing fasting? The reason why I am asking is I will get some rest. Why fasting? How fasting will help against the act? Reason is very simple. If one person is doing fasting at home, other person will come and ask, why are you doing fasting? He will say, what about Gandhiji has asked me to do something? Listen, but why? The question will come, why? Because you are fasting against which act? Revolt Act. He is not asking people to go and face the British. You just criticize the Britishers or you just show your anti-British sentiment at your home. By a simple act of what? Simple act of prayer and fasting. And that will create what? That will create larger awareness. That is one thing. Okay, so that is the reason I told you that is he was bringing new kind of concepts and try to utilize the Home Rule League members also. Home Rule League was also going on because it was ended by 1918, but Home Rule League as an organization was there. You want to utilize the help of Home Rule Leaguers. And again, now people got a platform to act. Extremists did believe in mass action, but they did not know how to organize the mass. And that is where Gandhiji succeeded. And now, Revolt Act aimed at 2012, compulsory economic support to war efforts, imprisonment without trial and summary procedures for trial, suppression of Khilafat movement, and imposition of restriction on freedom of the press. BRD, Bombay or Delhi? Bombay. That is solution B. Okay. And next one, another question, 2015, with reference to Revolt Satyagraha, which of the following are correct? The Revolt Act was based on the recommendation of Sedition Committee. That committee is also called as Sedition Committee. Revolt Satyagraha, Gandhiji tried to utilize the Home Rule League. Last point I mentioned, that is demonstration against the arrival of Simon Commission coincided with Revolt Satyagraha. Revolt Satyagraha happened in 1919. Simon Commission happened in 1927. See, little chronological questions, little factual question only, how they are asking that one. The answer should be 1 and 2. Okay. Now, Jallianwala Bagh. Today, what is the date? April 13th. When was Jallianwala Bagh happened? April 13th. Okay. Huh? Even I did not know. I did not have the conceptual part. Arjun sir actually messaged me that saying that today is April 13th. You have to talk about Jallianwala Bagh. Okay. So, I was already there in the slides also. Anyway, that is Jallianwala Bagh, April 13, 1992. That is, it was a protest against arrest of two leaders. Who are the two leaders? Saifuddin Kislev and Dr. Satyapal. This right? That is Dr. Satyapal and Saifuddin Kislev. Where is Jallianwala Bagh? Amritsar, just in front of Amritsar temple, Amritsar Golden Temple. And who was the person? Dayar. Everybody knows what happened. Okay. And who renounced the knighthood? Rabindranath Tagore. Okay. So, according to some account, there is more than 1,000 people died. Okay. It was showing the cruelty of whom? Cruelty of Britishers, General Dayar. Okay. And they imposed what? Martial law in Punjab. And because of Jallianwala Bagh tragedy, what happened? All over India, some kind of violence atmosphere happened. And that is the reason Gandhiji said what? He is going to withdraw Satyagraha Sabha. Satyagraha Sabha against whom? Against which act? Revolt Act. Okay. That is violence across India. That led to violence, and that is the reason he withdraw the Satyagraha Sabha. That is on 18th April. And then Khilafat non-cooperation movement. So, we discussed about Swadeshi movement, and then again we talked about what? Talked about Home Rule League movement. Then we talked about Revolt Satyagraha. Now we are coming into non-cooperation movement, and it's called as what? Khilafat non-cooperation movement. These are two entirely different issues. These are two different issues. One is internal Indian issue. Other one is a foreign issue. Which is a foreign issue? Khilafat issue, the Turkey issue. That is 1920-22. What is the background? First and foremost, Revolt Act. Because Revolt Act was not reversed. That is one thing. People were still unhappy about which act? Revolt Act. At the same time, Jallianwala Bagh, and people were still having what kind of sentiments? Anti-British sentiments, because that showed the cruelty of Britishers. At the same time, instead of condemning the act of General Dayar, what Morning Post, one of the newspapers in Britain did, they actually raised some kind of money to him, some funds to him. At the same time, there was a martial law in Punjab. What do you mean martial law in Punjab? Martial law means what? Army, military rule. So instead of civilian rule, they are having military rule. At the same time, Hunter Commission, it was established to look into what was happening in Punjab after Jallianwala Bagh, but it was just an eyewash. So they did not trust the procedure. That is, the procedure was taken up by Britishers to bring justice to people. How many people died? Hundreds and thousands of people died. That is the reason Hunter Commission was just an eyewash. It is also called a which committee? Disorder Inquiry Committee. Now, all over India, there was a sentiment. Which sentiment was there? Anti-British sentiment. And now, Gandhiji, at the same time, even Bala Gangadhar Tilak, they thought it is a time to launch what? Time to launch mass movement. So that is what Gandhiji always waited for: proper time, proper circumstances. Okay. And also 1919 Act, they promised what? They promised what? They promised responsible government, but no self-government was given in which act? 1919 Act. Okay. And of course, World War was happening. Inflation. The inflation, obviously, even a common person was also got affected by inflation. Now that common person will also go against whom? Go against Britishers. Okay. And now one more issue was Khilafat. What is Khilafat issue? Because there was a First World War. In the First World War, there were two groups. That is UK, France, at the same time Russia, and then again USA. And the other group was Germany, Italy, at the same time Turkey. Listen, but which power got defeated? Turkey got defeated. Germany also got defeated. Turkey was under which rule? Ottoman rule. Ottoman Empire. This Ottoman Sultan had two roles. One is political role, other one is spiritual role. What is the spiritual role of that Ottoman Sultan? He was also called as Khalifa. He was the spiritual head of Muslims of all over the world. And India also had a considerable amount of Muslim population. And that is the reason Turkey got defeated. Negotiation after the war led to, that is, there was a talk of taking away the spiritual power as well as the political power of whom? Khalifa. And that violated the sentiments of Indian Muslims. And now Bala Gangadhar Tilak and Gandhiji thought we should utilize this energy for launching of a which movement? Mass movement. Okay. To oppose this Khilafat committee was established in 1919 Bombay. Who are the leaders of this Khilafat committee? New young nationalist leadership in the who are these new leaders? That is Maulana Azad. He started weekly called as what? Al Hilal. That is in Urdu. Muhammad Ali. He started Comrade Weekly. Then again Shaukat Ali, Asrat Mohani, Hakim Ajmal Khan, Hassan Imam and M.A. Ansari. Initially, the Islamic people were organized by Sir Syed Ahmad Khan. Okay, in 1870s and 1860s. But what he became a loyalist. Loyalist to whom? Britishers. And now these persons were nationalists. What do I mean nationalists? They had anti-British sentiments and they were educated and they knew how the Britishers are trying to divide between Hindus and Muslims. And that is the reason they are completely against British policies and they are completely in support of what? Completely in support of Indian freedom movement. Okay, they started which committee? Khilafat committee. Now Khilafat progress. November 1919, All India Khilafat conference was held in Delhi. Now Asrat Mohani made a call that if Britishers did not cooperate or if Britishers take away the rights of Khalifa, we are going to launch what? Boycott. Boycott of what? Boycott of British goods. Okay. And non-cooperation with the British government. Now the idea of non-cooperation came from which platform? INC platform or Khilafat platform? Khilafat platform. That is the reason it is called as Khilafat non-cooperation movement. Because INC gave support to non-cooperation movement only in which session? In Calcutta session. In special session of Calcutta. Who was the president of special session of Calcutta? Lala Lajpat Rai. We already discussed that one. Now 1920 there was an alliance with the Congress and Gandhi appointed as the president of All India Khilafat Committee. Okay. And one treaty was signed with Turkey along with Treaty of Versailles. Versailles was tried with signed with whom? Germany. But Treaty of Sèvres was signed with Turkey. Sèvres is a place in France. And according to this treaty in May 1920 the Khalifa's powers were taken away. And now the battleground was created and that is the reason they started which movement? Non-cooperation movement. Okay, that is June 1920. There was an all-party conference in Allahabad. Then again, they approved which movement? Non-cooperation movement. Okay, but still, in this all-party conference, INC had not given any kind of support. And INC gave support only in September 1920. And 1920, 31st August, it was the official launch of the movement. And INC special session, that is in September. And who was the president? Lala Lajpat Rai. And approved the support to non-cooperation movement. And now what is the program of non-cooperation movement? What Gandhiji asked people to do? Not to dance. No. Not to obey law, that is boycott and Swadeshi. That is program first phase. So he thought that he was going to launch non-cooperation movement in two phases. The first phase is called as non-cooperation phase. In the first phase, boycott all the British goods, use Swadeshi items, give up all the titles. What titles Gandhiji gave up? Kaiser Hind. When was Gandhiji was given that title? In the Boer Wars in South Africa, when Gandhiji started ambulance services for the injured soldiers, so British government had given him what? Kaiser Hind. Okay. Qadi also. And the second phase he wanted to launch what? Civil disobedience. What is the difference between non-cooperation and civil disobedience? What is the difference between non-cooperation and civil disobedience? What am I? Civil disobedience. Break down the word. Willful violation of the laws. Willful violation of the laws. That is the basic meaning of civil disobedience. Now major events. 1920 which session? Nagpur session. Who was the president? Vijay Raghavacharya. The constitution of INC has changed. What is the constitution changed into? From constitutional methods to extra constitutional methods. Because they were under the influence of moderates, they were fighting Britishers through which methods? Constitutional methods. And now they change into extra constitutional method. What is the example of extra constitutional method? Mass movement. Now they express the support to mass movement. Under the influence of whom? Under the influence of Gandhiji. And again, they also wanted to organize people. If they wanted to organize people, they wanted local INC committees. And that is the reason the decision was taken to establish what? Provincial INC committees. And again, Suranath Banerjee had come out of INC. Why he had come out of INC? What is the reason? Suranath Banerjee, he was the person who actually played a huge important role in the formation of what? Formation of INC. But why he had come out of INC? What is the reason? Why he came out of it? Because of 1919 Act. He wanted to accept 1919 Act because he was a moderate. He was very happy with 1999 giving voting rights to women, diarchy. What is diarchy? Giving some kind of administrative rights to whom? Indians. He was pretty much happy with that one. And that is the reason, but overall Congress leadership was not happy with what? 1919 Act. And that is the reason he came out of INC and established which party? Indian Liberal Federation Party. It is outside INC. Okay. A non-cooperation movement, national education. Subhash Chandra Bose became the principal of National Colleges, Calcutta. Now we are going to see the events. Events that happened during which movement? Non-cooperation movement. And again, Jamia Millia University was established. Then again, Kashi Vidyapit, Gujarat Vidyapit, Bihar Vidyapit. All these were established during when? Non-cooperation movement. And again, Tilak Swaraj Fund was established. How many rupees was collected? 1 crore rupees. 1 crore rupees way back in 1920. Okay. And Congress Volunteer Corps were established. And what they used to do? They used to act as parallel police. I mean, they're trying to run their own administration. That is, because they are not cooperating with whom? Not cooperating with Britishers. They're boycotting British policers also. Boycotting British army also, British services also. And that is the reason they established their parallel police services. And picketing of liquor shops. What am I picketing? Not pickpocketing. What am I picketing? Picketing means you just stand outside a British shop, and whenever someone comes to buy from that shop, you just ask them, do not buy from this shop. Listen, do not buy from that particular shop. That is called as what? Picketing. Why liquor shops only? Why picketing of liquor shops only? Who participated in this picketing? Women participated. Are you planning to do in front of Spirit Junction? Anybody? Okay. That is picketing of liquor shops, particularly by women. Okay, so women used to stand in front of the liquor shops. At the same time, they convince other persons when they try to buy the liquor, and that is the reason. And they ask them to do not buy from British shops. Rather than buying from British liquor shops, go and have Desi liquor. You see? That is what. In non-cooperation movement, July 1921, what happened? Ali brothers asked. What Ali brothers asked? They asked all the Muslims to resign from the army. They were becoming even more militant. Militant than whom? Militant than Britishers. Sorry, militant than Gandhiji and other leaders also. And now Gandhiji asked INC to pass similar resolution. That is asking Hindu soldiers to resign from where? Resign from British Indian Army. Isn't they saying that one? They're saying that one, that is any kind of services you are doing to Britishers, that is anti-Islam as well as anti-Hindu. They're trying to utilize what? Trying to utilize religion. Trying to play with the sentiments of religion. Okay. And now some no tax campaigns also happened during non-cooperation movement. Where it happened? Midnapur and Guntur. Where is Midnapur? Where is Midnapur? Where is Midnapur? Bengal province. And again, where is Guntur? Andhra Pradesh. And again, tea workers strike happened in Assam. Led by whom? Led by J.M. Sengupta. At the same time, sorry, tea workers strike in Assam as a steam workers strike in, that is happened in Bengal, that is J.M. Sengupta. At the same time, November 1921, the visit of Prince of Wales. Okay, but nobody went to visit Prince of Wales, and there was a strikes and demonstration, and some sort of violence starting to happen in the movement. Because some people went to welcome Prince of Wales in Bombay, and some other persons come and ask them, why are you going and giving welcome to Prince of Wales? Okay, some clashes happened. And at the local level, some movements were also happening. Awadh Kisan movement, Eka movement, Mapilla revolt, and again Sikh agitation against removal of corrupt Mahants. What it all this shows? It means the peasant movements as well as some religious movements are becoming part of Indian national movement. Okay, you can't differentiate between a national movement and a peasant movement. Okay, that is one thing. Again, social base, who are the social base again? Students, then again lawyers, women, peasants also. For the first time, the peasants are participating in which movement? National movement. Because look at the social base, how it is deepening. What was in 1885? Upper class. What happened in Swadeshi movement? Students and middle class. And right now, lower classes. The lower class was peasants too. Business class, and of course, Hindu-Muslim unity was at its peak because of Khilafat issue. And a government response is what? Now government is trying to negotiate with whom? Gandhiji. And who was the Governor General or Viceroy? Reading. Okay. But the negotiation broke down. In May 1920, they tried to bring that same kind of division. Now ask Gandhiji to stop the speeches of Ali brothers. So now they are trying to bring division within the leaders only. Okay. But Gandhiji did not accept that one. He knew what Britishers are trying to do. What Britishers are trying to do? Bring some kind of division within the nationalist ranks. That is exactly what was happening. Okay. Gandhiji was too smart, I told you. Okay. Okay. British response was repression and declared INC as an illegal organization, and volunteer groups are also declared as illegal. Okay. And arrested all the leaders except Gandhiji. Okay. Now to ban press meetings and take away which right? Right of freedom of speech and expression. Okay. And now last phase of NCM. Now Gandhiji put one more demand, isn't? You arrested all the leaders, release all the leaders, and whatever the restriction on the press should be taken out. And if you don't take out all these kind of measures, what I'm going to launch? Civil disobedience. But that civil disobedience were never launched because of which incident? Chauri Chaura incident. Okay, that is Ahmedabad 1921. Who was the president? Chittaranjan Das, but he was in jail. But the acting president was Hakim Ajmal Khan. Okay, so asked Mahatma Gandhiji to decide on civil disobedience. Now, on February 1st, 1922, he threatened to launch civil disobedience from which place? From Bardoli. Bardoli, it is in Gujarat. If political prisoners are not released and press controls were not removed. But this civil disobedience movement were never launched because of which incident? Chauri Chaura. On 5th February 1922, everything happened. Police station got burnt. Many people died. And now what happened? Ultimately, the entire atmosphere was turned into violence. And that is the reason Gandhiji withdraw that one. Okay. Of course, it led to lot of debate. Okay. Some people would say Gandhiji was right. Some people would say Gandhiji was wrong. And what is your opinion? What is your opinion? If he was right, why he was right? If he was wrong, why he was wrong? Maybe we'll have that division when we have mains discussion. Okay. No time right now. Now, what he asked, what? Stop all the political activity. Concentrate on which activity? Constructive program. What do you mean constructive activity or constructive program? Social welfare. Okay. At the same time, build strength of the ANC. Enlarge more and more numbers. Work towards Hindu-Muslim unity. And work towards elimination of untouchability. Start building Swadeshi institutions and everything. Okay. And that led to debate also. And he was arrested after some months. He was arrested for how many years? 6 years. But he was released on the health grounds later. And now INC leaders were in the verge of split. They were called as no changers and pro changers. Who are no changers? Rajgopalachari, Vallabhbhai Patel, like Rajendra Prasad and M.B. Ansari. What do you mean no changers? What they wanted? What they wanted to continue? They wanted to continue non-cooperation. Non-cooperation with whom? Britishers. Even though people had stopped non-cooperation, Gandhiji wanted, or these leaders wanted, leaders to continue non-cooperation. Non-cooperation with whom? Britishers. And that is called as no changers. Continue boycott and non-cooperation without a formal movement. There is no necessity for a formal movement. You can continue not cooperating with the government. And then again, focus on what work? Focus on constructive work instead of the political work. Now, pro-changes were called as what? Swarajis. What they wanted? Or who are the leaders? Chittaranjan Das, Motilal Nehru and Hakim Ajmal Khan. And what they wanted? They will continue boycott. But except one boycott. Which is that one exceptional boycott? They want to contest elections and enter legislative councils. That is one thing. And enter them to expose what? Expose colonialism. Contest elections. And they want to give positive criticism of the Britishers. By being in the system. Their argument is also right. And their argument is also right. But there was a imminent split was happening. But Gandhiji intervened. Because that was not happening in 1907. That led to moderates and extremists. Now Gandhiji intervened, asked no changers to work on your own way. And pro changers, he asked pro changers to work on your own way. Ultimately, both of them goal is what? Anti-British. He said ultimately work towards the welfare of Indians only. Okay. That's ultimately they also said that one, they will also focus on which work? Constructive work. Now Gaya session 1922, Chittaranjan Das. Now pro changers put some proposal. What is the proposal? We will not boycott councils. We are going to contest elections. But that was defeated. And 2 persons, but Chittaranjan Das as well as Motilal Nehru, they resigned from the INC post because Motilal Nehru was the secretary, Chittaranjan Das was the president. They resigned from their post and they started what? Congress, Khilafat, Swarajya Party. It was a group within the INC. It was a group. But Suryanarayan Banerjee, Liberal Federation, that was outside INC. But it was a group within INC. And who was the president? Chittaranjan Das. And who was the secretary? Motilal Nehru. And another person, NC Kelkar. And Srinivasa Iyengar. These were the persons. And what is the achievement of Swarajis? Few achievements were there. They won 42 out of 104 seats to the central legislature in 1923. And Vittalabhai Patel became the speaker. Speaker of which house? Speaker of Central Legislative Assembly. In which year? 1925. Okay. But this weekend after the death of Chittaranjan Das, ultimately Swarajis were again came back to which party? INC party. Okay. That is Motilal Nehru came back to INC in 1926 and ultimately merged with INC in 1935. That is a small achievement of Swarajis. And now revolutionaries. Please repeat the concept of 2 home rules. I've already passed the home rule until I defeated, completed non-cooperation also. Concept of 2 home rules is because Annie Besant waited for the help from, that is moderate, that is INC. That is the reason she waited for the help, and that help did not come, and that is the reason she died in September 1916. But Tilak knew that is there was no support was forthcoming, and that is the reason Tilak started it very earlier, and that is the 2 concept of 2 home rules. And revolutionaries first phase 1896 to 1917. We can go very quickly. Only what do you mean revolutionaries? What kind of action they want to take? Individual heroic action. What do you mean individual heroic action? Cult of bomb and assassination. Assassination of whom? Assassination of British officials. Striking terror in the minds of Britishers. And our revolutionary newspapers were there. Which are the revolutionary newspapers? Yugantar or Jugantar in Bengali, Bhuperanath Datta. They were associated with this newspaper. And Barinda Kumar Ghosh. Who was Barinda Kumar Ghosh? Brother of Arvindo Ghosh. Okay. And Deva Pratap Basu. Then again Abhinash Bhattacharya. They were associated with this newspaper. Yugantar or Jugantar. Then again another newspaper called as Sandhya. And that was established by Brahma Bandab Upadhyay. Then Bande Mataram. That is in English. By whom? Arvindo Ghosh. Then Kal, that is in Maharashtra, that is in Marathi. Who is the person? Shivram Paranjpe. So these are the revolutionary newspapers which advocated what thoughts? Revolutionary thoughts. Okay. And again he also established a kind of a magazine. That magazine was called as Bharatvarsh. And have organized into samitis or secret societies, because revolutionaries can't come to the open. They can't have tea and coffee with the Britishers. Okay. That is the reason they had to be organized into what? Organized into secret societies. Some secret societies, Anushilan Samiti. Okay. Where was the person who established? Pramod Tamitta as a fitness club. Because Britishers used to say Indians are physically weak like me. Okay. And that is the reason what Indians did was, they organized themselves as gym clubs, as a fitness clubs. Okay. And other persons were Satish Chandra Basu, Sarala Devi, again Arvindo Ghosh. They were all the members of which Samiti? Anushilan Samiti. Okay. And after 1947, Anushilan Samiti became what? Revolutionary Socialist Party. RSP means Revolutionary Socialist Party. It had 2 arms. This Anushilan Samiti had 2 branches, we can say. One is Dhaka branch, other one is Calcutta branch. Calcutta branch is called as what? Jugantar. Because Jugantar group, Jatindranath Banerjee, Barinda Kumar Ghosh, and Dhaka Anushilan Samiti under whom? Under Pulindas. And they organized one dacoits. What dacoity they organized? Barra dacoity. Okay, the Pulindas, that is Dhaka Anushilan Samiti, they organized one looting. That looting was called as what? Barra dacoity by this group in 1982. So most of the revolutionary activities in first phase was related to these groups. Which group we are talking about? Anushilan Samiti. Okay. And what are the activities 1897? Before this group only, who are the brothers? 3 brothers who were Chapekar brothers. They killed whom? Plague commissioners. Who are the 2 plague commissioners? W.C. Rand and his lieutenant Ayers. And Damodarari Chapekar, Balakrishnari Chapekar, Vasudevari Chapekar brothers, and one more person, that is Mahadev Ranade. Not Mahadeva Govinda Ranade. He was a moderate. Okay, that is one thing. And all of them were tried and hanged. Okay. In April 1908, Prafulla Chakki, Khudiram Bose, what they did? They tried to assassinate whom? Judge Kingsford. They throw a bomb at carriage. Was supposed to be carrying Judge Kingsford. But instead what happened? 2 British ladies got killed. And why they wanted to kill Kingsford? What is the reason? What is the reason? Because Judge Kingsford had bias views. Bias views against whom? Britishers. Sorry, bias views against Indians. I wish he had bias views against Britishers. Okay, that is one thing. Okay, bias view against Indians. So what he did was, there was a 15-year-old kid. Okay, that 15-year-old kid, he was actually raising some kind of slogans against Britishers. And to that 15-year-old kid, what he did was, he gave some kind of lashes. And that created angry among whom? Angry among Prafulla Chakki and Khudiram Bose. Now they want to take revenge against that act. Okay, that boy name was Sushil Sen. Okay, that coming supposed to be carrying a sadistic white judge, that was Kingsford, that is in Muzaffarpur. Why he was called as sadistic? Because he was given a lashes. What is my lashes? Chateyotu. For a 15-year-old kid. Okay, and that is the reason they wanted to take what? They wanted to take revenge. Unfortunately, 2 British ladies got killed, and what happened? Prafulla Chakki shot himself out of regret, and Khudiram Bose was tried and hanged also. Now what Tilak did? Tilak defended them. Defended Prafulla Chakki and Khudiram Bose in his newspapers. And that is the reason Tilak was arrested in 1908. Okay. Now Tilak defended both of them in Kesari. Okay. And that is the reason Tilak was arrested. And how many years he was put into 6 years. He was released only in 1914. You got the reason why Tilak was arrested? 1908. Now post-mortem, Arvinda Kumar Ghosh and Barinda Kumar Ghosh, they were also accused in this case. Which case? Alipur conspiracy case. Okay, that is Alipur conspiracy. It was called as Alipur because the area of residence was called as Alipur. That is our Ghosh brothers. They were residing in that particular area and tried in Alipur or Maniktala conspiracy case. That is same thing. Judge Kingsford case only. Okay, and defended by whom? Defended by Chittaranjan Das. And because of this case only, Arvinda Ghosh went to where? Pondicherry. You are getting right? Connecting the dots? Everything? Because in history what happens? That is the events are intertwined. They are in isolation. But what you have to do is that one, connect the dots. Okay. And 1912, attempt on Viceroy. Who was the Viceroy? Ardenge. Who are the two persons? Raspberry Bose and Sachin Sanyal. On the occasion of transferring the capital, because the capital was transferred from Calcutta to Delhi. Okay. That is Raspberry Bose and Sachin Sanyal. And one more person who actually threw the bomb was Basant Kumar Biswas. And the planning was done by Raspberry Bose and Sachin Sanyal. Okay. And they were tried in one case. That case was called as Delhi conspiracy case. Okay. Now there was a German plot or Zimmermann plan. Zimmermann was the external affairs minister of Germany. Okay. Taking the help of Germany, they wanted to defeat whom? Defeat Britishers. Why? Because the First World War was going on. In the First World War, Germany was fighting against whom? Britishers. Now what Indians thought? Enemy's enemy is my friend. Okay. That is person called as Bhaga Jatin to organize an insurrection in India. What is my insurrection? Revolt. Insurrection means revolt with the German support. Germans supported that one. We are going to provide with all the arms and ammunition. But it was found out, especially during the First World War, and police discovered and arrested and killed which person? Bhaga Jatin. And now there were some abroad revolutionary activities. These were happening in India. Okay. Shyamji Krishna Verma, what he established in London, 1905. Indian Home Rule Society, okay, also called as what? India House. Also had one kind of newspaper also. What is that newspaper? Sociologist. It's a scholarship scheme was brought out by this house to give kind of support to Indian revolutionaries. Any revolutionary that is going out of India, they would be given support by this scholarship program too. And they brought a journal called as the Indian Sociologists. Okay. And again in one more person, Madan Lal Dhingra, what he did? He assassinated Curzon Wyllie. Who was Curzon Wyllie? He was an advisor to Secretary of State, that is in London. Okay. And Bikaji Kama, where she was operating from? Paris. And what she established some journals, that is Bande Mataram and Madan's Talwar. Who was Madan here? Madan Lal Dhingra. And she supported the action of Madan Lal Dhingra. Assassination of whom? Assassination of Curzon Wyllie. And helped in founding of India House. Where India House was formed? In London. Okay. And she is the first person who actually unfurled an Indian version of the flag. Where it was unfurled? Not in Paris. It was in Stuttgart. Stuttgart, where is Stuttgart? Germany, not Stuttgart. Okay. In August 21, 1997, at International Socialist Conference, that was in Stuttgart, that is in Germany. And she also got help from whom? S.R. Rana, as well as Bourgeoisie Godrej. She co-founded the Paris Indian Society. Indian House was established by Shyamji Krishna Verma. Okay. And his flag was look like this. This was the first flag. This was unfurled in Stuttgart. Nothing related to BJP, by the way. Okay. Okay. I am a politically neutral person. Okay. That is one. Just want to show the image. Okay. Then again, Veerannath Chattopadhyaya. Okay. In Berlin, he was organized what? Organized Committee of Indian Independence. And he was the brother of Sarojini Naidu. Okay. And he joined German Communist Party. But later he was executed by Joseph Stalin. Who was Joseph Stalin? Not Tamil Nadu. Chief Minister, okay. Another Stalin was there. Who was Stalin? He was Russia's dictator. Okay. Communism, that is, we talk about that one. That is in Stalin 1937 in Soviet Union. And Joseph Stalin was even more cruel than Hitler. Okay. Because Joseph Stalin carried something called as purging. Purging means any kind of opposition was there to his rule, everybody was killed. Okay. And one of that person was Veerannath Chattopadhyaya. And again, Gadar Party, 1913. Okay, that is means, what do you mean by Gadar? Gadar means revolt in Punjabi and Urdu. And what is the newspaper? The Gadar. At the same time, where it was established? San Francisco. Where is San Francisco? USA. Who were these members of this party? Members of this party were ex-soldiers and peasants of Punjab. and they supported Germany in First World War. Okay, and led to Indo-German conspiracy in San Francisco or in USA, because Ghadar party members wanted to fight whom? Wanted to fight Britishers with the help of Germany in USA, and that is the reason. But USA was an ally of which country? Britishers. Now Britishers asked USA to take action against which party members? Ghadar party members, and they were tried in a case called as Indo-German conspiracy case in San Francisco in 1917. And then again, pre-Ghadar activities, and before establishing Ghadar party, they had some local level organization, or some, we can say, some other organizations were there, or like how pre-INC organizations were there, some pre-Ghadar activities, some organization like Swadeshi Sevak was established at Vancouver. Where is Vancouver? Russia. Vancouver, Canada. Okay, established by G.D. Kumar. Then again, United India House at Seattle. Where is Seattle? USA. Again, the same person, G.D. Kumar and Taraknath Das. They two persons. And before establishing Ghadar, they were organizing themselves into Swadeshi Sevak as well as United India House. And what is the program of Ghadar? Assassinations. Okay, then again, revolt in all British colonies, not just in India. They want to bring revolt in all the British colonies. That was their greater aim. And they also published what? Anti-imperialist literature. Why all these people went to USA? What is the reason? Why they couldn't be organized in India? Because those countries have better freedom of speech and expression. Okay. Who are the leaders? Allah Ardayal, Ramchandra, Bhagwan Singh, Kartar Singh Sarba, Barkatullah, and then again by Paramanand. And there was a Komaktamaro incident. What is Komaktamaro incident? One ship was traveling from Singapore to Vancouver, but the ship was not allowed in Vancouver. That was further sent back to India, and that led to some kind of conflicts. Everybody knows that one. Where it came to in India? Which port? Budge port, not chocolate fudge. Okay, Budge. Singapore to Vancouver, that is Punjabis, they were carrying Calcutta in 1914, that is Budge. Then again 22 persons were killed. That created some kind of anger. Anger among whom? Anger among Ghadar party. Because which persons were not allowed entry into Canada? Punjabis. Ghadar party members were coming from which state? Punjab. And that created a lot of anger against whom? Britishers. Now Ghadar party members thought, now Britishers are there in the middle of First World War. Now we can bring our revolution in India. Because of one kind of anger was generated. To fight for the rights of passengers, they established something called as Shore Committee. Okay, what is the Shore Committee? Was led by Hussain Rahim and Sohan Lal Pathak and Balwant Singh also. What is the Shore Committee? Because Shore Committee wanted to fight for the rights of these passengers. Because what was the passenger right? Where they wanted to go? Vancouver. But that right was denied. Okay. Again, Revolt Day, they decided 1915, February 21st as the Revolt Day. Okay. And the revolt place was recognized as Lahore and Rawalpindi. They wanted to take the help of Indian leaders. Who are the Indian leaders they called for? Suranath Banerjee? Now which leaders they called for? Gandhiji? No, but which leaders? Sachin Sanyal and Rajbihari Bose. Why Sachin Sanyal and Rajbihari Bose? They were also revolutionaries. Ghadar party members were also revolutionaries. Okay, that is, they asked for Rajbihari Bose as well as Sachin Sanyal. But this plot was discovered. Some of the members of the Ghadar party only, they gave information to whom? Britishers, and most of the Ghadar party members were arrested, and most of them were tried and hanged also. But Rajbihari Bose went to Japan, and he met Subhash Chandra Bose when in 1940s, and they formed what? They formed Indian National Army. We'll come to that one. And Sachin Sanyal, he was given life term. Okay, there was a treason. What do you mean treason? What do you mean treason? Deshadroha anta karitaralla. Okay, that is what it is called as treason. Okay, and treason by whom? Treason by Indians only. Indians supported whom? Supported Britishers. That's what Gandhiji told, right? That is, ultimately Britishers are experiencing, or rather they were ruling India because of whom? Because of the support given by Britishers. Okay, then brought Defense of India Act to deal with whom? Deal with Ghadar party members. 1915. There was a question. Ghadar was a revolutionary association with headquarters at San Francisco. Nationalist organization operating from Singapore. Militant organization headquartered in Berlin. A communist movement headquartered at Tashkent. No. Which is answer? Yeah. And now consider the following freedom fighters. Last year, 2022. Barinda Kumar Ghosh, Jogesh Chandra Chatterjee, and Rajbihari Bose. Who of the above are associated with which party? Ghadar party. Who are they? Who associated with them? Rajbihari Bose only. Because Barinda Kumar Ghosh, he was associated with what? Anushil and Samit. Jogesh Chandra, he was associated with Hindustan Socialist Republican Association. Hindustan Republican Association. Who established Hindustan Republican Association? Bhagat Singh. Before that, Bhagat Singh made it as the Hindustan Socialist Republican Association. Okay. Answer is D. 3 only. Okay. And now the second phase of revolutionary activities. The second phase was led in 1920s and 1930s. That is Hindustan Republican Association Army, also called as Hindustan Republican Army also. And later it became what? Hindustan Socialist Republican Association. Socialist influenced by which country? Russia. Know that one. In October 1924, established in Kanpur. Who are the leaders? Ram Prasad Bismil, Jogesh Chandra Chatterjee, Sachin Sanyal, Ashfaqullah Khan, and again Sachinanath, Bakshi, and even Chandrasekhar Azad also. Okay. And now Kakori conspiracy. It was a what? It was a train robbery. Okay. That is in 1925. A passenger was killed because they wanted to loot British treasury, because they wanted money to organize which activities? Revolutionary activities. Okay. But then Ashfaqullah Khan and Ram Prasad Bismil, they were, and Rajendra Lahiri as well as Roshan Singh, all of them were hanged, because they were, all of them were arrested on which conspiracy case? Kakori conspiracy. Which was Delhi conspiracy case? Ardinge. That is Sachin Sanyal and Rajbihari Bose. And HSRA 1928 Delhi. Whose influence? Bhagat Singh influence, Chandrasekhar Azad, Sukhdev and Rajguru. Okay. So manifesto titled. What is the manifesto titled as? Philosophy of the Bomb. And who wrote the philosophy of the bomb? That is Bhagavati Charan Ora. Okay. And in Saunders murder case, a Lahore conspiracy case, what is the reason? What is the reason behind this case? Who was Saunders? He was a police official. But, who was Saunders? Lathi charge was organized by, or rather ordered by James Scott. Now this HSRA group wanted to kill James Scott, but by mistakenly they killed whom? Saunders. Okay, that is one thing. James Scott, Lathi charge, who died? Lala Lajpat Rai. Then again happened in 1928. Why that Lathi charge was happened? Because Lala Lajpat Rai was protesting against which? Protesting against Simon Commission. Okay, and bombing of Central Legislative Assembly, April 1929, Bhagat Singh and Bhutikeshwar Dutt, and to protest against the passage of which bills? 2 bills were being discussed. That is Public Safety Bill and Trade Disputes Bill. Okay, aimed at curtailing the civil liberties of citizens as well as workers. Okay, and the leaflet they throw, that leaflet was titled as what? To make the deaf hear. Okay, and now Bhagat Singh also established which one? Naujawan Bharat Sabha. Okay, that is 1926. Bhagat Singh to promote toleration, because what Britishers were doing? Divide and rule policy. Okay, but that is leading to what? Leading to communalization, and that is the reason he wanted to bring what? He wanted to support, he wanted to create awareness on toleration and to promote social service also. Okay, that was Punjab Naujawan Bharat Sabha. And Bengal revolutionary activities led by whom? Chittagong Armory Raid. Who was the person actually? Surya Sen, April 1930. And it was not an individual action, but rather it was a group action. And one of the important point about this Surya Sen group was that one, participation of women also. Participation of women. And he was hanged in 1934. And women revolutionaries, Preetilata Vadedar. Okay, then again Kalpana Dutt, she was given life sentence. And Shanti Ghosh and Suniti Chanderi, they were schoolgirls of Komilla. Okay, they assassinated whom? They shot dead district magistrate. The district magistrate name was Jeffrey Buckland Stevens. Okay, and they went to give him chocolate. Okay, Shanti Ghosh and Suniti Chanderi, they went to give chocolate to whom? Stevens. When taking chocolate, there is a famous story goes like this one. He said it is very delicious, and they brought out the gun. How about this, Mr. Stevens? Okay, that is exactly December 1931. And another person was Binadas, and fired at the governor during convocation. That is in February 1932. Okay, and this is now we are coming into the last phase of Indian freedom movement. Which is the last phase? Gandhian phase. Shall we? Last phase. Only 2 movements. Which are 2 movements? Civil disobedience movement and Quit India movement. Now arrival of Simon Commission. Why Simon Commission was established? What is the reason? It is also called as Indian Statutory Commission. And all the members were British. And that is the reason what Indians took the decision to boycott Simon Commission. With the famous title, that is famous slogan, that is Go Back Simon. And who was the chairman? Chairman was Sir John Simon, assisted by Clement Attlee. Who was Clement Attlee? In future, he became the Prime Minister. What is the reason it was appointed? To inquire into future constitutional reforms, as was promised in which Act? 1919 Act. In that 1919 Act, they promised that they are going to establish after 10 years. But instead, they established in 1927. What is the reason? Because of growing nationalism. It was also called as what commission? White Commission. Now, Indians became enraged, offended. How can white members can decide the future of India? Listen. And look at this question, 2013. The people of India agitated against arrival of Simon Commission because Indians never wanted to review the working of Act of 1919. Simon Commission recommended the abolition of diarchy. There was no Indian member in the Simon Commission, and Simon Commission suggested partition of the country. Now, which is the answer? C. And now, what is the response of Indians? Now, Lord Birkenhead, who was the Birkenhead? Secretary of State. He challenged Indians. What he challenged Indians? Indians do not have the capability to draft the constitution. That is the reason we haven't included any Indian member in which commission? Simon Commission. Okay. And now INC decided to boycott the commission, and they organized which session? Madras session. That is in 1927. Who was the president? Ansari. And Jawaharlal Nehru, I pressurized the old leadership to pass a resolution, a kind of a snap resolution on what? Snap resolution on Purna Swaraj. Because now the leadership is also changing. Some old guard was replacing by new guard. What is this new guard? Subhash Chandra Bose and Jawaharlal Nehru. And they did not want any kind of dominion status. What they wanted was complete independence. Okay. Adopted Delhi proposals. Which was Delhi proposals proposed by Muhammad Ali Jinnah. Okay. We'll come to Delhi proposals. And Birkenhead challenged Indians. And that is the reason there was an all-party conference in February 1928 that was in Delhi. Again under the leadership of Muhammad Ansari to evolve an alternate constitution. What was the draft commission? Sorry, what was the recommendation would be given by Simon Commission? Now we are going to provide an alternate recommendation. Okay. And that is the reason they established a subcommittee. And who is the head of that subcommittee? Motilal Nehru. That was in May 1928. And now Jinnah's Delhi proposals. And what is the Delhi proposals included? In December 1927, he proposed joint electorate instead of what? Instead of separate electorate. Because he was trying to mend with Indian nationalism, but they were not accepted because of the communalization which was happening. And reservation for Muslims in councils, and 1/3 of the seats should be reserved for Muslims in Central Legislative Assembly. But representation to Muslims in Punjab, Bengal according to population, because the majority of population were there in Punjab and Bengal. But it should be included in future constitution. What are the constitution should be recommended by Motilal Nehru committee? It should be, all these proposals should be included in that constitution, but that was not included because of opposition by Hindu Mahasabha, because all of the communalization was happening during that point of time. Now Nehru committee was in dilemma because they have to take into account Hindu faction also as well as Muslim faction also, and that is where the real unity could not be evolved. Now Nehru committee 1928, who are the members? Motilal Nehru, Alim Imam, we know already that one, Tej Bahadur Sapru, Mangal Singh, M.A. Zani, then again Subhash Chandra Bose, Shoaib Qureshi, G.R. Pradhan, and Jawaharlal Nehru was the secretary. And Nehru report given in August 1928. What was the proposals of Nehru report? Unitary government, okay, fundamental rights, bicameralism, then again reservation instead of separate electorate, then again linguistic, provinces, hierarchy of courts, dominion, status. Because they wanted dominion status, two persons became very angry, Jawaharlal Nehru and Subhash Chandra Bose, and that is the reason what they did. They established which organization? India for Independence League. We'll come to that one. With reference to the period of Indian freedom struggle, which of the following were recommended by Nehru report? Complete independence for India? No. Joint electorate for reservation of seats for minorities? Provision for fundamental rights for the people of India in the constitution? Yes. Select the answer. What is the answer? That is 2 and 3. Okay. Now all parties conference in August 1928. Chairman was Motilal Nehru, and they adopted which report? Adopted Nehru report. Okay. But two persons were unhappy. I told you who were the two persons? Subhash Chandra Bose and Jawaharlal Nehru. And that is the reason they established what? Independence for India League. And they wanted what? They wanted Purna Swaraj and not dominion status. Who is another leader? Who is another person who supported Jawaharlal Nehru and Subhash Chandra Bose? That was Srinivasa Iyengar. He was the president of Independence for India League. And Jawaharlal Nehru and Subhash Chandra Bose were joint secretaries. And April 1928, they put it before and even before the report could come out, because report came out in August, but even in April 1928 only, because when the discussion was happening about dominion status, they were not happy with that one. Okay. And now all parties conference in December 1928, Calcutta, to discuss which report? To discuss Motilal Nehru report, but failed to pass the Nehru report because they failed to bring the consensus among all the communalist factions, because the Nehru report was in dilemma to pacify the Islamic faction also as well as Hindu faction also, and that is the reason, due to communal differences. Now Calcutta session 1928, who was the president? Motilal Nehru. And Mahatma Gandhi, he was retired because he was focusing on what? Focusing on constructive program. And now because of Simon Commission, death of Lala Lajpat Rai, now all over India, the mood was changed. What was the mood? Mood was against Britishers. And he came and attended the session and asked for dominion status and accept the Nehru report. But again, who were not happy? Jawaharlal Nehru and Subhash Chandra Bose. At least they would be happy if the Britishers accepted what? Dominion status. But if not, if they don't accept, what Gandhiji said, we are going to launch mass movement. Now that is what I told you, waiting for the proper opportunity, waiting for the proper circumstances. And now Jinnah's 14 points in March 1929, when Delhi proposals were not accepted in Nehru report, he became even more communal. Okay, and now we went back to separate electorate. Previously was compromise, now we went to separate electorate. Now cabinet at the center should be 1/3 of should be Muslims only, and Muslim majority should be retained in all the provinces where Muslim majority is there. Now what is the, Jawaharlal Nehru called them as ridiculous 14 points because that cannot be included. And then what happened? Deepavali declaration. What do you mean Deepavali declaration? By whom? By Irwin in November 1929 or October 31st. That is, Lord Irwin will facilitate dominion status. We are going to provide what? We are going to provide dominion status in future. They did not give any kind of timeline. And they also, who welcomed this declaration? Indian leaders. Because Indian leaders, world leaders wanted what? Dominion status. In 1928 Calcutta session, what they demanded? Dominion status. Now they became happy. You signed? What happened then later? Something called as Delhi Manifesto. Don't confuse with Delhi proposals. Delhi proposals were Jinnah. Delhi Manifesto by Indian nationalist leaders. And they said that one on 2nd November 1929, after Deepavali declaration by nationalist leaders, they asked Britishers to formulate a proper plan to implement which one? Dominion status. At the same time, Britishers were talking about, we will establish a round table conference to discuss what? To discuss the dominion status and to discuss the future report of Simon Commission. Okay? And in this Delhi Manifesto, Indians demanded, in round table conference, who should be majority? Indian should be majority. Okay? That was the demand. But it was rejected. Rejected by whom? Irwin. And that is the reason what happened? That led to Purna Swaraj. That is in Lahore session 1929. Jawaharlal Nehru hoisted the tricolor, and first Independence Day will be celebrated on the last Sunday of January. And that last Sunday happened to be on 26 January 1930. And they announced the launch of civil disobedience and asked Mahatma Gandhiji to lead the movement. Okay. And now some questions for the 1929 session of Indian National Congress. Why it was significant? Because of Purna Swaraj. You know that. And now Simon report. A report was published on 7 June 1930. It recommended abolition of diarchy. Okay. And responsible government in provinces. That is the reason 1935 Act provided what? Provincial autonomy. Okay. Provincial autonomy. And now civil disobedience movement. Gandhiji put what? 11 demands. 11 demand to whom? Irwin. We are not going to discuss all the 11 demands. Some of them: reduce land revenue, reduce salaries, protect Indian industries with tariffs, CAD reforms, and reduce the devaluation what they were doing with respect to Indian currency. Okay. And abolish salt tax. Why he choose salt tax? What is the reason? What is the reason he used salt? Because salt was used by everyone, whether rich or poor also. To show that how exploitation was happening by putting tax on salt also. And rejected by Irwin, and that led to what? That led to Dandi March. Okay. That is 12th March to 6th April. Okay. Sabarmati Ashram to Dandi, where it was? Gujarat coast. Okay. What is the program? Willful violation of the laws. Non-cooperation was just a boycott. But right now what they are trying to do? Willful violation of the laws. And that is in which laws would be violated? Taxation laws, forest laws. And boycotting everything, British, that is everything there. Swadeshi is also there. And particularly asked one section of Indians to play the role in the movement. Which section that was? Women. Again, events. See Rajagopalachari, what he did? What did it is? Rajagopalachari. In Tanjavur coast, from Tiruchirappalli to Vedaranyam, he had his own Dandi march. Okay. K. Kedappan on which coast? On the Kerala coast, from Calicut to Payanur. Okay. On the Malabar coast. And Sylhet to Nokali, that is Assam, volunteers. Other events, one question, that is, in 1930, which of the following organized a march on the Tanjavur coast to break the salt law? Who organized that one? Rajagopalachari. Okay. Now, other events in Karnataka and Maharashtra, which laws were violated? Forest laws. Forest laws were violated. Because in the coastal area, you can violate which laws? Salt law. In non-coastal area, they violated taxation law as well as forest laws. Okay. Other event, Khan Abdul Ghaffar Khan, where is he from? Northwest Frontier Province. Which movement? Red Shirt movement. Okay. Non-violently mobilized movement. Okay. And they are called themselves as what? Kudai Khidmat Gars. It means the servants of God, to oppose Britishers as well as in Northwestern Frontier Province. They had two aims, political aim also as well as social reforms also. Okay. Indian independence as well as social reforms as Pashtuns. They belong to which category or which section? Pashtun category. Other event, Darsana right. Where was Darsana? Gujarat. Mahatma Gandhiji actually planned, he himself will go to Darsana. Wow. What was there in Darsana? IPL tickets? No. What was there? It was a salt depot. It was salt depot, but he was arrested in Gujarat. It was a non-violent raid. Later it was led by Abbas Tyabji and Kasturba Gandhi. Kasturba Gandhi. Who was Kasturba Gandhi? Wife of Mahatma Gandhiji. And both were arrested. Now it was later led by whom? Sarojini Naidu and Abul Kalam Azad. Okay. And there's a worldwide attention due to police brutality. This police brutality that was happening in India. Particularly one journalist played a role in bringing Indian national movement to the world stage. Who is that USA journalist? Webb Miller. Okay, so he carried what was happening in India to Europe also, to as well as to USA also. Now, what is the one thing about non-violence movement is that one, non-violence activities is that one. What will happen? When a non-violent protesters were attacked by the government, the sympathy will be there with whom? Protesters. Now, government will be the aggressor, and that is the one actual strength of non-violence movement, because government cannot take any kind of action. Now, go in front of KPSC, because they are not calling any kind of examination. Huh? I can't say anything because it's going to go to YouTube. Okay. Then again, events, that is Sanikatta salt trade, where it was happening? Karnataka. Okay. That is Sanika. Where is Sanikatta? That is in coastal area of Karnataka. On the lines of Darsana. Okay. In Odisha, Gopalabandhu Chaudhary, he organized Balsor Kadak, or we can say Salt Satyagraha over there. Then again, another event, Peshawar Army Regiment. They refused to shoot on people. Now look at what happened in previously. They occupied India with the help of which army? British Indian Army. Now the British Indian Army refusing to shoot against Indians. Okay. Refused to shoot at unarmed people. That shows what? That shows Indian national movement was spreading to whom? Spreading to people. That is spreading to army also. Then an anti-Chowkidar tax, that was in Bihar and Bengal. Sholapur in Maharashtra, what they established? Parallel government. They established what is a parallel government? Textile workers. What is a parallel government? They established their own local government. That was happening in Sholapur. Then again, flag satyagraha. Why flag satyagraha? Because Britishers had banned hoisting of Indian flag. Okay. That is Tota Narasaya Naidu, that is in Andhra Pradesh. Then again, P. Krishna Pillai in Kerala. They were famous for organizing what? Famous for organizing flag satyagraha. Then other event, Manipur and Nagaland, Rani Gedenliu, 13-year-old kid, she was also arrested. And who gave the title as Rani to her? Jawaharlal Nehru. Okay, so that is, there was one movement was going on, something called as Iraka movement. Okay, that's a spiritual movement also as well as in political movement also. She was non-violently protesting against Britishers and she was arrested in 1932. She was only released after independence. Okay, if she was in jail until 1947. Now Jawaharlal Nehru promised that he is trying to release her from the jail by influencing British parliamentarians. Who was British parliamentarians? That is in Britain. And gave her the title of which title? Rani title. And Vanar Senas and Manjari Senas. What is Vanar Senas and Manjari Senas? Kids. Kids were organizing anti-British protests. Vanar Senas by boys and Manjari Senas by girls. And wearing khadi and hoisting flags. Because they used to hoist flags. Britishers used to snatch them. What kids did was, they made the cloth out of flag only. They can't take out the cloth, that will become sexual harassment. Isn't it? That's exactly. Okay. Then again, Prabhat Paris. What is Prabhat Paris? It's a Prabhat means dawn and Peri means procession. That is singing of nationalist songs by band of women and men, and women and men that is singing nationalist songs. Which nationalist songs? Vande Mataram. Okay, all these things. And one more circular, that is Cunningham circular, prohibited students from participating in political activities. Okay, one more circular was there, Carlisle circular, that was Swadeshi movement. You can just write down Carlisle circular, that was related to Swadeshi movement. Cunningham circular related to what? Civil disobedience movement. Same thing, that is the taking away the incentives given to students and taking action against students also. And agitation against that one also. Then again, first RTC, 1930, November, who was the chairman? Ramsay MacDonald. INC boycotted it. What Gandhiji said? Organizing Ram Leela without Rama. Okay, because there was no Indians presentation or Indians references over there. Then again, government response is what? January 1931, Mahatma Gandhiji was released and the talks started between whom? Gandhi and Irwin. Gandhi and Irwin Pact, March 1931. They suspended civil disobedience movement and Indians agreed to participate in which movement, which organization? RTC. That is right to make salt also. They can release non-violent prisoners and return all the seized materials. Whatever seized materials by the British government should be given back to the people, and withdrawal of draconian ordinances. And the first time as equal. This is the first time Britishers are negotiating with whom? Indians. That is in Gandhi-Irwin Pact. And Gandhi-Irwin Pact included which of the following? Invitation of Congress to participate in a round table conference. Withdrawal of ordinances promulgated in connection with the civil disobedience movement. Acceptance of Gandhiji's suggestion for inquiry into police excesses. No, that was never accepted. Release of only those prisoners who were not charged with violence. Which is the answer? That is 1, 2 and 4 only. And now Karachi session. Who was the president? Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel. That is to ratify which pact? Delhi Pact. Delhi Pact is also called as Gandhi-Irwin Pact. And resolutions were passed about fundamental rights and national economic program. Okay. Second RTC, September 1931 failed because of hard stand by British government. But INC had asked for which majority? Indians majority. But what Britishers did? They put the majority of communalists. They put the majority of princely states. Because princely states were against the Indian national movement. Communalists were definitely against the Indian national movement. Because communalists were always in, they want the support of Britishers to get more concession for Hindus and more concession for Islams also. And Sikhs also, all kind of communalism was going on. And communal forces were in majority in session. And that is the reason which could not be secured. Dominion status could not be secured. And now January 1932, Mahatma Gandhi returned to India. And what he thought? He will relaunch the movement. But there was a new viceroy. New viceroy was Willingdon. He took some preemptive measures and arrested all the leaders. As soon as Gandhiji came, he was arrested. Okay. And arrested all the nationalist leaders also. Now, not giving time to build up the tempo. That's it. And preemptive measures and martial law, and finally withdrawn in 1934. That is third RTC, boycott by ANC, November 1932. And there was a white paper was published in 1933, and that led to which one? That led to 1935 Act also. The 1935 Act included the report of Simon, included the report of RTC, or included discussions of RTC, and that led to 1935 Act 2. And now communal award, Ramsay MacDonald, Pune Pact, we know what they announced in communal award? Separate electorate. Because they done enough dividing Hindus and Muslims, now they want to divide within Hinduism itself. Okay. Gandhiji fast on to death in jail, and that is the reason there was a Pune Pact also. That is in Baba Sahib Ambedkar and Mahatma Gandhiji, and ultimately what they agreed upon? Reservation. Reservation for whom? Reservation for depressed classes instead of separate electorate. Okay. One question, Mahatma Gandhiji took fast on to death in 1932 mainly because of Round Table Conference, or Congress and Muslim League had differences. Ramsay MacDonald announced what? Communal award, and none of the statements were correct. Which is the answer? C. Some IN session, April 96, Jawaharlal Nehru. Lucknow session, what is famous for? Which goal was adopted? Socialism. And 1936, phase 4, we already discussed. First village session, where is phase 4? Phase 4 is in Maharashtra. And then again 1934, Haripura session, who was the president? Jawaharlal Nehru. Sorry. Yes, Jawaharlal Nehru was the president. At the same time, they established what? They established National Planning Committee. Who were the members of the National Planning Committee? Subhash Chandra Bose and Jawaharlal Nehru. Okay. In 1939, Tripuri session. Now what happened? There was a debate between Subhash Chandra Bose and Mahatma Gandhiji. Ultimately, there was a election debate between Subhash Chandra Bose and Pattabhi Sitaramaiah. Ultimately, who won the election? Subhash Chandra Bose. But Gandhiji thought the loss of Pattabhi Sitaramaiah as his personal loss. He took it to heart. That is the reason Subhash Chandra Bose resigned. And who became the president? Rajendra Prasad became the president. Okay. And 1936-37 elections, INC won most of the provinces and they formed the government for the first time. Now Indians were experiencing power in most of the provinces. And they are called as what? Called as Congress ministries, and all of them were resigned in 1939. What is the reason they were resigned? Because Second World War. Because India was included in Second World War without any consultation. And that is the reason INC asked all these popular ministries to resign from it. Okay. And now one more question. Congress ministries resigned in 7 provinces in 1939 because what? Because of which reason? Because the answer is not there in answer option. Okay. That is the reason D. Okay. And next one, what is the INC stand? We will support against fascism. What do you mean by fascism? That is Italy and Germany. Hitler and Mussolini. But provided what should be given to Indians? Complete independence after the war. Okay. But during the time of war, what should be given to Indians? Interim government. But that was given through, was it given? What was it given? No. But some kind of second rated, some kind of concessions were given through August offer in 1940. What was the August offer? Expand the executive council. At the same time, dominion status will be given. But what Indians were demanding for? Purna Swaraj. Why would Indians would agree for what? Dominion status. Now, Constituent Assembly after the war also. And War Advisory Council will be there. And minority rights will be safeguarded in the new constitution. Now, they are encouraging what? Encouraging communalism. Encouraging division between Hindus and Muslims also. And now rejected by INC. Okay. And then Jawaharlal Nehru called it as dead as doornail. You want break? Shall we take the break and then continue? Then Quit India movement. Okay. And then again little bit Hoysala's architecture. We will end today only, no? Because there is no other sessions. What we have to complete? We have to complete today only. That is your choice. What about online students? Shall we take a break and then continue? That would be better, no? Take them prasadam. Okay. That would be great. Somebody saying continue. 1 more hour, not more than that. No pain, no gain. Okay, I know it is tough. It is very tough. We will take for another maybe 45, 1 hour, not more than that one. Okay. If not possible, that is I will just keep changing the slides. Okay. You kept on reading that one. Okay, keep on reading that one. That's what we can do. Okay, not bad. Very good response. Thank you so much. And I really should thank you all of you. Okay. I mean, you have been patiently sitting. No. It's really, I mean, it's not quite easy to sit from morning to evening for last 3 days. I know it's not easy to speak from morning to evening. Okay. That is it. I've already lost everything. Okay. And thank you for the lozenges, Nandini. Okay. I mean, that would really help. Sepsils. She brought sepsils for me. Okay. And that is really is going to help me. Okay. And thank you so much. I think, thank you for your attention. That is really, really important. Because I can guess that I can see that one when the energy was going down. That is the reason I decided to give the break. Okay. So what we can do right now is that one. That is Quit India movement. Okay. And little bit we can talk about Hoysala's architecture. And then we are going to end the session. That's it. Okay. And transfer of power also. Okay. And next one we are coming into limited satyagraha. Okay. What is limited satyagraha or individual satyagraha? What was it? Because Subhash Chandra Bose wanted to launch national movement. But Gandhiji did not want to launch a national movement. Instead of launching national movement, what Gandhiji launched was individual movement. Okay. Against August offer in October 1940. And selected individuals and only in selected locality. Okay. And chance for the government to accept what? Chance for the government to accept independence and giving all the privileges to Indians, at the same time giving all the whatever demands Indians were putting out, and they should be accepted. That's what they said. And then again, what was the program of this individual satyagraha? They wanted independence, at the same time the right to freedom of speech and expression. And who is the first person to give? Vinoba Bhave. Okay. And also give speeches against the war also. Okay. And Delhi Chalo movement, that is after this limited satyagraha, if they were not arrested, they would march on to Delhi Chalo. Okay. Vinoba Bhave first one, second one was Jawaharlal Nehru, okay, who participated. And then March 1942, what happened? Japan was gaining victory and Britishers were getting defeated in Asia. And that is the reason what was happening? That is the reason there was a pressure on Britishers to get the support of Indians, and that is the reason they sent what? They sent Cripps mission. Okay, to get India's support, they sent the Cripps mission. Who was the head of the Cripps mission? Stafford Cripps, and another members were Lord Privy Seal, and other members of House of Commons were also there. And now what Cripps mission proposed? Dominion status, and they proposed Constituent Assembly after the war, and then again this Constituent Assembly will have nominated members. Okay, and few are elected, few are nominated, and ultimately they talked about defense will be under the control of Viceroy. But all these were not accepted by Indians. What Indians wanted? Purna Swaraj. But what they gave? Dominion status. They wanted Constituent Assembly there only. Okay, at the same time with nominated members from princely states. But they wanted elected members from princely states also, as well as in British Indian provinces. And defense will be still under the control of Viceroy. And the fifth one, they encourage separation. They encourage division. If any province will not agree to the constitution, they can have a separate agreement. Obviously, they knew Muslim majority provinces are not going to agree to this kind of new constitution, and that they are encouraging what? Encouraging partition. And what Gandhiji called it as? Post-dated check of a crushing bank. Okay, Gandhiji called it as post-dated check of a crushing bank. And now what Indians thought? Now the failure of the Cripps mission happened. They wanted to launch which movement? Quit India movement. And before that one, there is a plan of Stafford Cripps. NV says that after the Second World War, India should be granted complete independence. India should be partitioned into two before gaining independence. No. India should be made republic with the condition that they will join the Commonwealth. No. India should be given dominion status. And that is answer is D. One more question. Look at the Cripps mission 2022. Okay. The Constituent Assembly would have members nominated by the provincial assemblies as well as the princely states. Okay. Then again, any provinces which is not prepared to accept the new constitution, they can have a separate agreement. Which of the following statements are correct? Only two, because in the princely states will be nominated, and from the British Indian provinces will be elected. That is one thing. And a Warda resolution, July 1942. What was Warda resolution in Bombay? Quit India resolution. Okay. And now Quit India movement was launched in response to which proposals? Cripps proposals. When Cripps mission failed, they launched Quit India movement. Okay. 8th August 1942, Gowalia Tank Maidan. What happened over there? Approved the which resolution? Quit India resolution. Which resolution was, which is the mantra Gandhiji gave? Do or die. Okay. And All India Muslim League adopted one more slogan, that is divide and quit. Because they wanted separate land for on the basis of communalism. And March 1940, in Lahore session of All India Muslim League, had passed the resolution of what? Passed the resolution of Pakistan. And now we are coming into one more question, that is 2021, with reference to 8th August 1942 in Indian history, which one of the following statement is correct? The Quit India resolution was adopted by the AICC. Viceroy's Executive Council was expanded to include more Indians. The Congress ministers resigned in 7 provinces. And the Cripps proposed an Indian Union with full dominion status once the Second World War was over. Which is answer A, Quit India resolution. And now we are coming into Quit India movement. Now all leaders were arrested. Before the Quit India movement could be launched, all leaders were arrested, and that is the reason movement became what? Leaderless. And that is the reason Quit India movement experienced more violence. Because in non-cooperation movement, in civil disobedience movement, leaders were there to guide the people about boycott, about Swadeshi, about civil disobedience. But right now there are no leaders to guide the people, and that is the reason it led to what? Leaderless. And that led to a lot of violence. Okay, that is leaderless and was a spontaneous response. There is a debate, right, whether Quit India movement was an organized movement or a spontaneous movement. Mains discussion again. Okay, led to a lot of violence. Now, what are the events of Quit India movement? Attack and vandalize, government officers as well as symbols also, even assassinate also. Okay, cut telegraph lines, destroy railway bridges, killing officers and even Europeans also, and forcibly hoisting Indian flag. Other events, obviously, when you respond violently, what will happen? Violence will also come back. And when you are violently responding to a government action against the government will definitely respond through what? Respond through violence. And severe repression, firing, machine guns, everything was used. So people lost vigor. What do you mean vigor? Strength. People lost the strength, and that is the reason people went underground. So that is one of the features of Quit India movement was underground movement. That is, mass participation is not possible. Why mass participation is not possible? Because of what? Because of violence action. Because British are what they are doing? Shoot at sight. And that is the reason people organize secretly. And the secret movement is called as what? Underground movement. Now, what are the activities of underground movement? Who are the leaders? Achyut Patwardhan, Rana Asaf Ali, Ram Manohar Lohia, Sujata Kruplani, J.P. Narayan, and Usha Mehta. Usha Mehta ran Congress Radio, okay, in Bombay. There was a question with reference to Indian freedom struggle. Usha Mehta is well known for running the secret Congress Radio in the wake of Quit India movement, participating in second round table conference, leading a contingent of Indian National Army, assisting the formation of interim government under Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. What is the answer? Now, activities of underground movement. What they did? Again, disrupt communication, at the same time blow bridges, cut telegraph lines, derail trains, attack officials, at the same time respond violently. That's it, but secretively. That is one thing. And 1943, what happened? 3 members of Viceroy Executive Council. When was it 3 members were added to Viceroy Executive Council? Which act? 1919 Act. First member was added in 1909 Act. Who was the first member? Satyendra Prasad Sinha. And they reside from Viceroy Executive Council because they were asking whom to release? Mahatma Gandhi to be released. Okay. Now, who are the 3 members? S.P. Modi, then again N.R. Sarkar and M.S. Annie. Okay. Now, other features are parallel government. What was the parallel government in civil disobedience movement? Which parallel government? Where it was established? Sholapur in Maharashtra, textile workers. Now, parallel governments were established in Ballia, that is in UP, by a person called as Chittu Pandey. What are the parallel governments? Running their own government. Running their own government. Then again, Tamluk in Bengal, called as what? Called as Jatiya Sarkar. And in Satara in Maharashtra, that is by Y.B. Chauhan and Nana Patil, called as Prati Sarkar. And they took up welfare activities. They took up welfare activities to people because British government was not in existence. And now the local government were existed, and now local governments were called as what? Parallel governments. And now release of leaders by 1944, 1945. Why? Because 1945, which war was ended? Second World War. Okay. At the same time, now the Britishers thought the only way, or rather not the only way, the only thing Indians are going to accept is that one, Britishers leaving India. They are not going to accept what? They are not going to accept dominion status, and they are not going to tolerate Britishers rule in India. Because the highest decision making body in India, which was the highest decision making body? Executive Council. Now, the Executive Council members only resigned. Now, they no longer depend on the support of whom? Support of Indians to run Indian administration. And that is the reason what happened? They decided to transfer the power. And but transfer of power was muddled with communalism. Ultimately, that led to partition. Okay. Now, all the leaders were releasing as 1944-45 for the transfer of power negotiation. The only thing Indians were going to accept is that one, complete independence. Okay. Now, post-war national upsurge, INA we all know. Who is the person who actually established INA? Not Subhash Chandra Bose. It was Mohan Singh. Okay. But Mohan Singh gave support to whom? Support to Subhash Chandra Bose. Now, Subhash Chandra Bose led the INA movement. We already know that one. With respect to INA movement, you have to know about Tokyo Conference and again Bangkok Conference. Okay. The 2 conferences, Tokyo Conference and Bangkok Conference. Whatever the PDFs I am going to share, that will be there. Okay. But because of the paucity of time, I am not going to discuss that one. Okay. What is INA trials? Because INA, what was their ultimate goal? The ultimate goal was to invade India. And who are the soldiers of INA? Ex-British Indian Army soldiers. At the same time, expatriates of India in which region? In Malaya region, Peninsula region. And the prisoners of war of Japan. Prisoners of war captured by Japan. Which prisoners of war? Indian prisoners of war. So, all of them raised Indian National Army. And Subhash Chandra Bose got support from Mohan Singh also, as well as Raj Bihari Bose also. Because Raj Bihari Bose, he went to Japan. We know that one. And when INA soldiers got defeated, they were arrested. Okay. And they were arrested and they were tried for what reason? Treason. What do you mean treason? That is going against the country. But what happened? Indian people supported INA soldiers. Because they were Indians fighting for which country? India. They were patriots. They were not traitors. And that is the reason some Red Fort trials were held. Actually, 3 Red Fort trials were held. What is the first Red Fort trial? Bahadur Shah Zafar, 1857-58. Second Red Fort trial, INA trials. Third Red Fort trial, Gandhiji's assassination. 3 Red Fort trials, Bahadur Shah Zafar after 1858, then INA trials and Gandhiji's assassination. That were called as 3 Red Fort trials in India. Okay. Joint trial of 3 persons, Shah Nawaz Khan, Prem Sehgal, as well as Gurbaksh Singh Dalon. They represented India, these 3 persons. 1 Sikh, 1 Muslim and 1 Hindu. And that shows the unity of Indians that was there during that point of time. And again, INA Defense Committee was organized. What is this Defense Committee did? Defense of INA soldiers. And most of the INA members were whom? Lawyers only. And they provided support to whom? Provided support to INA soldiers. And that is defense and relief for troops. Who are the persons who are in this committee? Bhulabhai Desai, Aruna Asaf Ali, Sharat Chandra Bose, Tej Bahadur Sapru, Kailash Nath Kadju, okay, and even Jawaharlal Nehru also, okay, and release all of them owing to public pressure, because there was a movement all over India when Britishers brought INA persons to try in India, to try them as what? Try them as traitors. There was a all over pressure on the Britishers. Now Britishers had to go with that pressure. At the same time, there was a lot of public pressure was there. Now all the INA soldiers were released, and some other mutinies were also happened. Which are the other mutinies happened before coming into this question? Royal Indian Navy mutiny, Royal Air Force mutiny, we'll come to that. Then again, in the context of colonial India, Shah Nawaz Khan, Prem Kumar Sahgal and Gurbaksh Singh Dhillon are remembered as what? Leaders of Swadeshi movement, members of the interim government, members of the drafting committee in the Constituent Assembly, officers of the Indian National Army. Okay, that is answer is D. Now, Royal Indian Navy mutiny as well as Royal Air Force mutiny. Go back to Peshawar Regiment. Peshawar Regiment refused to shoot. Now, Executive Council members are resigning. Do you think people will support right now? People will definitely not going to support. People also not giving any kind of support. Even the Army and Air Force as well as Navy of British India, they are also revolting against whom? Britishers. I told you 3 pillars of Indian administration, 3 pillars of British administration. Army, police and civil service. Now, civil servants are against them. Army is against them. Even Air Force and Navy is also against them. Now no longer they can count upon the support of Indians to continue as governors in India, or to continue their governance in India. That is one thing. That what is the reason? Because it was happened in Bombay, 1946. Major demands were better food and discrimination with the whites. Indian Royal Navy officers as well as Indian Air Force officers, they were discriminated with white. That is, racial discrimination was always there. But nationalism and INA trials also inspired, because nationalism was going to where? Nationalism was spreading to now Air Force also as well as Navy also. And they established a strike committee. That strike committee was MS Khan was the president and Madan Singh was the vice president, and to get their grievances redressal. And now what happened? Ultimately, Royal Indian Navy mutiny turned into open revolt. Ultimately, they were revolted against whom? Revolted against British government, and spread to Vizag also as well as Madras also. Where it started? It started in Bombay. Okay. And even Royal Air Force and Gurkhas. Who were Gurkhas? Nepali soldiers. Listen, they refused to shoot on Royal Indian Navy. Now, the same Gurkhas helped Britishers in 1857 revolt. Listen, because Gurkhas as well Punjabi soldiers also helped whom? Britishers in 1857 revolt. Understood, right? Now, they no longer can depend upon India's support. They no longer can depend upon India's support. Okay. But Sardar Patel intervened in this mutiny, because what was happening in 1946? Transfer of power. They did not want any kind of new kind of open revolt in India when the transfer of power negotiation was happening. So he asked Royal Indian Navy as well as Royal Air Force to compromise on that one. Okay, that is Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel intervened and asked them to surrender. Okay, because power transfer negotiation was going on. And by RAF mutiny, that was also happened in January 1946 because of the pay issues, ration issues as well as better food issues also. Air Force mutiny too. And now transfer of power and INC versus All India Muslim League. Okay. See Rajgopalachari formula. What was it? What was this formula? What? March 1944. That is to bring the cooperation. Bring the cooperation between whom? INC and Muslim League. Okay. That is plebiscite will decide 2 states. Because what is the demand of All India Muslim League? Pakistan. Okay. That is one thing. That is, this plebiscite will happen only after Britishers completely transfer what? Power. Okay. And Desai Liaquat Pact. Desai was India INC leader, Liaquat was All India Muslim League leader. Then again January 1945 and formation of interim government at the center and consisting of equal number of members from INC as well as All India Muslim, because they are trying to bring some kind of cooperation, because it was a communally charged atmosphere. There is no scope for reason and logic. There was only sentiments. But once you violate the sentiments of a religion, it's very difficult to bring the cooperation. That is one thing. And consisting of equal numbers from nominated by ANC as well as All India Muslim League. Then again Wavell Plan, also called as breakdown plan. What is Wavell Plan 1945? Now Executive Council will be completely of which members? Indian members. And he told that one Viceroy will be British and Commander-in-Chief will be British. And he said that one defense will be also under the Britishers. And he encouraged division again. what he encouraged division is that one, in executive council members, all the members will be Indians, but he gave more powers or more concessions to All India Muslim League to nominate more numbers to executive council. Okay, that is the reason he encouraged division again also. That is, executive council had how many members? 14 members. But Muslims can collect how many of them? 6 of them. But according to the population, okay, according to the population, it was a huge representation, because the rest 8 of them would be other religion, but 6 of them would be Muslims, and that led to again what? They are placating, or we can say they are kind of appeasing which section? All India Muslim League. Okay, they did not want any kind of cooperation. Why they did not want cooperation? What is the reason why British are bringing this policy again and again? That is divide and rule policy that is there. What is the major reason for partition of India? That is communalism, we know that one. Okay, what is the major reason Britishers encourage partition? The reason is that one, Cold War was happening. After 1945, Cold War was happening. Cold War was between whom? Russia and USA. And sorry, Russia means of course then it was called as USSR. And Indian nationalist leadership were influenced by Russia. Which revolution? Russian revolution. Which principle? Which ideology influence? Socialism. And Cold War is a ideological conflict. Capitalism versus socialism. Now all the leaders, Subhash Chandra Bose, even revolutionaries, Jawaharlal Nehru, and at the same time we can talk about Mahatma Gandhiji, everybody was influenced by which ideology? Socialism. If India became a powerful nation after 1947, including Pakistan land also, India would become one of the largest countries territorially. Now with this huge territorial land will give support to USA or USSR? USSR. But UK had become ally of USA. Isn't? They wanted a balancing power in Asia. That balancing power was Pakistan. Understood, right? The Cold War politics mindset, that is a major reason for they encourage partition, and of course at the same time internal reasons are also there, because nobody came to any kind of cooperation, and the two faction, whether Islamic faction also as well as Hindu faction, and they were not ready for any kind of cooperation, and of course the British policies also further encourage what? Further encouraged partition. Okay, and who constitute less than 25% of the population, and is subjected by whom? Objected by INC. Okay. Again, Shimla conference to discuss what? To discuss Wavell plan. Okay, that is in to discuss Wavell plan, and Jinnah demanded INC cannot nominate any Muslim members. How many members in executive council? 14 members. Out of 14 members, how many Muslim members were there? 6 members. But Jinnah claimed that one, all the Muslim members should be nominated by whom? All India Muslim League. If you accept that one, ultimately the INC will be accepting. It is only a representative of only Hindus, not the Muslims. You see, and that is the reason what happened. INC objected to that one. Okay, to executive council, and also of course the obstinate attitude. What is my obstinate attitude? Not trying to compromise. Nobody is trying to compromise over there. That is the reason I told you Jinnah became highly fundamentalist, and INC claimed All India Muslim not the only representative of Islam. Okay, there is a deadlock. There was no results out of that one. Then cabinet mission 1946, A.V. Alexander, who are the members? Pathy Clarence as well as Stafford Cripps also. What are the recommendation? Rejected division, then again interim government will be there, at the same time constituent assembly, and then lastly federation. Indians were asking for unitary government, but they provided for federal government. And when they rejected division, that led to what? That led to communal riots. That is direct action day, and that led to communal riots. Ultimately what Indians had to come to a compromise to stop the bloodbath that was happening, because who were getting killed? Innocents. Because of political selfishness, because of some fundamentalist attitude of both the section, ultimately who were suffering? It is the kids, it was the elderly, it was the children, at the same time it was the women who were suffering. And ultimately what this leadership had to come to the conclusion, to stop this bloodbath we have to accept what? Partition. Okay. And one more question with reference to cabinet mission, which of the following statement is correct? It recommended a federal government, it enlarged the powers of Indian courts, it did not give any kind of thoughts to courts also. It provided more power to Indian civil servants? No, that is not there. Answer is A. It provided federation. And now direct action day. I told what is direct action day? 16th August 1946. That is to get Pakistan. Okay, that is called by Jinnah. It led to a lot of communal riots. And again, Clement Attlee announced, when he announced in February 1947, we will leave India. Okay, after dividing everything, after putting all the communalism. Okay, after exploiting anything India, another reason they left India was there was nothing left in India to exploit. Okay, you know what was literacy rate of India in 1950s? less than 18%. Okay, and what was India? One of the most underdeveloped country we can say during that point of time. Okay, that is Bengal famine of 1943. How many people got killed? More than 3 million people. 3 million people got killed. That is in 30 lakh. If you convert that into lakhs, right? That is, there was nothing left to India. That is nothing left in India to exploit. Nothing left to drain. At the same time, we can talk about that is they no longer can depend upon the support of Indians. Okay, and also the reason they why wanted to leave India was that one. Another reason, of course, they did not want to take responsibility for communal riots that was happening. Because who is responsible for communal riots? Britishers, because of their own policies, isn't? So they are also responsible for Palestine and Israel conflict also. They talked about division of Palestine and Israel, but they did not do that one. They left in 1948. Okay. In India also, they talked about what we can talk about. We will go into divide later with Mountbatten plan. Isn't? But thing is that one, what was happening? What was the communal riots were happening? That was put responsibility on whom? Accountability on whom? Britishers. They wanted to put the responsibility on Indians. You are responsible for your own communal riots that was happening in India. They did not want to take that responsibility because there was another organization called as what? United Nations. There was a overall international pressure would be there on Britishers because they are the one who were ruling India until 1947. So did not want to take responsibility for communal riots that was happening. We leave India by June 1948. That was the timeline first. Okay. By that point of time, they thought like some kind of agreement will be reached between INC as well as All India Muslim League, and that did not happen when communal riots were increasing rapidly, and they announced what? Appointed Mountbatten, and that led to Mountbatten plan. That is in 3rd June. Plan in 1947. They said that when power would be transferred to India. Two dominions. That is two dominions for India and Pakistan. That is called as Mountbatten plan. And before that one, they had something called as that is Mountbatten only suggested that plan. That is called Balkan plan. What is my Balkan plan? What is my Balkan plan? That is giving independence to all the princely states and all British India. Okay, how many independent states would have been happened in India? That's more than 500. This our country, what we are today, our Indianness would not be secure during that point of time. Okay, and that is the reason ultimately Indians had to agree for what? Agree for partition to stop what? To stop the bloodbath. That was communal riots that was happening on 15th August 1947. Of course, two dominions came up. That is set up a boundary commission. Which boundary commission? Radcliffe Committee. Okay, Radcliffe Committee was appointed to solve the problem of minorities in India, give effect to independence bill, delimit the boundaries between India and Pakistan. What is the answer? C. And some miscellaneous facts are there. Communist Party of India, you can just go through that one. Tashkent, where it was established, then again 1920. M.N. Roy was the first one to propose what? Constituent Assembly, 1934. And who is another person of this leader? That is Abani Mukherjee, Muhammad Ali, Muhammad Shafiq. These were all the persons of Communist Party. Then again leftists were also there. M.N. Roy. He had some journals. Vanguard of Indian Independence. He ran from Berlin. Then again India in Transition. Okay, that is another journal. Then again 1923 S.A. Dange. Another leftist. Leftist means what? Which ideology they supported? Socialism. Okay. Ran a weekly called as English weekly called as Socialist. That is in Bombay. And All India Communist Conference 1925. Kanpur. Who was the president? Singaravelu. That is in Asrat Mohani was another leader. Satya Bhakta. That is one more journal. Satya Bhakta was the journal. And Congress Socialist Party within INC. Okay. Jai Prakash Narayan. Acharya Narendra Dev. And difference between communist and socialist. What is the difference? Socialism and communism. Communalism different. Communalism is related to fundamentalism. What is the difference between communist and socialist? Congress Socialist Party, socialists owed allegiance to INC. Okay, but the communist allegiance to Communist International. That was controlled by whom? Controlled by Soviet Union. Okay, that was there. And some cases against the leftists. Peshawar conspiracy case. Then again Kanpur Bolshevik conspiracy case. Muzaffar Ahmad, S.A. Dange, Shaukat Usmani, Nalini Gupta, and Meerut conspiracy case. So we talked about Delhi conspiracy case, Saunders murder case, Lahore conspiracy case. Then again, these are the cases against leftists too. Okay. Some post-independence, I will take that responsibility also. Only one topic, Bhutan. Bhutan was Vinoba Bhave, 1951, where he sided from Telangana, Puchampalli. And 1954, he sided what? Which one? Gramdan movement. Okay. Then again, he was given the Roman Magsaysay Award. First Indian to get Roman Magsaysay Award. That is in 1983 received Bharat Ratna posthumously. And some current affairs. Ramappa temple was there in news, no? Okay, that is, it was 39th United Nations World Heritage Site, 1213 AD, which empire? Kakatiya, and who was the person? Rudra, and again a general of Kakatiya king Ganapati Deva. Okay, he was the general. And which temple that was? Ramlingeshwara temple, he was the chief deity, and Ramappa was the sculptor. Okay, and now it was a star-shaped platform built out of which stone? Red sandstone, and gopuram with bricks also. And the sandbox technique, the technique is giving some kind of cushion to earthquake. Okay, so and this pit is dug with some kind of foundation and filled with some kind of different materials, and that material will give some kind of protection against what? Protection against earthquake. That is one technology we can talk about. Then again, Mahakal Lok corridor, Ujjain. Okay, third Jyotirlinga site. Another one was Vishwanath temple, Kedarnath, Uttarakhand. What is the mythology? According to that one, constructed by whom? Constructed by Lord Brahma, and located alongside river Shipra. Okay. One of the features of only Jyotirlinga facing the east, which one talking about, that is Mahakal Lok. All of the rest of them are facing what? Sorry, only Jyotirlinga facing the south, and all other than are facing east. Okay. Then Meghaduta of Kalidasa mentions how this Jyotirlinga became important. He says that one, that is according to the Puranas. Okay. Lord Shiva, they pierced the world as an endless pillar of light called as Jyotirlinga. Okay, that is how the name of Jyotirlinga came to. And Altamish in the Ujjain raid, it destroyed this temple. And Ghasidas 1756-1850, it was in news, that is part of Sanjay Dubri Tiger Reserve, named after Ghasidas Tiger Park. Okay, that is Guru Ghasidas National Park rather. Okay, that is established Satnami community. Okay, that is similar to Sikhism in Malwa region, based on Satnam, that is truth and equality. At the same time, created a symbol of truth called as Jait Kam, that is white painted pillar with some kind of white flag. And Guru Balakdas' son, he carried on his teachings. Okay. And one megalithic burial site was also in news in Tirupati. Okay, that was also I have covered. Okay, so it is called as Pandava Gullu or Pandavula Banda. Okay, that megalithic site in memory of the Pandavas. And Rampa revolt, the reason why and how to read revolts, tribal revolts, as well as we can say peasant revolts. Make boxes. How do you make the boxes? The name, okay, the year, leaders, what was the issue, and again what was happened. Okay, now put the year of the one revolt, who was the leaders, what was the issue, what was the place, what is the British action. That's it. So do it for maybe even 25 to 30 tribal revolts and peasant revolts, you can do that one, right? So instead of going through, that's a very factual aspects only. So you do that on your own, the chances of forgetting is very, very less. So this is a shortcut, you can do that one, tribal revolts and peasant revolts. Actually, I told this when I took my PEP classes. How many of you did? PEP students? 1, 2, 3, not bad. Okay, that is very good. When I took the PEP classes, I had given this technique. Right? Now you people can also do this one too. Okay. Rampa rebellion, it is the only thing I am going to discuss today. That is also known as Manyam rebellion. Manyam is the forest. That forest led by Alluri Sitaramaraju in Godavari district, Godavari region, against Madras Forest Act, that is in 1882. Because this Forest Act restricted the movement of the tribals of that region. At the same time, it also put restrictions on their shifting cultivation. What is the shifting cultivation is called as Podu. Okay. And what happened to Alluri Sitaramaraju? He was executed. And one more Rampa rebellion was there in 1879. One more Rampa rebellion was there in 1879. In case this question comes on the prelims day, do Nato dance. Okay. On the prelims day itself only. Okay. Then again that one, Vaisala architecture. You people have requested this one. Okay. Because that was in news also. What kind of architecture? Vaisala architecture? Vaisara style. It is a further development of Vaisara style. And they had multiple shrines. They are called as Ekakuta, Vikuta and Trikuta. Okay. They are built out of which stone? Soft soapstone. And they had an upraised platform like this one. That is called as what? Jagati. Okay. So all the temples were built out of a higher platform. That higher platform was called as Jagati. And it was in star shaped platform. Most of them were square or rectangular in Dravida or as in Nagara. But in Vaisala style, what? Vaisala style, it is star shaped. Okay. And Shikara is not very high. What do you mean Shikara? Gopura, that we'll call it in. That is Shikara is not very, very higher. Because they gave more importance to, not to the height, but rather the sculpture. There is more intricate sculpture. And pillars are also very unique. Circular pillars. And zigzag walls. What do you mean by zigzag walls? It's not straight walls. Okay, it rather in a zigzag manner. We'll see that one. Now I told you, these are Belur sculptures. Okay, now look at how intricate these sculptures are. Okay, these are Belur sculptural panels. That is, the Vesara architecture developed under which rulers? Badami Chalukyas. In which places? In which place? Badami, Aivale and Patadakallu. But further developed under Hoysalas. Okay, and look at the circular pillars. Which temple is what? This is a Hoysaleshwara temple. Hoysaleshwara temple in Alebeedu. Okay, circular pillars. And now they built three famous temples: Chanakeshwara temple at Beluru, then again Hoysaleshwara temple at Alebeedu, and again Somnatheshwara temple at Somnathpur. And I told you zigzag walls. That is one thing. At the same time, star shape also. That is also Jagati. You getting it right? On the banks of which river? Yagchi. Yagchi is one of the tributaries of which tributary of? Hemavati. Hemavati is the tributary of Kaveri. Okay, so Yagchi is the tributary of Hemavati. Okay, then again it is an Ekakuta temple. What do you mean Ekakuta? One shrine, one chief deity will be there. Okay, it is dedicated to Vaishnavism. Okay, the Garbhagriha house as an image of Krishna. Okay, and a step pond called as Vasudev Tirtha step pond is also there in Beluru temple complex, and commissioned by King Vishnuvardhana. The Vishnuvardhana, that is in 1117 AD, or we can say 1117 C. He was also called as what? Bitti Deva. He gave refuge to which Acharya? Ramanujacharya. From whom? From Cholas. And now Alebeedu, again zigzag walls. Look at the Jagati. Look at the sculpture also. Okay. And originally Alebeedu was called as what? Dwara Samudra, which refers to large tank. Okay. And it is in Dvikuta. What do you mean Dvikuta? Two temples, two shrines, and is dedicated to Shaivism. Belur was Vaishnavism, but Alebeedu is Shaivism. There is two deities, that is Vaishaleshwara and Santaleshwara. Okay, that is Shiva, both are Shivalingas. And Vaishaleshwara represent masculine and Santaleshwara represent feminine. Okay, and built by again same king, that king was Vishnuvardhana. And when Keshava temple at Somnathpura. Okay, again look at this, look at the Shikara. I told you very low Shikaras. Okay, in Mysore district on the river Kaveri banks, it is also dedicated to Vaishnavism, but it is not built by king, but a general of Vaisala. Who was the general of Vaisala? Somanatha Dandanayaka in 1258, a general of Vaisala king Narasimha III, and that was built during that point of time. This is the end. Okay, hopefully. Thank you for the response. Okay. Okay. Online students, are you there? Still not yet over. Okay. Online students, are you there? Sorry, I couldn't interact much with you people. Okay. Don't close your textbooks. Okay. I want you to write something. Okay. I did it in PEP class also. Okay. You should have positive affirmations. Okay. Positive affirmations. Believe in your own self. Okay. Believe in your own self. That is very important. If you don't believe in your own self, it is not possible. It's not possible to achieve success. Just write down, that is, I am achieving my goals. You are affirming to your own self. Okay. You are achieving your goals. Please write down this one. Okay. So please share the end part of PPT. It is missing in the PPT share. I will share. Definitely. And this end part of the PPT about Vaisala architecture, that is not there in the mid. What is it? What is the PPT I have already shared? That is part of modern India. But all these are part of art and culture slides. I will share those slides also. A complete art and culture is there in those slides too. Okay. And then write down. You are saying to your own self, you are achieving your goals. I am growing big in my career. Okay. Keep writing these kind of things. Okay. Keep writing these kind of things. That positive self-belief is really important. You know law of attraction? The secret? What is secret? Law of attraction. What you are seeking is seeking you. Okay. When you keep believing in your own self, when you keep believing that you are an IAS officer, you are an IPS officer, that will also seek you, provided you are doing good preparation. Okay. Then again, I choose to make the rest of my life the best of my life. Doesn't matter what happened before. Okay. But what is in your control? Future. So by worrying about the past, don't ruin your future. Okay. Please write down all these kind of things. Okay. That is, I choose to make the rest of my life the best of your life. That is very important. And now you fill the blank. What are you? Which post you want? I am an IAS officer. I am an IPS officer. Write down you. Okay. You fill the blank. Okay. Keep writing every day. Keep writing it. Okay. When you write down, they say that one, at least 99% of the time you are going to achieve that one. at least 99%, if not 100%, because I can't give you 100%. Okay, at least 99% of the time. And lastly, be careful, take care of your own health. Okay, you establish healthy eating habits and thankful for this life. Okay, and one more thing, the commitment, all these things we require from you people. And tomorrow it's going to be a wonderful class by Shankar Prasad sir. Okay, he's a wonderful faculty for polity. Please don't miss his classes, 2 days of it. Okay, he is doing PhD in public policy. Okay, so he's a very good faculty, as a dear friend of mine. Okay, and he's already an assistant professor in some very reputed college, and he has given many interviews. Okay, in KPSC also, UPSC also. Okay, that is the reason I'm asking you people to please attend his classes. You are going to enjoy his classes thoroughly. He's a very good person. Okay, and a very good faculty for polity also. Some kind of rapid revision will happen in 2 days. That is going to happen. And one more thing I talk about is, we will worry about our success. Isn't? We'll always worry about our success. That shouldn't be there. Worry about the process. Okay, worry about the process. When your process is going really well, success will take care of itself. Okay, one example I would like to give, one of my dear friend again, his name is Aditya. Okay, his movie is coming out, Daredevil Mustafa. Okay, he's a dear friend of mine. Promotion amal martine. Okay, okay, and that movie was shot in Mysore. Okay, I think I must have shared this story. Okay, I must have shared this story when I was doing PEP classes, to tell how commitment was there. Okay, he was a 25-year-old guy in 2019-2020, before COVID I am talking about. Okay, but for that movie he had to look like a 17-year-old. Obviously he was doing workout. Okay, but when shooting started, he went to Mysore, but there was no gyms available over there. You know what he did? He went to Chamundi Hills. Okay, every weekly, twice or thrice, he used to use the stairs of Chamundi Hills. That is the level of commitment. Okay, that is the level of commitment he showed, because he loves acting. Now you love your career. Okay, show that passion. Don't blame these distractions, rather improve your focus. Okay, rather improve your focus. Distractions will be there, difficult will come, but ultimately what you have to do is that one, you have to improve your focus a lot and keep your phones away. Okay, while reading. I'm not saying do not completely stay away from social media. It is necessary. It's a necessary evil. You definitely require that one. Okay, but while reading, and keep your notifications off. At least what is of notification, particularly all the social media notification. They say that one, this notification are like a torpedo against a submarine. You are the submarine, that notifications are torpedoes. That is there, lot of distractions will be there. And focus on deep focus, a deep work they say. What is my deep work? And do without any distractions, and keep your room locked while reading, even library also. Okay, that is whatever you can do. Okay, while you are reading in library, put that do not disturb board. Okay, other person should understand what you have been doing. Your friend should understand what you have been doing. If your other friend is not understanding you, you don't deserve that friend in your life. He is not, or she is not a friend. Okay, they should support you in your efforts, because keep your surroundings very clean, I would say. That is clean in the sense that one, in terms of the quality of friendships. Always try to get more friends who have achieved better, who are successful in their life. Yes, definitely we will have all those kind of friends in our life. When you interact with more successful persons, and you are going to inculcate those attitudes. Okay, always try to bring that kind of attitude into your life also. Always try to inculcate more and more that kind of attitude, positive attitude. Okay, and keep your surroundings very quality surroundings, and health wise also, as well as in terms of friends wise also. That is very important too. Okay, so this is it from my side. Okay, all these things. Okay, so thank you so much. Ultimately, I just have to say thank you so much for your attention. Okay, thank you so much. Oh, you got value out of it. Okay, my patience. Okay, I think you people are really patient enough to listen to me. Okay, that is from last 3 days continuously we have been having these classes now. Okay, that is hopefully you got something out of this class, something or little. More on that one. Okay, maybe I am not saying questions will come from here only, but I would say that is, it would help you to brush up your whatever you have already read. That is okay. So I think I can see that one. That is thank you for your great response for that one. Okay, so online students also, thank you so much for your patience. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, Thank you, sir. How to be stay disciplined to stay within family and all distractions. Okay. Okay. See, family is important. That is one thing. At the same time, that is you have to give quality time to your family also. That is very important. But make sure you make your goals clear to the family. What do you expect from them? Okay. And of course, you have to give definite time to family also. Okay. At the same, that is very, very essential aspect. Okay. So that is make sure you clear your goals to the family. That is very important. They will definitely understand. Okay. Ultimately, the very most important thing is that one, that our surroundings only, that surroundings obviously will be family itself. Okay. That is very, very important. Okay. That's the issue. So you have to deal with that one. Okay. That is one thing. That is, yes, keep your intentions very clear and make yourself more clear. See, the art of success is saying no. Saying no to what? When someone asks you to do something you don't want to do. Thing is that one, we will get peer pressured. What we think is that one, if I say no, we'll think like that person will feel bad about me. Isn't? That is, you have to inculcate that feeling, that one, the art of saying no. The most difficult word to say in the entire world is no. When someone asks you to go out, when someone asks you to come with you, isn't? Say no. Inculcate that one. And doesn't mean if someone is dying, don't say no. Okay? Okay? When they require you really, don't say no then. Okay? You have to say no when you are not getting something out of that one. When the emergencies will come, you have to say yes during that point of time. You have to leave everything, you have to go. Isn't? And that is when you are going to achieve a lot of success. And it is very difficult to say. Observe that one. How many times you have been peer pressured to do something you did not like to do. Okay? Inculcate these kind of things. Hopefully. Okay? So, I have made some difference to your preparation. Yes or no? Okay? Thank you so much. Thank you then. Thank you.